A love triangle. Chapter 1. I walked around it, marveling that after 80 years it was still standing and even seemed sturdy. I tried the padlock, then smashed the rusty latch with a hammer. It was dark inside, but it had to be, because in those days we used to close the windows carefully. The dissimilar couches were still in place, as was the carpet that covered the walls. The bandstand was still there too, and so were the words Earl had painted behind it. The shack. It had once been a village store, built in the 30s and abandoned when supermarkets and chain stores came along. Earl's family owned it, and he got permission to use it as a gym. We all contributed money together and had electricity installed. We scraped together what we could. I had an uncle who owned a furniture store who also sold and installed rugs, and he gave us scraps, old rugs he had taken down at work, whatever we could find. We used the rugs to deaden the sound. We got pretty loud at times. I moved the flashlight around. Every corner evoked memories for me. I was so sick of cheap wine that I threw it up in this corner and had to clean it up the next morning with a hangover. I threw up over and over again. And in that corner, on that old love seat, I was with Wanda Jenkins on a cold November night when I was 2 weeks away from my 18th birthday. I had just joined the group, the youngest member. Everyone else was already 18, except Earl, who was 21. I became friends with everyone except Gordy the drummer, but he didn't like anyone at the time. Later, it turned out he was crazy, and he really resented the fact that we were with all the girls who hung out with us, and he couldn't openly do the same. I think we all knew, but he was such an asshole that we never got around to telling him we didn't care. That's right. We were a band, rock and roll at its most basic. We were pretty raw back then. It took a year to get us together enough to play in front of an audience. Earl played bass. Gordy was a damn good drummer despite his attitude. Will was a decent lead guitarist. And I, James Grunt Thomas, played keyboards and guitar, even a little saxophone and occasional harmonica. This gave us a little more depth than most bands of the time. Gordy and Earl sang and Will and I did backing vocals. Every once in a while we'd invite the Pointless Sisters, which consisted of a few girls who hung around just for fun. We were all young, just discovering life. We were in a unique position. We had a place where we could do whatever we wanted, and since Earl was 21, we could get all the booze we could afford. I was a dealer, hooked on it, thanks to my biker brother. If I thought we were going too far, I'd stop getting them, saying my brother needed to lay off for a while. Then he got caught and went to jail. And the lie became the truth. The building was huge, and the back was designed for living quarters, which was quite common at the time. We built a small stage out of materials I had gotten from my construction job. We also went to my uncle for used couches, and he gave us the best ones he had. The ones he agreed to recycle as part of his delivery service, so we had plenty of comfortable seating. A couple of them even reclined. We usually stayed there overnight on weekends. We weren't complete idiots. And when we practiced, we practiced. Oh, we might have a beer or two, but usually it was weeknights, and we all had work to do. The parties were on weekends, unless we had a gig. We'd play a song or two, and then we'd have a blast. Jerry was our new guy. He ran the sound equipment and lighting. He usually had a cute red-headed girl with him on the weekends, but never during the week. Earl and I were the two serious musicians in the band. Sometimes we would show up and be the only ones there. We spent time honing our sound. Besides bass, Earl was a pretty good guitar player. I played parts and he played rhythm. Sometimes we'd play acoustics, and sometimes we'd crank up the amps and try to tear down the walls. That's what we were doing one night when little redhead Bonnie showed up with her sister looking for Jerry. They sat down on one of the couches, listening, smiling, clapping their hands. Her sister Julie's name was Jules. She played in a girl band and surprised us all by sitting behind the drums. We played Zeppelin, Cream, Mountain, everybody you could think of. Earl liked the music of the last generation better than what was coming out then. He did a Mississippi Queen howl, one of the best we'd ever heard. We had fun until Gordy came in, 2 hours late. He erupted into a shouting match about this fool making out with his kit, even though she hadn't touched anything. When he tried to slap her, I yanked my hand away. "Try that on me, motherfucker. At least she was here and we had a drummer to rehearse with." He was high. "Fuck you! You want her, keep her! I'm out of here!" He jumped out, throwing shit around haphazardly. I followed him to the door to make sure he didn't rip anything serious and waited for him to drive out of the gravel parking lot. I turned around and smirked at her. "So, Jules, do you want to retire?" That's the way it is. Having a girl drummer who could sing helped increase the number of our fans. Soon we were playing every weekend. Jerry hired Bonnie to handle the sound, so she was always around. I was starting to get tired of playing on weekends so someone else could have fun, so we conferred and decided to take 2 weekends off and just hang out. We had all already lost our girlfriends because they wanted to go out and have fun like everyone else. Jules was having a hard time with her breakup, and we reached out to each other. Nowadays it's called friends with benefits, but back then it didn't have a name. We went to the local lake a few times, and I can tell you that both Jules and Bonnie know how to wear a bikini. We were in the water, playing, having a hell of a good time, when Jerry decided to be jealous of Bonnie. I had her on my shoulders, and Jean, another friend who happened to be there, was holding Jules, and we were wrestling. Jules got a little carried away and accidentally pulled Bonnie's top down. Everyone got it except me, because I was under her. She shrieked and crawled backwards, pulling me with her. I thought I was going to drown. I surfaced next to her, and she was standing up to her neck in the water, fiddling with her top and laughing. Seemingly out of nowhere, Jerry appeared next to us and started cursing at her. He was really drunk. "You're stupid. God damn it. Giving the whole beach a freebie. I should spank the hell out of you. Are you so proud of that? Then over here." Before she could move, he grabbed her, yanked off her top, and headed for the shore, laughing like hell. "I think I'll round up my buddies and have them wait here until you get out." I didn't think. I just grabbed him from behind, gripped him tightly in his long hair, and shoved him under me. Jules and Bonnie were screaming, as well as a few other girls who were there. I didn't pay attention to them until he let go of her top and it floated to the surface. I grabbed it, tossed it to Jules, picked his head up and pushed him off. He was floundering on the shore, and everyone was looking at me. I was young, fit, with muscles that could only come from hard work on a construction site, and I was furious. No one said a word while I checked on the girls. Jules drove Bonnie home. Party atmosphere? Gone. I walked past Jerry and his friends, and though they threw dirty looks at me, no one said anything. Jules came into the store after calming Bonnie down and thanked me for protecting her little sister 3 times. Eventually, we piled onto the cot. Earl had a girl we nicknamed Cherry. The nickname was actually Cherry Picker, but we shortened it. She was the oldest in our group. She was 24, and she had tattoos in the late 70s when they weren't in vogue yet. She ran with a biker gang for a few years until they told her she was too old and worn out and kicked her to the curb. I have no idea how she ended up at Earl's. We gave her that nickname because we were still socializing with young men, and if she thought there was the slightest chance a guy didn't have a girlfriend, she would run after him so fast he had no idea what hit him. It was almost like a civic duty for her. Guys were quick to understand her, act reserved with her, and she spent nights with them. Earl knew this and laughed. They had a strange relationship. He'd occasionally hook up with some chick he'd met at a concert, and she'd just pick some half-drunk guy and have fun on her own. In fact, it was Cherry who came up with the plan. She told Earl about it, and they tried it out in private. He let us get half-stoned before he talked about it. "Do you know what the Mazola holiday is?" Of course, we had no idea, and he brought us up to speed. "Well, you get a bunch of girls and guys together, put down some kind of bedding, cover it with plastic, then you pour out 2 or 3 bottles of Mazola and start sliding and sliding. If the one you slide over is ready, you're having a good time until you slide over to the other one." Wow. He was talking about the very same thing. We didn't have the internet back then, but we had dirty magazines and paperbacks and a few movies we managed to get our hands on. So we knew exactly what we were talking about. We were high at the time, so we didn't really get into it, but the seed was laid. One night I talked to Jules after we had checked out a nice night. One of her casual partners had introduced her to something interesting, and she was eager to share her knowledge. She showed me what girls like. By the 3rd time she was pulling my long hair, so I thought I had it all worked out. She lay on her back, panting. "Damn, lover, if you've practiced on the other one, point her out to me. I need to kiss her. That was amazing." "Okay, With the other one, I did the same thing I did with the game. I stuck to the basic structure, but improvised when I had the chance. We lay like that until she was recharged, me stroking her lightly until she reciprocated. Once we were satiated, we lay back down. So, have you thought about what Earl said? Of course I do. The thought of being with random women and playing with them excited me beyond belief. Hey, I was 18, a raging mass of hormones. I hadn't been in a serious relationship with anyone except Jules. And we still spent nights with other people when the opportunity arose. Yes, isn't it? Yes, I discussed it with Annette, Will's current girlfriend, and she likes the idea. We don't even need to ask Cherry her plan. Jerry will probably be in on it if he can find a girl and you let him. He's still mad because you replaced him. As for that, Rhonda and Vicky will probably join us if you ask them to. Rhonda and Vicky were just a couple of girls who hung out with us. That's what we did. I asked my uncle to give me all the old carpet padding he had in stock, and I got some very strong plastic from a construction site. Already very slippery, I wondered if either of us would be able to hold on when we put oil on it. The finished product was 12 inches high, 20 feet square, and Earl and I attached small gutters on the sides to keep the oil from spreading everywhere. The night this was to take place, the girls came with a change of clothes, having thought ahead. At work, I got a huge shower that had been thrown away because of a crack in the side. I patched it up, hooked it up to the plumbing and toilet in the back room, and we found an old water heater that still worked. It came in handy when we crashed on Sunday and had to go to work on Monday. I kept the towels in a locked drawer because I liked nice towels and everyone usually used them, leaving me with the old and fleecy ones they brought with them. Apparently, I was the only one who knew how to work the washing machine, so I washed mine and left them lying around until they were almost able to stand on their feet. They just threw them away and bought new ones. We stood awkwardly until I pulled out a bag of goodies, and afterward, cards, and we played stupid games whose goal was to get you drunk as quickly as possible. Soon, we were a bunch of giggling lumps of lust. I knew Jules well, so I tried to watch the others. Vicky was a little stocky. Rhonda seemed like her natural opposite. Tall, slender, but still looked pleasing to the eye. Annette, Will's girlfriend, was half black, which was unusual for the time when she had a white boyfriend. She had dark, creamy skin. Cherry, of course, was beside herself, almost drooling. Booger, I don't know how he got that nickname, our new sound guy, was alone, but since there were more girls than guys, it wasn't a problem. Jerry showed up at the last minute, also alone. We almost didn't let him in. He's high most of the time now, even ran afoul of the law. Balancing sound takes concentration, and if you're fucked up, it doesn't happen. He made us sound really bad twice before we fired him. Besides, we had a good job. If the cops got curious about what this junkie and his friends were doing in the middle of nowhere like this, they'd start paying attention, and we didn't want our little arena shut down. The ratio of girls to boys ticked us off, so we opened the door. Earl and Cherry started by sprinting to the other side, laughing hysterically. As soon as they were up, I grabbed Jules and we tried it. After that, we all had to do it. Vicky squealed as someone else grabbed her. Then someone else slammed into us, knocking us off the plastic. We would jump up and dive back in, grabbing other partners. I seriously believe I was around every girl at one time or another. We stopped only to grab a fresh beer every now and then, and sipped it while watching the action. Cherry was in heaven. Things were starting to quiet down. While we were busy, Bonnie came in and undressed. She pressed herself against me, whispering in my ear, "I don't want to do this. I thought I wanted to, but now I don't." Will was trying to get a grip on her, and so was Booger. If it hadn't been for Earl, things might have ended horribly. "What the fuck, man? You're suddenly this? You want me to call Gordy?" Earl jumped to his feet in a rage, but immediately fell back down. Finally, they pulled him to the edge. Earl and Booger took him by the arms and literally threw him out the front door. He rolled across the gravel parking lot, covered in dust and gravel from the oil. They threw his clothes out after him and locked the door. By the time most of us left, he was gone. That gave me a chance to take Bonnie into the back room. She was shaking. "I thought I could do it. I really thought I could. But it was too much. I wouldn't have even hit the floor if someone hadn't pushed me." She trembled, and I pulled her to me. Finally, she calmed down. Then she giggled, looking down. "How are we even going to get rid of this mess?" I pulled back the curtain and showed her the shower. even opening my drawer to pull out a couple nice towels. I told her I'd stand guard, and she looked at me like I was crazy before dragging me inside. "I need you to wash my back." I was pretty good at it. She said something to him, but that moment, like many I voiced and posted on Patreon, I lasted quite a while. She whimpered a little at first, but by the end she was demanding that I rub her back harder. The water was still flowing, and I looked down and saw there... she was the one. The thought made me pass out, and it was complete. "You should have told me," I said when she wrinkled her nose. "Why? I wanted this. How did you feel?" "I have no basis for comparison. You're the first one I've ever been with. I'll tell you this, you were very enthusiastic and it was great. I'm hoping to find out if it was beginner's enthusiasm or just the start of great things to come." She giggled when I sat down next to her and pulled on one of the shirts I kept in my box. It barely covered her. "Why me?" I asked, snuggling up to her. "Would you believe you just happened to be around?" She giggled at my expression. "No, honey, I wanted you to be in that spot. You're a good guy. You treat all the girls with respect. Oh, you play the game, but you don't try to pressure anyone. You're the talk of the town, baby. Besides," she said, "I was in love with you from the first time I saw you. I used to get so upset when Jules would come home after being with you, giggling, hair mussed, walking a little cautiously. I knew you wouldn't hurt me." We hugged for about 20 minutes before we checked on the others. I'd always assumed that the look of someone who looked like a straggler was just a facial expression, until I saw the whole oil-soaked pile in front of me. They were all perfectly fine except for Will. Jules was lying on the edge, almost comatose. We shook her a little and Bonnie helped her to the shower. They both got dressed and we left. The whole thing sure worked up an appetite. 3 huge Burger Barn specials and a ton of fries later, we were finally full. By the time we got back, everyone was either gone or sprawled out on the couch. I took the girls to the back room and showed them the cot I preferred, along with the sheets. I fell asleep. We came out a few minutes later. The next morning we woke up alone. It took some work, but I managed to get us all into the shower. There was a lot of hitting, sighing, and squealing before we were clean. Jules didn't let me get dressed. "Not yet. Bonnie told me you got her cherry on the cake last night. Now you have something else to show her." I showed myself, and while she lay there and recovered, Jules made me do her. As a reward, Jules taught Bonnie how to give head. It was a long, agonizing session because Jules wouldn't let me finish the job until Bonnie did it right. What can you say about this kind of experience? Nothing. We showered again, separately, and went back to our normal lives. Earl brought it up a couple more times, but by then I was already involved with Bonnie and didn't want to share, and Jules had found what she thought was true love. Annette got pregnant, and Will turned into an asshole by not supporting her. The band didn't so much break up as dissipate. I married Bonnie, Jules lived with her boyfriend for a year until he slapped her, and she moved in with us for 6 months before finding true love again. Cherry was estranged from Earl, and he was glad to see her go. Fast forward 5 years. I was still working on a construction site and was an assistant foreman. The economy was booming, and things were going very well for me. Bonnie and I had been married for 3 years. She worked part-time, and we took all my overtime money to pay for her tuition in the nursing program at the community college. When she graduated from college with honors, she got a weekend job as an ER nurse and continued to study until she became a registered nurse, worked in the operating room, and brought in as much or more than I did. It was my turn, and I entered the construction management field. We also managed to produce a daughter, Joy Marie. As soon as I got my degree, we had Jason Paul. We looked for and bought a house in the country, and I added to it as often as I could, and when Bonnie got pregnant again, giving birth to Jane in July, we sold it for more than twice what we paid for it. That got us into the business of reselling houses. Not like you see on these shows now, but conservatively. Bought distressed properties, remodeled and sold. I got a lot of labor from the bands I worked with at my regular job, moonlighted on weekends, and once the kids were big enough, they learned how to push brooms and take out the trash. When I was 35, Bonnie and I reviewed our finances, I quit my job, and we went full steam ahead. I bought an undervalued property on the outskirts of town and built 240 storage units. I now have 6 different locations, almost 1,000 storage units with an 80% occupancy rate. I still kept in touch with Earl when he was in town. In fact, we remained a close-knit group throughout our lives. 4 years after the group broke up, we all went on vacation together. Earl, his new girlfriend Bonnie and me, Jules and her current lover. We were in Daytona Beach a few months after the rally, and it was pretty quiet. We had tickets to see Out Cold, a very good band in their day, but now on the rise. They've gone from being headliners in huge arenas to doing smaller venues. They canceled the concert because of personnel problems. Apparently their bass player got high, trashed a motel room, beat up one of the cops who came to arrest him, threw a girl out of a car, and took off. It was a Friday night and traffic on Main Street was heavy. They literally walked down the sidewalk, yanked him out of the car, and arrested him. He was charged with so many things, and bail was so high that the band refused to post it. As a result, they held open auditions the next morning, trying to find someone to fill a spot on the night's show. Dude, you should try it. If nothing else, it'll make a good story. What have you got to lose? We had to almost drag him to the audition. 4 people tried out in front of Earl, but only one was worthwhile, and that one was kind of mechanical. They handed Earl an old Fender Precision, plugged it in and started playing. It was a song we used to play back home. Earl didn't miss a note. We played the next 2 songs and he did even better. Then they ran 2 songs he wasn't familiar with and he missed a couple notes. 5 more guys were waiting to try out, but the auditions were closed. Out Cold had a new bass player. They offered him a contract for 12 gigs to see if he was a good fit and could handle the road life. 3 gigs a week would bring him more money than 3 months at a regular job at home. After they were done with business, they asked him if he knew of a guitarist who could help them that night. Their rhythm guitarist had gotten over food poisoning, and they needed someone to play 3 or 4 songs to give him a rest. Earl told them, "I know 4 of their songs." That night, I finally got to see what it was like to play in front of a large audience. I was scared to death. I rehearsed with them during the day, and they crammed all 4 songs into a mid-set. I was playing, and the regular guitarist was puking in a bucket. Apparently, that was all he needed to recuperate and finish the night. I have many photos taken during my only claim to rock warrior status. Earl continued to play with them for another 10 years. He joined the band at just the right time. They had a new guitarist 5 months earlier, and he and Earl worked together as the new guys in the band. They settled in the same room and soon began writing music. 4 of their songs made it to the next album. This restarted their career, and they started performing in stadiums again. Over the next 10 years, they recorded 4 more albums, and at the end, they released a best-of compilation, Volumes 1 and 2. The first contained recordings before Earl and Jason, and the second was mostly of themselves. Booger became a financial planner, and Earl invested a lot of money in him. When the group broke up, his investment was $1.7 million, not counting other assets like the 4,000-square-foot house I built for him and the piece of land he bought from his family. Earl got married once, and it lasted about a year. She tried to make it ugly, but all the stuff he made her sign did the trick. She complained that she didn't really understand what she was signing, and the lawyers didn't sympathize with her. The children were grown, all self-sufficient, and the older 2 had started families. Bonnie didn't think she would enjoy being a grandmother, but once she got a glimpse of her first child, she immediately jumped at the chance. We left them at our house a lot. I think she would have moved in with them if she could have done that. She stopped working when our business could support us, helping me in any way she could, coordinating crews, making sure we had the right permits, until she knew almost as much about construction as I did. When JJ went to college, Bonnie came to me with a plan. She wanted to go back to work as a nurse. She got all the necessary certifications and worked as an emergency room nurse for about a month. I came home one day and found her crying on the couch. Our town was small and fairly quiet, but a few gangs from the big city had moved into our neighborhood. They ran into each other, and things went downhill quickly. The emergency room was full. They tried to save them, but 3 died before reaching the hospital, and a 14-year-old literally died in her arms. Bonnie finished her week and never came back. The local police didn't exactly sympathize with the gangs, making it clear that they should stay out of their jurisdiction. 1 gang tried to fight back, and 2 went missing, never to be heard from again. The local police seemed to be like all small-town Southerners. They could fight among themselves like cats and dogs, but if outsiders tried to do something about it, they stood united. The national leader was something of a computer genius, and his best model showed a takeover probability of less than 30%. and a chance that he could lose up to 40 members to jail or worse. He did what many CEOs would do. He left us alone and walked on by, entrenching himself in a neighboring town. About a year before Out Cold released their last album, the band took a 3-month break to rest, recuperate, and write new material. Earl brought his writing partner home, introduced him to us, and soon he was one of us. We even jammed one night. This caught Earl's attention, and soon he had a gig booked for 2 nights at the biggest cafe concert hall in town. He called me to tell me about it. "Bored, I take it? Who's going to play with you?" He looked surprised. "You and Jules. Who else do I need?" Julie hadn't played in years, but we bought her a set and practiced every night for 10 days. We had people sitting with us just jamming, trying to remember our parts. Earl added a couple more amps and another keyboard station in case they wanted to show up. The hall was so full that people weren't allowed in. It seemed like everyone wanted to see a hometown guy who was successful. We played a few Out Cold songs that he and Jason had written, and then moved on to some old rock and blues. Jules sang a few songs, including Tell Mama, an old Etta James song that had the room shaking. The next night, it was almost a high school reunion. In typical Earl style, he and Jason donated all proceeds to local charities, further cementing his status as a local legend. They toured again, energized, and their next album went platinum, thanks mostly to 3 songs Earl and Jason wrote while they were with us. Earl told me that he and Jason were tired of the road and were thinking of calling it quits after the next tour. The decision became moot when the lead singer, drummer, and lead guitarist were killed in a car accident. It wasn't their fault, and an autopsy showed they had no drugs or alcohol in their system. They were returning from breakfast when they were hit. However, the guy who ran the red light had pot in his blood and a blood alcohol content almost twice the legal limit. He was charged with 3 counts of vehicular homicide and asked to plead guilty, but he still did quite a bit of time before he was released. Earl returned home and brought Jason with him. They lived together and released one album simply titled Jason and Earl, which sold about 250,000 copies. Jason came to me wanting to buy a house. Unlike Earl, he wanted a small cottage with a large yard. I built him a 1,500 square foot house with many outdoor additions, such as an 800 square foot patio with an 8-person hot tub. There was a covered walkway leading to the pool and outdoor kitchen, and the yard was landscaped to perfection. He was very happy, and we ended up spending a lot of time with him. Annette moved back to town, and we dragged her along with us. It wasn't love at first sight, but the interest was pretty obvious, and no one was surprised when she moved in with us 8 months later. When Earl passed away, it came as a surprise to him. He didn't drink much, he liked to run, and he was near his ideal weight, but when his heart stopped working, none of that mattered. We found him in the music room, surrounded by memorabilia, gold records, tour posters, an old tattered Fender Precision bass in a lighted cabinet. He was just writing a new song and turned on the recorder. We heard his last breath and his last words in this life. What the fuck? There was a lot about him in the papers, and the funeral was packed. Sure, he was a minor celebrity, but most came because they genuinely liked him, just a good boy like the rest of us who happened to be good. To my surprise, I was appointed executor of his estate, and he had a pretty detailed will. He left Jason all the things left behind from their life together. He left a few of his friends small memories. He left me his old bass and love shack along with the 9 acres of land it stood on. He left me a letter. Grumble. Oh shit. So I'm dead, huh? I thought I was gonna outlive all of you. We had some good times, didn't we, brother? Best part of my life was when we played in that old building. I bought it from my family when they wanted to sell it to a developer. I wanted you to have it if something happened to me, because you'd appreciate it more than anyone else. Maybe you could throw a party in Earl Mazzola's honor. It would bring back memories, wouldn't it? I hope to see you again someday. Maybe we can jam with Hendrix or B.B. King. Tell Julie and Bonnie that I asked to keep an eye on you, and that I love them like the sisters I never had, although I have had carnal thoughts about them. Later, brother, Earl. I was reading the letter in my office, and Jules and Bonnie were with me. I am not ashamed to say that tears flowed down all of us. Most of his estate, nearly $3 million in real estate and investments, went to the county to be used for the sole purpose of expanding children's activities and renovating 2 parks. Typical Earl. At the entrance to the park, which was renamed in his honor, stands a life-size bronze figure of him holding his base. I came home after looking at the cabin and told Bonnie that it wasn't in bad shape, but I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with it. Bonnie and Jules said they would take a look at it, and maybe we could make a decision. Projects started piling up. We had survived the tough years, even buying some distressed properties here and there, and now the economy was booming and people needed homes. I built 4 new houses, remodeled 8 more, and bought more when the opportunity presented itself. Jules seemed to always be at my house, and the girls seemed to be in good spirits and laughing at things I didn't understand. On Wednesday, they demanded that I not work on Saturday, no matter how far behind we were. We had been working 6 days a week for 14 weeks, and we all needed a break. I ended up letting the entire team go Friday and Saturday, paying them for Friday to get a full check. I immediately became the best boss in the world, at least until Monday. July was living with us again. Her last relationship collapsed. She still looked good. She had a good figure and a pretty face, even if it had a few wrinkles. She was a loving, kind woman who just seemed to fall for the wrong guys. We joked that I should make her my second wife. She moved into the spare bedroom and made herself comfortable. Julie didn't have the drive that Bonnie had and just bounced from job to job until Bonnie scolded her and put her in charge of the property. She surprised us all by doing a great job. A few months later, she came to us with an offer to take over a failed project. 11 new homes, all but 2 of which had been completed. Only 3 houses had been sold, and all of them were in foreclosure. The bank picked up the developer and was very eager to unload it. We got it for about 40% of what it would have been worth when the market recovered. We put July in charge, and the first thing she did was to get her real estate license, working under the umbrella of our company. Within 6 months, she sold 5 houses, recouping all of our investment. After that, we started giving her 25% of the profits after realtor fees. One day, it dawned on me that Julie had lived with us for over a year, even though she had the means to move out. One day I asked her about it, and she wept, thinking I was kicking her out. "I feel safe here, Jimmy. I love you guys and the stability you have. I think maybe I'm trying to sort myself out so I can be ready for the next time I fall in love with someone." I assured her she was always welcome, and she relaxed, and the next time we opened the hot tub, she joined us, and both girls giggled at my expression. "Calm down, Jimmy. There isn't a square inch of this body that you don't know in detail. Bonnie said it's okay if you're only looking." I looked at my wife, noticing for the first time that she had lost her suit, and was the same as she had been in July. They both smirked, waiting for my reaction. I just stood up, took off my pants, and soon they were both under my arms, and all the years seemed to melt away. To be clear, nothing happened, although body parts touched, with the usual results. They looked, but didn't touch. When they came out and positioned themselves on their sides, I noticed that both girls had their hair cut, but not completely, only in identical stripes, Bonnie a flaming redhead, and Jules a soft brunette. "My compliments to your hairdresser," I told them, and laughed when they both blushed. Jules recovered first. "I'm glad you approve. If you're interested, I'm sure we could arrange a little trimming." It was my turn to blaze red. They pulled out the wine and slid it back in. We drank 2 bottles, and then we were already wrinkled like prunes. Jules hugged me with her whole body. I jumped up and down and she giggled, but then let go and turned to Bonnie. "There you go, sis. All set to go. I expect a good report in the morning. Before you go, do we have batteries? I think I'm going to need them." She took the towel and wrapped it around her waist. My gaze followed her all the way home. "Hey, eyes on the spot. Let's go see if we can't do something to take the edge off. What do you say?" I lifted her into my arms. Surprising her, I plopped her down on the table. Bonnie let out a light shriek. Feeling eyes on me, I looked up and saw Jules standing in the patio doorway. When Bonnie recovered enough for me to help her up from the table, Jules was gone. Something was wrong. I could feel it. You can't live with someone for decades and not pick up their vibe. Both my girls walked around and smiled secretly, making incomprehensible hints about something I knew nothing about. This sort of thing in the hot tub was almost standard by now, and Jules was getting bolder and bolder, and Bonnie seemed to be encouraging her. We'd had a little too much wine, and I was a little stoned and slow-witted. Jules sat on the edge of the hot tub across from me and started doing something. I remembered that she was pretty vocal. It got interesting when she started humming. "Gimme, gimme, gimme!" She exploded and slid bonelessly into the tub. Bonnie had been stroking me the whole time. Bonnie was panting softly, letting me know she was getting close. Jules giggled and sank down beside me. Bonnie stood up, looked at us and grinned, then slid into the tub and reached out for Jules's hand, her eyes widening before she added her own hand. Finally, I pushed them both away, climbing out of the tub. They just watched and giggled, waiting. "Okay, spit it out. What's going on here? I know you're sending some kind of message, so take pity on the slumbering man and spill it out." They looked at each other, and the smiles slid off their faces. Bonnie started, but Jules stopped her. "Grumpy, honey, come back. Make yourself comfortable, and we'll tell you our thoughts. Just promise us you'll listen." Finally, I lowered myself into the tub, and they pressed themselves against me, holding their hands above the water. "Honey, how many years has Jules lived with us? Don't answer that. It's been many times. This time, it's almost 2 years. She paused, looking at Jules before continuing. "The reason she hasn't moved out is because she's home. She loves us, and we love her. But, honey, she's a mature woman. She has needs. All the men she's had in the past just didn't reach that level, and you were the yardstick she used. We've been talking about this for a long time. We have come to the following decision. First, she stays here, and second, she will be your second wife, with all the benefits and responsibilities of a wife. I can share you because I know you will never betray me, and we will be together for the rest of our lives. Jules has always loved you, and you have always loved her. It's a win-win for everyone." Wow, I didn't expect that to happen. I just stared at them until they lowered their eyes, fidgeting nervously. "So, you've thought of everything, but you missed a few points. First of all, Bonnie, I've had a few moments of Jimmy Carter lusting after my heart, especially Jules, but I've never even considered backing away from our vows. Besides, with all the added benefits come added responsibilities. Now I'll have 2 women to berate me, point out my flaws, run my life without my input, just like you are now. I know you've decided that 2 hot women will be a distraction for the rest of my life, but I'm at the age where not all the blood drains away from my brain. I'll think about it, but if, and that's a big if I do, Jules, I'll consider you as much of a wife as Bonnie. And Bonnie, you'll have to accept that you no longer have my undivided love and attention. There will be someone else, forever. I think I'll go for a drive now to clear my head." I left them in the bathroom, went into the house, put on shorts, sneakers and a t-shirt, jumped in the car, and just drove. I was gone for 3 hours and they called at least 10 times, all of which I ignored. When I got back, they were a pretty low-key couple. Living room now. I didn't even look to see if they were following me. They were sitting on the couch, patting themselves on the spot in the middle. I sat down in the chair across from them. What led to this? Jules looked sad and sighed. "Do you have any idea how many losers there are in our age group? A great many. Most of them have been through at least one rough divorce. Some have kids who decide to make your life hell because you took daddy away. Some are just perverts. And if there are any good ones, they're quickly snatched up. I'm tired of dating guys who are interested in how wealthy I am and how perverted I can be. Men are in short supply compared to women, and I can't help but believe that polygamy will be the next breakthrough. Don't believe me? Did you ever think you'd live to see a time when men would marry men and women would marry women without too many people taking offense to it?" She was right. "That's all well and good, but it's still uncharted territory. If I say yes, will we tell our kids? Our friends? Bonnie, does this mean that somewhere in the future you'll be considering a second husband?" Jules looked shocked, and Bonnie blushed and lowered her eyes. I suddenly had a bad feeling that this polygamy thing might spread. No. Not only no, but hell no. I decided to attack from the flank rather than engage in a direct confrontation. If she's considering others, especially if she's already chosen one, our marriage is over. Do you see that this might lead to my opening anything? If I'm free to do it with both of you, shouldn't you have the same privileges? If that's the direction the bus is going, I'm afraid I'll have to get off. They both started to speak, and I held up my hand. Not a word. Not now. I'm afraid if we start, this will escalate into life-changing decisions. You have my word that we'll come back to this later, but for now, leave it at that. I headed for the workshop. Something about handling power tools that could cripple you if you weren't careful was good for me right now. It would make me focus and not think about what had happened. I had some black walnut that I had harvested 5 years ago, and it was seasoned enough to work with. Our daughter was about to have her firstborn, a baby girl. She was due in 2 months, and I was going to make an old-fashioned cradle for her. The black walnut was complemented with cherry and Sharpie, and the red and white stripe really embellished the piece. I even made one hollow part of the cradle very long, as in the original. The women would sit in the rockers and sew or do other chores with their foot on the long rocking wheel of the cradle. Each time the rocking wheel moved forward, the woman's foot would press on the cradle, causing it to rock to the beat. Joy was very excited and angry with me for not letting her see it until after she had the baby. I was smiling as I worked. Joy was very excited about the baby, and her husband, a good man, was over the moon. He was an only child, and his only requirement in their marriage was that they have at least 3 children. Joy grinned when he told her that. Really? You're going to shy away from 3? I thought I was marrying a real man. They've already picked out names for the 4. Finally, I stopped, admiring the cradle that sat in the clamps, waiting for the glue to dry. I was putting things in order when I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock. Why hadn't the girls called me? And then I remembered why I had come to the workshop in the first place. As I approached the house, I thought about what my life would be like a year from now. The girls were being very quiet. Bonnie timidly told me that my dinner was in the microwave. I heated up the leftovers and ate, rinsing the dishes and loading the dishwasher when I was done. Back in the living room, I turned my attention to the suddenly hushed conversation. I surprised Bonnie by pulling her to me and kissing her, then did the same to Jules. I love you girls no matter what. Now I'm going to shower and go to bed. Good night. I took a shower, half expecting the door to open any minute. But the door didn't open, and to my surprise, no one joined me in bed. I thought I was going to toss and turn, but after a few minutes, I fell asleep. I woke up when Bonnie appeared in bed, but snuggled up against me and dozed off again. The rest of the weekend passed in suspense. Monday morning came, and we were off. Bonnie and I to the construction office and Jules to the real estate firm. A few weeks passed, and I had pretty much put that discussion behind me. Jules and Bonnie had stepped up the flirting, and breakfast together had become quite common. We still cuddled in the hot tub, but there was no repeat of what had happened before. Then came the day my world changed again. The girls threw a dinner party, grilling steaks with all the condiments and homemade ice cream for dessert. They waited until we cleaned up to wow me with their idea. Jules and I went to the shack today. It brought back a lot of memories. It's a shame to let this lovely old building go to waste, and we've been thinking about redecorating and updating it a bit. We thought we could turn it into a small private club and rent it out for events. We could put a few acres of land around it for outdoor events, put picnic tables and a small bandstand. It could be used for outdoor weddings if we renovate everything properly. The interior is quite large, so we could open up some walls, update the plumbing, and have separate bathrooms. We could rent it out for retreats, private meetings, and even put a small bar in there. What do you think? I think you've thought this through carefully. I assume you have hard numbers and plans for the necessary permits. Who will be handling this? Jules pronounced. We've done most of the preliminary work, including the necessary zoning. It shouldn't be difficult. There's mostly farmland around anyway. I'm sure the commissioners will be happy to add to the tax base. I have yet to find out what kind of insurance is required for this kind of activity, and I'm willing to bet it will be pretty high, but we want to get as much coverage as possible. Bonnie jumped up. The work will be done by our crews. I don't like the idea of using outsiders, and we'll have to bring in an architect. We have to make sure the remodeling will include load-bearing walls and such. Why are you trying so hard to sell this? Because this place is titled in your name. Earl left it to you, not us. Anything we do has to be with your written permission. I told them I would think about it. Their disappointment was obvious. I think they expected me to nod and say, "Whatever you want, dear." 2 weeks later, they presented me with their plans. With a little remodeling and perhaps some expansion, they could make it a very nice place for weddings, reunions, and the like. There will still be a small bar, but on the advice of the insurance agent, only so that guests will have somewhere to stock up on alcohol. That way, if someone has an accident or kills someone after they leave the venue, the liability will be on the event organizers, not us. In order to bring in alcohol, they would need to apply for a party permit from the local ABC office, and it would only be valid for the day specified. I had an independent expert that I sometimes used to get a second opinion on some projects I was about to get involved in, and his advice was accurate. He once saved me a lot of money by advising me not to enter into a limited partnership with another builder. When I left, he found another one, quickly took the money and ran away. His partner lost almost $1 million. He came back to me a week later with approval. There are plenty of big venues, but there aren't many small ones around here. Basically, all you have is the VFW hall, and it's pretty shabby, but it's always crowded because there's no competition. I estimate this place will start turning a profit as soon as it opens. I went home and signed a lease renewable every 2 years. I charged them $10 a year and 25% of the profits. This percentage was to pay off the cost of remodeling the premises. At my insistence, they formed a partnership, and my involvement, except as a landlord, was minor. It was their brainchild. The remodeling and landscaping took almost 7 months. Since the house was in my name, I paid the bills through a separate company set up by my accountant and lawyer. I ended up putting almost $500,000 into it. This left our cash reserves at their lowest level in a long time, but we were still making good money, so I wasn't too worried. The building looked great. The fire safety capacity was 240 people. The crew built modular structures, such as a bandstand that could be easily dismantled and stored in a back building, and tables and chairs needed for the big event when not in use. There were hardwood floors, beautiful chandeliers, and even a fireplace. The bathrooms were state-of-the-art and looked very elegant. The bar was small and understated, but large enough for the largest crowd. The outside area was landscaped, gazebos and picnic tables were arranged to complement each other, and a playground was set up for the kids in the crowd. All of this was enclosed by a privacy fence. The last thing we wanted was for any child to hurt themselves on our equipment when no one was around. They found the original store sign in the barn that belonged to Earl's uncle and restored it. They installed it above the entrance under a spotlight. Abernathy's Mercantile and Farm Supplies, in 3-foot letters. They took it to name the establishment in Earl's honor. Our first event was free of charge. Annette's youngest daughter was getting married. Her finances were tight, and she refused Jason's help, even though he offered. Eventually, daughter Bethany pulled herself together. "You have to let him help, Mom. Let him participate in this day. I've already asked him to walk me down the aisle, and he'll be in all the family photos. Get over your anger at my donor and let him in." Jason offered to pay us, but we declined. "Let's consider this a dress rehearsal for future events. This girl is practically a niece to us and a daughter to you. Think of it as a family deal." The hall was almost completely filled. Flowers decorated the hall, the lights were dimmed, and the excellent sound system worked flawlessly. Bonnie held one of my hands, and Jules held the other as we watched the service. I felt a warm and fuzzy glow, remembering my own wedding. Then I looked at Jules and saw tears in her eyes. I knew she was thinking about both of her failed marriages. I squeezed her hand a little tighter, and she smiled weakly at me. As soon as the service was over, people came running into the hall and began moving chairs out of their seats and arranging them around small tables set up around the edges of the dance floor. A small orchestra took the place of the gazebo. In the middle of the second number, Jason stepped to the microphone with an acoustic guitar. He played a song he had written for Bethany called simply "Daughter." By the time the last chords subsided, there wasn't a dry eye in the audience. After that day, whenever anyone saw her wedding pictures, she would point to a picture of Annette and Jason, saying that was her mom and dad. The service was filmed by just about anyone with a cell phone, and the song went viral in a matter of days. 4 or 5 agents contacted him, demanding he sell the song or let them place it with one of their artists. Instead, he gave it away for free to a local singer who was making a name for himself in country music. He engineered and produced the song, which led to him producing the entire album. It included 2 other songs that he co-wrote with the singer. The song "Daughter" reached number 3 on the country music charts and number 6 on the pop music charts. 2 other songs reached the top 10 on the country music charts. Suddenly, he became very much in demand and retired. He told Annette that if she didn't have his ring on her finger in 3 months, he would ask her to move out. That was the ring she needed, and we had another wedding for free. The popularity of the song brought an unexpected benefit. People saw what a good venue we had, and soon we had reservations all booked up for months in advance. We hosted many weddings, family reunions that were held mostly on the picnic area, and often included full meals, corporate retreats, and private parties. It was the place for reunions. In fact, we held our 25th reunion there. It was nice to see old friends, some of whom we hadn't seen in years. Jason was there with Annette. Will came with wife number 4 and stayed as far away from Annette as he could. Booger showed up as well as Gordy and her husband. We all sort of promised to see each other more often, but I knew it was mostly nostalgia and alcohol. The old crowd couldn't be happy with how the place had changed. Will grinned, looking at the dance floor. Seems like it was yesterday when we were all in here sliding around on the oiled floor. I grinned back. I have a hard time not picturing it every time I'm here. Wild times, huh? Yeah, I wonder what it would be like now. Bonnie and Jules look even better now than they did in high school, and Annette is still a vixen. I don't usually tell people this, but Grace and I lead a pretty free-spirited lifestyle. It would be nice to take a trip down memory lane. I laughed and said I would tell the girls about it. I thought it would be as funny to them as it was to me. I didn't realize that Bonnie had come up behind me, and that conversation had changed the course of our marriage. The love triangle. Second chapter. A few months went by. Jules had given up on me and was dating a guy I thought was pretty decent. She seemed comfortable with him and stayed with him almost every weekend and a few weekdays. I figured it was only a matter of time before she moved out again. She met him when she was showing him the house. He had gone through a difficult divorce a few years before, and when he had the opportunity, he moved out. Bonnie was Bonnie, warm and loving, but I noticed her staring off into space more and more often. She often spent nights at the joint with Jules. Will and his current wife were now part of our social circle. He and Annette had reconciled, but their daughter refused to acknowledge him, calling Jason Daddy every chance she got when Will was around. It was Jason and Annette's turn to have a weekend away. Everything was going great. The food was delicious, the company was great, and the booze was plentiful. I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but someone said we should get in the hot tub. Problem was, no one had brought their suits. Jules grinned and took off her top, leaving her in shorts and a peach bra. She twirled around a bit, while her boyfriend laughed and slid into the tub. He dropped his shorts and shirt, leaving him in just his panties. Who wears those anyway? Soon Will and his new wife entered. He stripped down to his silk boxers, and she stripped down to her bra and thong. Annette and Jason came in next, followed by Booger and Jenny, and then it was just Bonnie and me. She was wearing a beautiful sundress with nothing on underneath. She swayed slightly, slowly unbuttoning the dress until it came undone and a puddle spilled out onto the deck. She was definitely agitated. The other girls and guys applauded, and soon a pile of bras was forming on the sidelines. I shook myself off and joined them. We all sat and laughed, relaxing and having a good time. The girls asked for another round of drinks, and Jason and I headed to the bar, mixing and preparing drinks until we had poison for everyone. A few minutes passed, and I noticed that while we were gone, there had been a shuffle at the bar. Bonnie ended up on one side of Will, Jules on the other. The only empty seat was next to Will's wife. I frowned more and more, and just as I got to the tub, the jets turned off. Almost everyone was completely unclothed. Bonnie looked up, giggling, and turned white when she saw the look on my face. Fuck it! I threw the drinks into the tub, grabbed Will's head and pressed it against one of the jets. People screamed, and Jason grabbed me. He fell face first into the tub. I grabbed my clothes and got out, ignoring the screams and calls as I made my way to the car. People were just coming out of the front door when I stopped. I noticed that Bonnie still hadn't gotten out. My phone rang almost immediately. I remembered that Bonnie, Jules, and I had the same phone plan, and one of the features was a location app. We had hooked it up mostly for Jules because she had real estate, and we could tell where the other was at a glance. I stopped and took the battery out, disconnecting everything. Now they'd find me like hell. I didn't want to be found, so I went to the beach, which was 2.5 hours away. I was only wearing soaked shorts and a t-shirt, so I stopped by the supermarket and bought a pair of boxers, 2 shorts, 2 pairs of jeans, and 3 t-shirts. I also bought a new pair of sneakers and a few pairs of socks. I changed clothes at the store, stuffing everything into a small bag. A few miles from the beach, I found a pretty decent place, a small independent motel that wasn't connected to anything. For 3 days, I thought, drank a little, and learned to fish off the pier. Bonnie knew I didn't like the beach and didn't think to look for it. I went to a beach we had never visited and found that I liked it. I used ATMs twice on the way out of town and withdrew the maximum amount, so I paid cash for almost everything. I took a lot of time and thought it over carefully. There were too many warning signs. Individually, they meant nothing, but put together they painted a portrait of deception. Something stank, and it wasn't the old shrimp I was using as bait. On the 4th day, I headed home wondering if I had another one. There was no one there except my daughter Joy, left behind, no doubt to guard the house in case I showed up. She greeted me with a big hug, but was somewhat reserved. You know I was supposed to call if you showed up. I don't know what happened, but Mom and Aunt Julie are furious. They've had a few spats in the last couple days, something about a failed plan and an unexpected reaction, but they're not sharing anything. If I had to guess, Mom did something monstrously stupid, and Aunt Julie was in on it. That's where it ends. She grinned. As I expected soon. So, should I call or not? Go ahead. You can tell them I still look incredibly pissed off, and they might want to go soft because it's true. Tell them that if they come in with guns drawn, it might be the last shot of their lives. Joy stepped back, her eyes widening. Daddy, are we going to have to split the vacation? I want my little girl to know both grandparents, not separately. I kissed her cheek. No guarantees, baby. It doesn't change the way I feel about you, and it never will. Where is she? It would probably make me feel a lot better if I was holding something innocent and pure in my arms. She's dozing, but it's about time she woke up. I'll call her. Soon I was lying in my favorite rocker, marveling at the purity of my new life. She was old enough to pay attention to her surroundings, and everything was a wonder to her. I heard the door open, but I didn't look up. Joy left, saying we had to take the baby for the weekend so she and her husband could resume their romantic relationship. I laughed and said that was too much information, but suggested she make the most of it. Finally, they cleared their throats, and I looked up. They looked like they hadn't slept well, and that pleased me a little. Jules spoke first. Where's Joy? Left to rekindle an affair with her husband. That shot made them flinch. Honey, we need to talk. I smirked at Bonnie, but there was no mirth in my smile. You got that right. Before you start, there's something I need to know. It's important, and if I catch you in a lie, our marriage is over. Don't try to get away with it. Don't try to sugarcoat it. Just tell me the truth. Was what happened in the hot tub planned? A silence ensued that practically gave me the answer I needed. That's the way it was. No, well, not really. Jules spoke, and I focused on her. Then what exactly was it? Well, we were talking about reliving the past, just joking around, you know? Then Will and Grace began to share their experiences, talking about the excitement of their new lovers and how it had made their marriage stronger. Jason talked about some of the things he'd done while he was in the band, and Annette admitted that she'd been in a relationship with a guy that involved a bit of a switch. So all of our friends are the same people. Strange that I never noticed that, but that still doesn't explain the hot tub. We were having a good time, you know? Everyone was a little looser, and the flirting got more and more intense as the night went on. You were in a really good mood, so Jules and I talked about it in the bathroom and decided it was a good time to push the boundaries and see how you took it. Bonnie stopped, and Jules took the banner. That was just fun, honey. We didn't expect it to go this far. You seemed comfortable, and when you went out to get drinks, Will suggested we go further, so it went from there. Well then, what did my reaction show you? We miscalculated a lot. We had to pass Will mouth to mouth. He's really pissed at you. Bonnie looked like she was a little disappointed in me. My heart bleeds for him. Tell him I look forward to seeing him again, and we can discuss this like adults. Is this code for beating the crap out of him? We'll find out when I see him again, won't we, Jules? Now, Bonnie, what do you want to do about the divorce? Bonnie went very, very pale, and Jules pressed her hand to her mouth. Divorce? Are you out of your mind? Okay, I'm a little out of my mind. I've never done anything like this before, and it wasn't a big deal. I'll never do anything like that again if it means my marriage. I noticed you didn't say you wouldn't do it again because you think it's a bad idea. This is your only chance, Bonnie. Tell me the truth. Why do you want to switch? She hung her head and spoke so quietly, I almost couldn't hear her. You guys had a lot of partners and experience. I sometimes yearn when Annette and Jules talk about the old days. I've never experienced anything like that. You know you were my first and only lover. Who's to blame? I seem to remember you sliding across the floor like the rest of us. Why didn't you do something about it then? If you needed the experience, then it was about time you did something about it. I was afraid. Then you became such a wonderful lover that I forgot about it. But it was always there, hidden deep. I love our life together, darling, but I'm not getting any younger, and I'd like to experience something like what you had just once. I think if I could do it just once, I could get rid of it. I sighed. You know, when we did the shuffle, we were all young and unattached to each other. Now we've come full circle. Most of us have kids older than we were then. We've built a life based on certain principles. Are you willing to destroy all of that for the satisfaction of a desire? What if things don't work out the way you'd like, ties are broken, and new relationships are formed? Will we start exchanging favorites all the time? What if one of us says no, that he's had enough? Will his partner be able to continue the relationship without the other? No, it's only going to be one time, honey. I swear. You swore to give up all the others, but now you want to renegotiate. What about diseases? When we did this the first time, no one had heard of AIDS, herpes, or chlamydia. Do you really think it's a good idea to risk everyone's health for a little physical satisfaction? We all went through testing and presented the results to the others before we started work. Really? What about the other night? If I hadn't slowed down, you all would have spent the evening together. Jules blushed. We've been tested before. The whole group? Bonnie replied. Yes. I was so angry I was having trouble breathing. Let me get this straight. You coordinated everything up until the moment you took the tests? And this is after you told me it was unplanned and just happened. You know, I think back to that night, and I can't help but wonder why you were so heavy on the booze. If it had gone any further, I would have been out of my depth. Was I supposed to just watch while everyone else enjoyed themselves? That's cold. Not even, honey. I already told them you were clean, and I had the paper at home to prove it. I just forgot to bring it. I looked at her and couldn't believe that I had once thought I knew this woman. So you were going to start this grand adventure with a lie, betraying everyone else's trust? How do you know that everyone else's results weren't tampered with, or the old results weren't altered in some way? How can I trust anyone now? I need to step away for an hour or so to try to think this through. Don't follow me, don't call me, just leave me alone, and I promise I'll be back tonight. I handed the baby to Jules and walked out the door. Bonnie tried to hug me, but when she looked me in the eye, she pulled back. In retrospect, it wasn't the best idea to go to the neighborhood pub we'd all frequented for years. I talked to a few people, then grabbed my beer and sat in the darkest corner. People soon realized I wasn't in a talkative mood and left me alone. That was until Jason and Booger showed up. I could see them from my table, and I wondered if they were just there for a beer, or if they were on a mission. All thoughts of it being a coincidence faded away as they stood for a moment, scanning the room and heading towards me. Mind if we sit down? If I did? Before you do, look me in the eye and tell me who sent you. Jason blushed. No one sent us. Jules and Bonnie called us and said you were back and we could probably find you here. We decided to come by and talk. First of all, I have to apologize. Jules and Bonnie led us to believe that you were okay with our little plan. You caught us off guard when you lost your temper. I take it you're not interested? Absolutely not. But Bonnie can't wait, so she'll probably join without me. Tell Will that if I find out she's been gambling, I'll divorce her and name all of you in the lawsuit. I'm not settling for a quiet settlement or mediation. I want this to come out. I want it to be made public. It might be worth considering that this is an attachment alienation state, and one case just settled for $1.2 million. We're all pretty well off. Think about that for a minute. Jason turned a little pale and looked like he wanted to be anywhere in the world, but where he was now. Booger just kept walking forward. Will says, "You think I care what Will says? God, is he really that charismatic? He won't have to worry about girls. If you keep doing what you're doing right now, you say Will says one more time and I'll punch you right in the mouth." God damn it. Listen to me for a fucking minute, okay? Will says, "I've been going to this bar for over 20 years, and this was the first time I got kicked out. Tom, the owner, escorted me out himself. Damn it, boy. What the hell happened back there? I've known you since you were 10 years old, and that's the first time I've ever seen you hit a guy. I'm sorry, Tom. My life seems to have turned into a series of first meetings. Can I call you to get some bail money?" He laughed. It had been our standing joke ever since I turned 16. I was about to do something stupid, but he stopped me. "Kid, if you keep this up, you're going to go to jail. If you do and you need bail, call me." "Will you come and get me?" He laughed. "Fuck no. You got yourself into whatever you got locked up for, and you can find your way out. But call me, I'll give you a good laugh." Tom clapped me on the back and told me to be sure to come to the darts tournament on Saturday. I stood there with Jason and Booger. Booger was holding a towel to his face to stop the bleeding. "You knocked the toe out of my typhoid." Of course, because of the swelling and the towel pressed to his mouth, his speech was slurred, but I got the gist of it. "Be glad we were sitting, Booger. If we'd been standing, I'd have knocked them out." Jason held out his hand. "Are we okay?" "Not even remotely. I need you all to stay away from me for a while. I think it's for the best." Both girls waited for my return, looking scared to death. "I can't believe you hit Booger." "I would have preferred it to be Will, but you have to work with what you have. I'm going to bed." It was several hours before Bonnie slipped quietly into our bed. She lay there for a while, and then tentatively reached out and touched my arm. "I love you, sweetie." I just lay there, watching her steady breathing. She knew I was awake, but she was smart enough not to say anything. When I finally woke up, she was practically lying on top of me. I didn't pay much attention to it. She'd been sleeping like that since we'd first been in bed together. I exhaled, trying not to wake her, and went to take a shower. When I came out, she was gone, and delicious smells wafted through the house. I could hear them talking quietly. I wondered, then wondered shamefully, if they were up to something new and didn't want me to hear. They froze when I walked in, shock reflected on their faces as I kissed one and then the other. "Good morning, girls. What are you having for breakfast?" This must be how a king feels, I thought, as they piled on top of each other serving breakfast. I kept the conversation light, sticking to neutral topics like joy and our new granddaughter. Finally, they started to relax as I started talking to them about what I was thinking about. I don't want to hear anything more about the past. I still can't accept that my wife wants to spend her evenings with other people. Before you get upset, Bonnie, that's just the way it is. You said yourself that there are no feelings. It's just a chance to experience what a man is like, which means it's an evening in the roughest way possible. Besides, we'll be staying away from all your potential exchange partners for a while. Each of you have been plotting behind my back, and I'm not at all thrilled about it. I don't care if you understand or think it's right. If you don't want to follow the program, just tell me, and we'll have Jerry start the paperwork." Both women turned pale. Jerry, Geraldine for short, was our attorney. She practiced almost exclusively business law, but there were those in her firm who specialized in family law. I always thought that title was an oxymoron. Where's the family if you're contributing to its disintegration? 3 months of uneasy truce followed. Jules moved out for a while, living with her boyfriend, but after 2 months, she came back. I never asked, and she never said, but I knew how she behaved, and the romance was over. Bonnie bounced around the shadows for about 3 weeks before we found our way back to each other. By the time Jules moved in with us, we were almost back to normal. Our social life was a little limited because the only person in our company I talked to was Jason, and Bonnie knew better than to meet him alone. About 6 weeks after the hot tub incident, I received an email on my business website. Jason was tired of renting a studio and wanted to build his own. He needed about 2,500 square feet for a studio, with offices and editing rooms on the top floor. It was a nearly $1 million project, and he wanted me to build it. I understand if you say no. It's just that until what happened, you were my closest friend. Earl always talked about what a stand-up guy you were, but I thought he was a bullshitter until I got to know you better. Besides, you're one of the most reliable builders in the state. If you do this, I'll be sure it'll be done right. We won't even have to see each other. Think about it." For a week I did, and then one evening I showed up at his door. Annette answered and her jaw dropped. I grinned at her reaction. "Hey, Net, is Jason here?" They both hugged me so tightly that I felt a little uneasy, but then I remembered why I'd been avoiding them and tensed up. But after sitting at their kitchen table for a while and sipping a couple beers, I remembered that they had been my friends for a long time. It's not for me to judge them. We talked for 2 hours, mostly about the project. I made a lot of notes on my laptop, told Jason that I only knew the architect, and would ask him to draw the plans. He hadn't found a place to build yet, and I advised him to ask Jules to look for one. After all, that's what she was doing. After we finished our business, we sat in silence for a while. Finally, I broke it with one word. "Why?" Annette took the lead. "Bonnie has always been the baby of the group. We all went through a lot when she came into your lives. She knew what we were doing back then, but we were just kids. And once you got serious, you stayed loyal to her. She knows that, Grunt. But when we got together and talked about the wild times, she had no idea what it was like." Wait a minute. I never talked about those times in general terms. I didn't think it would be respectful to Bonnie. She sighed. "Not you or any of the guys. It always came up when it was just us girls and we were drinking wine. Maybe we exaggerated a little, but not much. You were a stud back then, honey. Tanned and muscular, with unruly hair and a slow smile. You were also considerate of all of us, and didn't hesitate if any of us needed protection." She stopped smirking. "You know what? Of all the guys in our circle, you and Jason are the only ones in good shape. You still have muscle, and the gray in your hair makes you look pretty damn nice. I doubt any of us thought we'd ever get to the state we're in now." Then Will came back, and he brought Grace. I think we've all lived their stories. Will started to press her. Grace was around, showing off, distracting the guys. Then they'd have an exchange. She'd talk to us, and he'd tell the guys what an adventure it would be. And it would be safe. We would stick to just us, be discreet, and never say anything unnecessary. He said the group they left behind had been around for 20 years. At first it was just nonsense, but the seed was laid. Then we started discussing how we would do it and when we could do it. We discussed health, and again Will said we should always have a rule calling for clean health. Then, even though it wasn't openly discussed, the planning began. Everybody knew except you. Will said that you would be the hardest to deal with, and we should bring you up to the idea. Then came the night in the hot tub. We were all tipsy, and when we took off our clothes. You seemed amused by what we were doing, and we decided to go for it, to go as far as we could. If Jason hadn't accidentally unplugged the tub and the jets hadn't stopped, who knows where that would have led. But it happened, and it was too much, too soon. I seriously thought you were going to drown Will. Jason had bruises for weeks. Jason joined in. In hindsight, we realize it was wrong to set you up like that. I wanted to be upfront from the beginning, but Will talked about how well he knows you, and it was better to make it easy on you. I just stared at them until they started moving awkwardly. Have you done anything yet? No. Will insisted on doing without you by letting Bonnie in, but she quickly quashed that thought. That would be cheating, and I will never have an affair behind my husband's back. He has to be with us, all or nothing. I can still see the fire in her eyes. It made Will fixate on her, but other than that conversation the day after you left, she hasn't spoken to him or any of us until recently. We still have wine parties and the subject keeps coming up. Does Bonnie still want to go forward? Annette lowered her gaze to the kitchen table, swirling her wine glass. I'm sorry, Grunt, but it does. It's tearing her apart. She says it'll only be one time, and then it'll be over. Then, when we all talk, we'll have memories in common. We're all getting older, honey. She wants to do it before menopause, while she still feels attractive. I stood up. I'm going to go home. You've given me a lot of food for thought. I feel like I need to talk to everyone who wants to participate one-on-one, to try to get the big picture, with everyone except Will or his wife. I still feel they tried to stab me in the back, and I want nothing to do with them. I'll have Jules look for a place that suits your needs, Jason. I came home and told Jules about the project, asking her to keep an eye on it. Jason spread the word, and I started getting visitors to my office. Everyone knew that I usually did my paperwork just before the end of the day, and that's when they came. John. Jules' boyfriend came in first. Even though Jules had moved back home, they still saw each other. I'd never interacted with him that much, but it only took me 5 minutes to realize he had no backbone whatsoever. What's more, he seemed quite submissive. Maybe that was why she'd kept him around. But Jules gravitated toward confident men, and he had a limited shelf life, I realized. He was almost pathetic in his eagerness to tell me what he thought I wanted to hear, and I immediately dismissed almost everything he said. I did ask him a few questions, though. You were already married, right? He nodded. Why aren't you now? He took a minute trying to figure out how to phrase it. We started out very well. Then, after about 4 years, we started drifting apart. Then she had girls' nights out with her friends, and after about 5 months, she came home smirking. It was a little ruffled, and I noticed it was missing a sleeve. I'm not going to lie to you. I met a guy, we had a drink, he was cute, and the first thing you know, we ended up in a motel. I loved it. If we stay together, you'll have to get used to me playing every now and then, but I'll always come home and act as discreet as possible. If you still love me, take me to bed right now. I'm still worked up, and it would be the perfect ending to a perfect evening. What did you do? I spent the evening with her. She was a wild woman. It was probably the best night of my life. She apologized the next day, but 2 weeks later, she went out on a date. She always insisted we spend the evening as soon as she got home. Finally, after 6 months, she just didn't come home. By then, I was tired of the whole mess, so I happily agreed to the divorce. It may have hurt him, but I was pretty frank. It seems to me that you have a taste for humiliation and sloppy seconds. Is that your way of surviving your marriage? If so, I have to say it won't end well, especially with Jules. She needs a confident man, and you're not that man, Bubba. Honestly, I think the only reason she's still dating you is so she can have a partner when the exchange starts. Your expiration date is approaching very quickly. Most guys would have been furious. He just sighed. That was pretty much the end of the conversation. Then I talked to Jules, invited her to lunch without Bonnie, got takeout, drove to the site and set up in the picnic area. Jules, are you sure about this? I know what we've done in the past, but it was just a bunch of kids goofing around. Back then, no one was related to anyone. Now we're mostly married and our connections go back decades. Is it really worth it to mess up a relationship? Possibly beyond recognition? She spoke as if she had thought it over carefully. I had my doubts at first, but I'm not taking that risk like most of you. We both know John will never be a life partner, so if we do split up, it's going to happen anyway. Who doesn't want to relive their glory days? Plus, if I do this, I'll have a chance to look out for you guys. Honestly, when it comes down to it, Bonnie might back out. If that happens, I'll be your way out. If she decides to back out, she won't need an exit strategy. We'll just up and leave. I don't think anyone will be stupid enough to try and stop us. If I do hurt their feelings, I certainly won't lose sleep over it. We talked some more, but eventually got repetitive and we changed the subject. Since we shared a moment, I asked her what she thought was wrong with her marriages. The first one was just a total loser, but I was too in love with him to notice. He reminded me a little of you at first. When his true nature started to shine through, I realized I had made a big mistake. Did you know that one of our worst fights was because of you? I was somewhat discouraged by this. Why would you fight over me? He had just lost his 3rd job and was whining when I finally lost it. I got tired of listening to his excuses, so I told him to be courageous. I used you as an example and he couldn't take it. This man never went to college. I have a master's degree in business. Grumpy is the perfect nickname for him because that's all he is and ever will be. She grinned at the memory. I lit him up. Yes, I told him. He's just a high school graduate working in construction. However, this man had never lost a job in his life. Every time he changed employers, they begged him to stay. He grudgingly took a job with his own company, owns a beautiful home, and has a wonderful family. What a loser. Let's see. You have a master's degree. You've been fired 3 times and quit once, just before you got the axe for incompetence. We can barely afford to rent this apartment, can't afford to have kids, and our cars are old and barely run. Yes, education will always beat hard work, don't you agree? Now Jules laughed. I thought he was going to explode. He even pulled back to hit me. I told him to try it, that I was a better man than him on my worst day, and I was ready to prove it. Instead of hitting me, he just stormed off. 2 weeks later, I filed a lawsuit. Jules replaced her smile with a frown. Derek was different. He worked hard, tried to succeed. He even had a 5-year plan, like the Chinese did at the beginning of communism. It turned out to be about the same. He hid everything well, and it wasn't until we'd been married 6 months that the cracks started to show. The problem with his plan was that it wasn't his plan. I believed that marriage should be a partnership, and he believed that a woman should be submissive and stay at home. When I disagreed, he would get violent. He wasn't afraid to hit a woman and then threaten her if she didn't comply. I was shocked. "Why didn't you call me?" She grinned. "You would have killed him." "No, I handled it my way. I waited until he was asleep, and then I put a brick in his sweatshirt and wrapped him in blankets. I beat him half to death. It took him a few minutes to get out of the blankets, and by then I had already beaten the anger out of him. The final blow came on his balls. I bet he flew 6 inches off the ground and was cold by the time he landed. I packed up what I wanted and was heading back to his place to knock again when he stirred. After I left, he probably wasn't in the mood for love for quite some time. Can you believe he had the nerve to call the police? They came and questioned me. I showed them my bruises, black eye, and busted lip, and told them I didn't start the fight. I just finished it. They refused to arrest me. I found out later that his balls were so bruised they almost took one. They should have taken both. He would have been much calmer, like a bull, instead of a pretend bull. Damn, Jules, your taste in men sucks. Have you never met the right mister? Her eyes clouded over for a moment. Yes, but I was very young and gave it away. I've always regretted it. Besides, for that matter, there's one man I've always wanted to try. And no, you won't know who it is. I hope you have enough love in your heart to let Bonnie fulfill her fantasy, because I'm afraid she'll do it without you, and we both know how that could end. Would you hold me for a little while? We sat at the table until dusk, until she snuggled up against it, and watched the birds flitting around the feeders I had built and hung. Then I talked to Jenny, again at our establishment, but this time inside. I made Booger wait in the car. I poured her a white wine, which I knew she preferred, and waited until she had a second glass before asking, "Do you really agree with that?" She said yes, but it came out very weakly. "I don't believe you. I think Booger was messing with you. Jenny, you're 10 years younger than Bonnie, and before you, she was the youngest in the group. You're an attractive woman, and I can't help but lust after you. You'll be very popular if this happens. Every man will want a hot new girl like that. Can you live with that?" The harshness of my words hurt her, so I continued. "It won't be love, Jenny. It will be lust. Crude, insensitive, mind-blowing. Will you be able to look at yourself in the mirror the next morning and not feel shame? Will you ever be able to look at your husband in the same light again, knowing that he made you do it? This is about your body. Do you think Booger will care how you feel as long as he gets his? He won't. Not for a while. When the rush of lust wears off, the doubts will come. Then he'll do what we all do every time we get together. We'll look at each other and wonder if our wives think we're better lovers, and the wives will watch each other like hawks, analyzing every word and action, wondering if their husbands have any feelings for you. It will turn into a vicious cycle that has no good ending." She was already crying profusely, but she didn't resist as I hugged her, telling her how much I had always admired her as a person. Finally, she stopped crying and started hiccuping, and then she grinned. "You don't waste many words, do you, Grunt? I've been thinking the same thing. I just haven't had the courage to articulate it. I'll really have to think about it. Booger won't be pleased." "Booger doesn't need to live with you, but you do." She smiled and tried to flirt. "Are you really going to turn down the chance to be a young, hot new girl?" "If it ever happens, I'll beat everyone else to death to get to you first. Count on it." She chuckled. "If we do, I'll make sure you're the first. Or maybe you'll be the last. We'll just close the door and spend the night getting to know each other better." "Go away! You're making my mood rise at the thought of it. Seriously, Jen, be true to yourself first." She stood up and surprised the hell out of me by giving me a hot kiss. Then she pulled away, giggled again, and staggered toward the door. She stopped right in front of the door, looked over her shoulder, and winked. She slowly spun around a few times, giving me an attentive look, then took the dress and unlocked the door. This is just an example of what could be yours. I won't talk about anything, and his imagination will run wild. By the way, he hates it when you call him Booger. Would you like me to send him over? I don't care what he thinks. I don't need to talk to him. Everyone knows perfectly well what he thinks of Ida. You're too good for him, Jenny. I hope you realize that before it's too late. Just as I didn't need to talk to Booger, I didn't need to talk to Will or his wife. They were the ones who originated the idea. I talked to Jason. He grinned and said he'd spent enough years in the rock and roll lifestyle to know what he was getting into. And Annette lived with a guy who was into that sort of thing, so she was okay with it. Do you really think it won't ruin a friendship? Maybe. That's why Annette and I decided I wouldn't take turns with Bonnie. I want to be able to look you in the eye. I believe you, but a penny for a pound. If I go, Bonnie will be fair game, and I'll never hold a grudge against you. He grinned. Well then, I agree. Everything will be fine, Grunt, as long as everyone maintains control. I agreed, wondering how a bunch of people with free passes and lots of alcohol could maintain control. There was a late addition, or rather two. Vicky and Rhonda, two girls who had hung out with us when we were younger, were still good friends of Annette's. One night after a few drinks, she let them know she wanted to join in. None of us knew it at the time, but they were already lovers then. When they showed up, I asked them if they expected the men to leave them alone. God, I hope not. That would make no sense to us. We're not fanatics about it. We like to spend time like this from time to time. Don't forget you've been with both of us. It'll just be fun for us. A few nights like this, and then we'll go back to our lives. We'll use this night to fuel fantasies for years to come. Let us in, baby. We can handle it. Don't tell me you wouldn't like to get your hands on them again. Rhonda remained thin. Vicky had gained maybe 30 pounds. They laughed at the look on my face as Rhonda helped her pull her top over. She took her time. They kissed my cheeks and promised me many more if they were invited. I thought about everything I discussed with the players for a long time. I even did a little research on the internet. Everything I learned depressed me even more. From what I learned, swingers made up less than 1% of adult couples, and half of them divorced soon after starting this lifestyle. Those who did it just once did better, but within 3 years of doing it, half of those couples were divorced. Bonnie was extremely attentive, but I could see that she was trembling at the thought of us having to move on. Jules wisely held her own. One evening, once we had eaten dinner, I looked at them. I'll do it. A collective sigh echoed in the hall, and Bonnie finally asked, What do we do, sweetheart? Exchange, just once and never discuss again when we're done, and I'll have terms. Bonnie threw herself into my lap, followed by Jules. Then they pulled me close to them. To hell with the dishes. Come on, honey. We're going to give you a little test. The girls were shocked to the core when I said no. No. Remember, I said this is for once, and I meant it. This is going to last. We need to focus on logistics. I do not want to be in the same room where my wife is spending the evening with someone not me. I don't think I can live up to that sight. And it can't be someone's house. Everything has to happen on neutral territory. Again, I don't want to go to someone's house and remember the sounds of the evening echoing in my head. There are a couple other things I'm going to need, and they are absolutely non-negotiable. If you can't live with that, I'll wish you luck, and we'll try to part as painlessly as possible. Jules and Bonnie stared at me. Bonnie looked a little panicked. Damn, Grunt, you're sucking all the fun out of me. I don't think it's going to be that much fun. I'm just trying to minimize the impact it will have on all of us. Just so you know, in talking with the rest of your little group, I've discovered one pattern. In almost every case, there is one partner who likes the idea much more than the other. And some couples have no warm and fuzzy feelings toward the idea at all. I predict at least 2 divorces in less than a year. Why do you keep referring to your friends as my band? Well, Bonnie, it wasn't my group. I wasn't privy to any of the discussions, planning, plotting, and manipulation that went on. You all conspired behind my back, and real friends would never do that. I'm beginning to doubt if I even knew them at all. I sighed. Or you. There was no hot evening that night, not with anyone. It took 3 weeks before they came up with an acceptable plan. We talked a little, but everyone was under strict orders never to mention it in my presence. Several times, I noticed Will looking at me, a smug smirk appearing on his face. I wondered if that smirk would remain, after he found out what I was up to. We were going to a resort, somewhere in a hot climate where the beaches were clothing free. I suspect that was the girls' plan for the night. We were going to spend 3 nights there. The first was for couples only, the second was a big event, and the third was a time of recovery and reunion. I hoped. We were leaving on Thursday. On Friday, I gave Bonnie the final terms. She didn't know where we were going until we pulled into the parking lot. Why are we here? Does Jerry have business papers we need to sign? Something like that. Jerry greeted us, not knowing what to think about what I needed. I asked if they were ready, and she handed me a stack of papers. She then led us into a small conference room and closed the door. Bonnie looked very nervous. What's that? Fail-safes. They're pretty simple. Read them, think about them for a while, and then tell me if you agree. If not, then it's cancelled, and you must never mention it again. I'll give you some privacy. I knew it would take her a long time, and I hadn't had lunch yet, so I went into a neighborhood store and picked up one of their famous Reubens. I was surprised that I was able to eat. 45 minutes later, I walked back in. She started to work and put her phone back in her purse. I grinned, thinking that there might be some disappointed people here now. Her tone was accusatory. You seem to think it won't work out between us. Don't you have any faith in me at all? Not as much as me. When a man's wife tells him she wants to spend the evening with other men, it kind of undermines your confidence. I don't feel like I'm asking for anything unreasonable. I'm basically just putting in writing what you promised. Jerry says it's very unusual, but perfectly legal. Think of it as a contract, because if you don't fulfill your promise, it stays in effect without any negotiation. If you keep your promises, nothing bad will happen. Is there any doubt? The papers were a contract that included a post-nuptial agreement. We'd never entered into a prenup because we'd had nothing from the beginning, and I'd never had any reason to doubt her. Legalities aside, the paperwork only stated that we both agreed to one night with different partners, never repeated or discussed. At any time after that event, and the agreement was signed, if anyone spent the evening with anyone other than their married partner, the divorce would be immediate. The cheater would receive 35% of the assets, and the faithful would receive 65%. The divorce was uncontested, and if the losing partner still decided to try, he or she would lose another 10%. On that last section, I absolutely insisted. Bonnie could never, ever enter into a relationship with one Will Fortner. If she had, she would have been served papers. Furthermore, it stated that he could not attend the upcoming event. He was the one who was tearing my world apart, and I saw no reason to let him capitalize on the situation. I hoped that would be enough for the group to cancel the whole thing. He'll be beyond furious. He's the one who started all this and pretty much planned it all. The others, I'm sure, won't be thrilled. Is this really necessary? Bonnie, look me in the eye and tell me you want this marriage to last. You get your fantasy, so I expect some sweat from you. If you can't, well, let's move on to plan B. I had hoped that common sense would prevail, but apparently lust takes over common sense more often than not. I agree, but on pain of protest. Bonnie, in about 5 seconds, I'm going to tear up these papers and move directly to the divorce. Jerry already has a set drawn up by his partner, so we can sign it right now. We split it 50-50 and go our separate ways. I don't want you to agree under protest. I want you to agree because you love me and realize I'm trying to protect our marriage and future. It's up to you. I said the magic words, and her eyes cleared. She was still sighing. I love you, sweetheart, and I'm grateful you let me do this. Will just has to understand. If the others want to, they can get together later. Get Jerry. We signed there and there and there, oh, and there too, and Jerry notarized it. She gave us each a copy and said she would put another one in a folder. That was the end of it, and we left. She didn't say a word all the way to the office. I just sat in the parking lot waiting for her to come out. You're not coming in? You're the office worker, honey, and I'm the loader, remember? The Parker project is way behind, and I need to meet with Jason to give him one last tour of his studio. He's like a kid at Christmas with a shiny new bike under the tree. I'll be outside the rest of the day stroking my ego. Don't cook today. Have Jules buy something on the way home. Anything but Chinese. She grinned. Jules would eat Chinese takeout 7 days a week if left to her own devices. Okay, sweetie. I love you. I kissed her on the lips. I love you too. Now get out of my truck. She giggled and stormed into the office. My smile faded as soon as she walked through the door. I prayed that this episode would end and we would go back to normal. I'd never been a gambler or a betting man, but I'd bet on it ending badly. Not in the best of moods, I lashed out at several subcontractors who were stalling, letting them know that I wasn't going to pay for delays, and if they didn't get their asses up, I wasn't going to use them anymore. It was an empty threat because the economy was good and construction was booming. Guys would work for a while, get pissed off about some real or imagined shortcoming, leave, and before the hour was up, take another job. These guys pulled up because I had used their services for years, and everyone remembered the worst of times when 1 or 2 jobs meant the difference between bankruptcy and solvency. Jason was really acting like a kid at Christmas. He loved his office, which was even more special because Annette had decorated it. She had hung gold and platinum albums along the wall, as well as photos from his band days, photos with the artists he had written songs for and produced. On a shelf behind his desk were 2 AMA awards and a Grammy. Earl's old Fender Precision and his vintage Les Paul stood in matching display cases. 2 amps, ready to go at the flick of a switch, and a stack of electronic keyboards. I let him have the bass because Earl needed to be memorized, and it wouldn't do him any good to have it lying in a case in the back bedroom. There were pictures of Earl, and also of me playing Without Cold over the years. Jason was the guitarist I'd filled in for to give him a break and recover a bit from the food poisoning. The project was giving me constant headaches. The electrical subcontractor nearly had a heart attack when he looked at the schematics and saw how much wiring was required for the recording studio. And my guys had a hard time with soundproofing and installing custom plexiglass partitions. The computer guys drove us crazy with their demands, but we still met the deadline. We managed to stay within budget and 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Jason and I stopped in front of the base case, looking at the almost life-sized picture of Earl. I wonder what Earl would say about our upcoming adventure. Well, first he'd laugh heartily, then he'd tell us all not to do it. I looked at Jason in surprise. Really? He shrugged. Indeed. In the 5 years we played Without Cold, the lead singer was married and divorced twice, the drummer 4 times, counting the period before we joined, and Sammy went through a divorce that was pretty ugly, and then his girlfriend dumped him after 2 years because he couldn't keep it in his pants. The rock and roll lifestyle didn't exactly favor monogamy. A couple of his girlfriends tried to date him, but it got to be too much and they left. At least Earl was smart enough to observe and learn, and when he married Tammy, he had a prenup. And that's a good thing, because when he was on the road and she got lonely, she started getting boyfriends. When Earl confronted her, she just laughed and asked how many babes he spends his evenings with on an average tour. The thing is, Earl was really watching and learning, and he avoided any situation that might put him in a compromising position, which is what tripped her up in the divorce. She had no proof that he spent evenings out because he didn't. He had audio and videotapes of at least 2 guys and private investigator reports on 2 more. If the judge could have gotten away with giving her less than the agreement, I think he would have. Tammy realized she had screwed up big time and begged Earl to give her another chance, offering to sign another contract that said she would get absolutely nothing if she screwed up again. Earl just grinned, said "Great White" and walked away, sending her a link to their song, "Once Bitten, Twice Shy." I had to think about it for a moment. If it's all true, why are you doing this? Same as you. Net wants to do it, and I don't mind one last hurrah before we get old. We almost talked it to death and agreed on some basics. 1, if we like it, we'll continue in strict accordance with the rules. If either of us decides that once is enough, we'll end it for good. I told him what I had done, and he laughed heartily. I'd love to see Will's face when he found out he'd done all that work to get to Bonnie, and then it all went to shit. Is that what this is about? He got Bonnie? Yes, that and the fact that you don't like him. I don't know what happened in the past, but he really doesn't like you. It wasn't so much about Bonnie. It was more about him wanting to fuck you. Booger helped because he never got over the fact that you kicked him out of his band job. It took me by surprise. I couldn't remember a single incident that had made him hate me so much. I didn't kick Booger out. The band broke up. It's hard to need a sound guy if you're not playing anymore. He wasn't getting paid, so he didn't lose income. Jesus, that was 26 years ago. Will and I didn't really like each other, and I didn't like the way he treated Annette or his other girlfriends, but we got along. Why is he so angry with me? Jason grinned. It's simple. You caught the one that got away, the one he's had a crush on all these years. Plus, you got what you wanted. You're a successful businessman with your own company, and he's just a mid-level slave. I hear he's not a very gifted worker, and his job could be in jeopardy if he makes another mistake. An evening with Bonnie won't change anything. No, but it will boost his ego a lot, since he was with your wife, and she was more than agreeable. Now he's really going to hate you. All that coaxing and manipulation he did to create this situation, and then you ruined it. Grace won't be happy either. I think she had plans to switch you if the opportunity presented itself, and be there to pick you up on the slack. When it's over, I'll tell them not to come anymore. They are too destructive an element to keep them around. Everyone else feels the same way, except Booger. The fact that you do this will be the beginning of the end for them. While I wasn't relieved about what was to come, I was very relieved that we wouldn't have to interact with this couple anymore. A love triangle. Chapter 3. We all met at the airport. I noticed that for a group going on vacation, we didn't seem particularly excited. I scanned the area looking for Will, not relaxing until we were in the air. Bonnie held my hand the whole way and chatted happily. Rhonda and Vicky grinned and held hands. Jason had fallen asleep, which seemed to annoy Annette. Booger and Jen were sitting a little further back, and she looked tense. She smiled at me when I looked at her, and I smiled back at her. Jules and John weren't even sitting together, and that didn't seem to bother them in the least. The resort was beautiful, the weather was perfect, the sand was white as snow, and the warm water was crystal blue. We each had our own little bungalow, arranged in a crescent along a small cove, and there was even a chain that could be strung across the entrance to ward off visitors. All the bungalows faced the beach, and when it rained or got too hot, you could sit out on the veranda. If it wasn't what we came for, I would have loved it. We all went to our rooms, and no sooner had the door slammed shut than Bonnie was already pouncing on me, more enthusiastic than she had been in weeks. Never one to look a gift horse in the mouth, I had a very pleasant interlude when I managed to hold back the thought that this was probably the last time I could enjoy being her one and only. Tomorrow she would be an accomplished woman. Toward noon, we built a fire on the beach and grilled. After the preparations were over, the girls, grinning, threw off their covers. All of them were topless. We were all mature, so most of the guys had some small gaps, a few wrinkles, and the beginnings of spare tires. But overall, we were all in decent shape. We admired the girls with approval, their sizes, shapes, even the slight difference in Annette's color. Bonnie teased us about their efforts, and Booger immediately pulled down his shorts to show off his speedometer. Out of all of us, he was in the worst shape of all, and personally, I thought he looked a little silly. He smirked, thinking he'd gotten an advantage, but his mouth dropped when Jason and I threw them off, revealing nothing underneath. I'd been in enough locker rooms to realize that my height was a little above average, but Jason was way above average, much taller. John and Booger had no choice but to drop theirs, and I noted with satisfaction that if I was above average, Booger was definitely below average. John was a little smaller than me. The girls kept up. After we were done ogling each other, we relaxed and had a good time. We were swimming, and I looked up and saw Vicky swimming next to me. I told her that I admired her personal floaties. She giggled and said that if you pulled on the buttons, they would get even bigger. Useful to know for an emergency, Vic. I can test that theory tomorrow night. I hope they do. Just remember that you have to pull them hard to make them inflate, and the bigger and harder you pull, the bigger they get. Rhonda got up, heard us, and giggled. I need to check this out, honey. She caressed and pulled hard, so hard it felt like she was going to blow out of the water. I spotted Jennifer alone, looking lost and lonely. I swam up behind her, dove underwater and grabbed her, lifting her out of the water like Moby Dick, and tossed her around while she screamed in surprise. She surfaced, choking, and I put my arms around her. Relax, Jen. What will happen, will happen. Until it does, you have the right to say no. Remember that. Jen smiled, probably for the first time since we got on the plane. I still can, but for you, I can make an exception. Rhonda. Vicky and I decided to split you up first, all three of us at once. Do you think you can handle that? Not a chance, but I want to try. In that case, I'm announcing a contest. They've both had you before, though that was over 2 decades ago. I was 10 when it happened. Good for you for making me feel old, Jen. She laughed when it was my turn to rise, sputtering with saliva. Tomorrow night. Me first. Promise me. I did, and she swam away. I was in a good mood until I saw Booger standing behind Bonnie. They were in water that reached her chest, and he was trying to pull her to him, and she was trying to pull away. I swam up to him, and he, seeing my gaze, backed away instantly, trying to start the celebrations a little early. She blushed with her whole body. If it had been up to Booger, we would have started as soon as we got to the beach. I told him no, and he kept brooding. I was just about to beat the shit out of him when he swam away. You do realize you don't have to sleep with every man here, right? Maybe just one will satisfy your desire. Bonnie didn't look me in the eye as she agreed, telling me everything I wanted to know. She was probably going to be with each of the men present if she could. Good mood gone, I climbed out of the water and busied myself with the huge grill that stood in a grove of trees near the beach. There was a cooking table and half a dozen picnic tables. Jen and Annette came over, both gorgeous. I marveled for a moment at the contrast in size and color. They grinned and turned their heads. They pulled a beer out of the fridge and sat down at the nearest picnic table. I'm a little pissed off grunt. I understand little miss wants to be first tomorrow night. You'd better save a seat for me, or I'll be disappointed. I kissed Annette on the cheek and was surprised to see that she was blushing. I hope she remembered the good old days. I'll sleep all day tomorrow to conserve my strength. Looks like I'm going to need it. Take your vitamins. I want you to be in great shape. Jules and John came over. I remembered again how well she had aged. She'd been single most of her adult life, though, and couldn't afford to relax. She looked around and grinned. What were you guys talking about? Jen looked up in surprise, a smirk appearing on her face. Oh, this and that. Sometimes there were difficult topics, but mostly we just talked about anything that came up. She was staring at my junk. Already satisfied that he was surrounded by so many desirable women, he decided to lighten the mood. This caused quite a stir, and Jules got a cup of ice water from one of the coolers. There were bursts of laughter as they watched me dance and gasp. Tomorrow, baby, tomorrow. We grilled and chatted about mundane things, relaxing to the point where we almost forgot we were in this situation. When the meal was over, the girls were brought wine, and I chose one of the local beers, surprised at how good it was. It was much stronger than I was used to, so I tried to keep my cool. There was a lot of giggling. The girls put on some music and had an impromptu hula line. The moon was full and it rose over the island, giving the white sands a surreal glow. To this day, I still see it as if it were real. One of the most sensual and beautiful spectacles I've ever witnessed. The music changed, and they started pushing and rubbing against each other until they were a ball of cum. I heard a few gasps and saw Rhonda smirk, sensing that she'd gotten more than her fair share. I wondered if Bonnie was thinking about switching teams tomorrow, just for the experience. From the way she and Vicky were rubbing up against each other, she was thinking about it. By now, we were all in a pretty good mood, and the girls separated, walking over to their partners and pulling them in different directions along the beach. Come on, Jimmy, Bonnie said, pulling me by the arm. I've always wanted to spend an evening on a moonlit beach. It must have been planned, because blankets were prepared. We were separated, but still within sight of most couples. The full moon didn't allow us to see much, but you could hear the sounds of passion echoing around the cove. At the end, Bonnie saddled me in reverse cowboy style, which she never favored for the finish line. I think she did it to watch the other couples. I felt eyes on me and looked around. Jen was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the trees, digging her fingers deep into the ground and watching. Apparently Booger had worked fast and left her unsatisfied. She saw me watching and grinned. I remember thinking that seemed odd to me. I don't think anyone would have paid attention. I have never felt as connected to my wife as I did in that moment. All the couples gradually unhooked and left, some saying goodnight to each other softly. Bonnie took my hand, and we stepped into the warm water, letting the warm ocean water engulf us. We walked into our bungalow and collapsed on the bed, almost exhausted. I woke up before dawn and immediately tensed up. Today was the day. After this night, nothing would ever be the same again. Bonnie rose a little muffled. I heard the shower running and was about to join her when I suddenly found the door locked. In all the years we'd been together, I couldn't recall ever having a door locked in our house. This served as my cue. She didn't want me to touch it today. I think I shocked her to death when I asked her why the door was locked. She dried herself with a towel, wrapping one around her waist as she vigorously dried her hair. Was it locked? I don't remember locking it. She said this as the towel covered her face. I realized she was lying, but it was useless to insist. We don't have to do this, you know. We can just stay in our little hut and let the world pass us by. She only hummed, still hiding behind the towel. We've already decided everything. Just one night, sweetheart, and then I'll be yours forever. I had a flicker of a thought to remind her that this was exactly what she'd promised me at our wedding, but it didn't work. Bonnie, look me in the eyes, damn it! Her head came up, her eyes widening. I want you to remember this moment years from now, and remember that I offered you a way out, and you refused to take it. You know as well as I do that after this night, our relationship will never be the same. Never. It will always be in the background in all of our future endeavors. I agreed, and I'll keep my word. But you need to think about what it's going to take. That's all I'm saying. I got out, past the gate, and walked down the road to the main part of the resort. I had planned to make a nice breakfast, but you know what? Screw her. I found a cute little cafe and ordered the island specialty. Soon there was a large plate of local fruit, followed by scrambled eggs cooked with spices I'd never heard of, with 2 cheeses I'd never tasted, and fried mushrooms on the side. Despite my state of mind, it was a very good breakfast. I was almost done when Jen and Booger showed up and sat down at the table. Looking forward to tonight? Damn straight looking forward to it. I looked at him, trying not to give away my disgust. Actually, no, and I don't want to talk about it. Come on, boy, don't be like that. Just think, while Bonnie gets hers, you'll be spending the evening with that hot little box. She's got skills, man. Jen was crimson with embarrassment. I was already starting to freak out, and it wasn't helping one bit. You know what, Reginald? You should kiss her ass every day because you were lucky enough to talk her into marrying you. Do you really think it's gonna work out? She'll be with real men for a change. Going through that and then coming back to you is gonna be really hard. A normal man would be disgusted by the whole thing. But when it's over and you're back with her, the thought that she could be with other men will consume you. Where does it stop? You don't expect it to be once and for all, do you? As much as he hated being called Booger, he hated being called Reginald even more. I took Jen's hand across the table. I'm really sorry, Jen. I bet from now on every time he's with you, all you'll think about is how a real man does it. You're not just, as he put it, a hot box. You have a good heart and a good mind that happen to be wrapped in a very attractive body. Be a little careful what you choose, hubby number 2. And if you need anything when we get back, come to me. Understood? Booger snapped back. Fuck you. I think I'll get on Bonnie too. What do you think of that? I had to take a deep breath to clear the red fog of rage from my vision. I prided myself on controlling myself as I answered. I think what Bonnie does tonight is up to her. She's never been inclined to do it. But then again, I never thought she'd be doing it with idiots, so who can say? One thing I promise you, when we get back, if I hear you bragging, I will destroy you. I don't mean financial or personal gain. I mean you'll be part of the foundation of one of my new construction projects. Look me in the eye and tell me you believe me. He turned slightly pale, and Jen thought she might faint before she recovered enough to speak. What happens on the island will stay on the island. You have my word. Thank you, Jen. I believe you. It's that nasty creep you're married to that worries me. I hope he has a big insurance policy, honey. You might need it. I was suddenly very tired of the whole situation. The more I thought about it, the less it made sense. Bonnie had been happy with me for 26 years, and I couldn't understand how her attitude had changed. Something wasn't adding up. I left them and walked through the local market, listening to the sounds, smiling at the children who were helping their parents in their stalls. One little girl was determined to sell me something and almost chased me when I tried to leave. It was a jewelry stall, mostly with shell necklaces of different colors and kinds. Some were dainty and elegant, others were big and bold. I thought they looked like me and were builders and crafters, Bonnie and I with houses and buildings, and they with shells, just people trying to make a living and improve their families. I bought one for both daughters and another for my daughter-in-law. There was another one, elegantly made so that the shells formed a flower. I knew Bonnie would love it, so I bought it, wondering if it would be the last gift of her life. I went back to our compound. Jen must have told them about our conversation, and they were hesitant and overly polite in dealing with me. This only added fuel to the fire of my simmering anger. I spoke to them in curt tones, and soon they left me alone, all but Jules. That would be the end of it for your marriage, wouldn't it? In all likelihood. I want honest answers, Jules. What the hell is going on? Why is she having a sudden fit of promiscuity, of determination, even if it ends for us? What could be in her head? Tears ran down her cheek. I don't know, honey. I really don't. I asked, but she refused to discuss it. She seems disconnected from everything. The only time I've seen her smile genuinely was when she was holding her newborn baby and the night of the incident in the hot tub. It's the first time in a while she hasn't shared it with me. We sat in mutual distress for a while before she got up, kissed me on the cheek, and left. As soon as she left, Jen, Vicky, and Rhonda showed up. Vicky looked at me and sighed. You're not going to do that, are you? No, I just can't. I can't stay married either. If so? So she's made her choice. 3 arms wrapped around me, and I felt the tears flowing. Jen pulled away. I'm going to go through with this, just to show him how much better you guys are in comparison. I'll do it to hurt him, but he'll probably like it. Our clock is ticking, he just doesn't know it yet. Promise I'll see you again, Jimmy. I'll probably be in dire need of a hug by then. I'm not going to disappear. I may lose my marriage, but I won't lose everything I've worked for and the people I love. I'll be sure to give you a hug the next time I see you. Maybe even give you a little kiss. I grinned for the first time. Maybe a lot. Finally, something I can look forward to. Vicky and Rhonda giggled along with her, and the mood improved. Vicky just said what was on her mind. I really don't know what to say, so I'll say what I want to say. This sucks. I've always liked Bonnie, and I refuse to pick sides. But if you suddenly become a free agent, you better set aside a weekend and get a prescription for those little blue pills. You're going to need them. They did a good job of maintaining my confidence, but eventually they ran out of words. It was past lunchtime, and I hadn't seen Bonnie since breakfast. I found her lying on the beach with Booger looming over her. He kept his distance, but as soon as he saw me, he practically ran down the beach. I crouched down next to her, admiring her body. Having 3 kids had taken its toll on her, but she wasn't flabby, and her stretch marks were minimal. She just rolled over, and I admired her taut ass, the result of 5 days of training with Jules. Finally, she spoke. Where have you been? Don't think. You could hear the desperation in her voice. Please don't lecture me. You agreed to this. This is going to happen. Is there anything you want to say? Actually, I have a few questions. Chief among them is why. Why now, after 2.5 decades of a fairly decent life? Please don't insult my intelligence by saying it's just a desire to experience a strange flavor. It must be much deeper than that, if you are willing to risk our marriage. She rolled over and sat up, just watching me for a few minutes. I can't explain. You're the kindest and most loving person I've ever known. Lord knows you're far from perfect, but even after your missteps, I still loved you. Then, when we started remaking the shack, everything changed. Nothing seemed to matter. It got to the point where I felt like I had one of those 36-inch zippers hanging around my neck that the store has. At first it just hung there, but it seemed to get tighter and tighter every day. Then it became uncomfortable, and now it's choking me. I'm trying to find a way to cut it off before it kills me. I was so surprised that I couldn't answer for a minute. When I gathered my thoughts, I still didn't know exactly what to say. Bonnie, you know I'm not really versed in this sort of thing, but it sounds like you're suffering from depression. You used to be a nurse. Didn't you notice the signs? We can help. You need to get a full workup. Maybe it's hormonal or something else. Let's go home and try to figure it out together. If we need counseling, if I've been abusive unintentionally or just indifferent to you, I can change. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I had hope. She shattered it rather quickly. "You can leave if you want, but I'm staying. I've made a commitment and I intend to see it through." In retrospect, I realize it looked like I was begging, and it was. Nothing is written in stone. Remember how we set things up? We have the option to back out at any time. Let's leave here and go somewhere else your heart desires, just us, and spend some time talking, adding some love. I'm willing to do anything to bring you back to what we were. You just don't understand, Grunt. I don't want to go back to the way things were. I'm tired of living in quiet despair. I'm hoping this will set something in motion so I can feel joy again. We didn't talk for a long time. Finally, I stood up and brushed the sand off my shorts. "Well, I did the best I could. I hope you enjoy tonight, Bonnie. I won't be here to find out. I'll exercise my right to opt out. I'll see you at home." She grabbed my hand. "Please, Jimmy, stay. I'll feel calmer knowing you're here. You'll have fun. I know you will. We'll come home refreshed. Maybe I'll do as you ask, see if anything physical has happened to me. We'll feel better, you'll see." I look into your eyes, and I can see that you don't believe what you're saying any more than I do. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. You have no idea how sorry I am, but I won't take it anymore. I'd appreciate it if you'd leave me alone for a few minutes to pack my things." She just sat there, fat tears slowly streaming down her face, but she didn't disturb me. I wondered if this was the last time I'd see her. I gathered my things, noticing the stockings and garter belt she had spread out on the bed. It looked like that was her entire outfit for the holiday. Contacting the resort office, I booked a cab to the airport and received confirmation that it would be there in 30 minutes, and that a flight was now arriving and would be ready to leave in just over 2 hours if I wanted a seat. They would be happy to arrange it for me. I walked out to the cab, looking back once more at the beauty of the place. Under different circumstances, I would have loved this place. There were a few people from our group on the beach, and they called out to me. I just waved, noting that none of them were my wife, and got into the cab. I arrived early enough to get a ticket and sat down to wait. 20 minutes later, a woman came up to us and called my name. My heart raced, and I thought Bonnie had come to her senses, but when I turned around, it was Jen. There were tears in her eyes as she hugged me. "Will you help me get a ticket?" I bought one, glad that things were much calmer here. We sat there without saying anything. 20 minutes before boarding, Jen needed to use the women's restroom, and I went next to her, figuring it was better to go there than to experience the claustrophobic feeling that comes with airplane restrooms. It was like the sun through a magnifying glass focused on dry paper. I just exploded. Will was standing at the urinal. He was bragging to the guy next to him. "Yeah, me and my girl set it up in here, but one of the husbands turned out to be an asshole and insisted I not come. We'll slip in here after dark, and he won't know anything until it's over. I'm gonna love the look on his face when he sees me in the morning. Look, if you want to come with or without your wife, we've rented all the bungalows on Half Moon Bay. Come on over." The man looked visibly uncomfortable. His eyes widened when he saw what must have been murder in my eyes and stepped back. I grabbed Will's shoulder and yanked him to me. He was still holding his buddy when I hit him as hard as I could. The blow landed on his ear and it exploded with a stream of blood. He fell without a sound, though he did let out a couple shrill gasps when I kicked him hard in the balls. It was so hard that he sealed himself into the wall under the urinal. I'm surprised I didn't kill him, but at that point, I guess it wouldn't have mattered. The guy ran out of the bathroom and no one else was there. In a fit of inspiration, I yanked his wallet out of his pants, then pulled out my buddy, peed on his face, washed my hands, and walked out. I stopped and gave him another kick in the balls in case he didn't remember the first one. The last time I saw the asshole, he was lying under the urinal in a puddle of piss, holding his balls and trying to scream. I tossed my wallet right outside the door, hoping some enterprising islander would find it and put it to good use. Jen stood by her luggage with a puzzled expression on her face. "Some guy ran by looking like he saw a ghost. What happened out there?" "Some drunk was molesting in the stalls. He was so drunk he passed out under the urinal. Come on, it's time to board." Just before boarding the plane, I looked back and saw Grace's astonished eyes. She had left, probably to tell her Lothario husband that I had seen her. We didn't talk much on the way home, each of us undoubtedly thinking about the fact that their marriage was over. I gave her a ride home, and we finally started to deal with it. I asked her what she was going to do. I don't know. I know I don't want to live with him now. Maybe this is the end for us. He's had some strange ideas since Will came back to town. Free advice. Until you're sure, protect yourself. Move your money around a little at a time. Cancel all co-branded cards. You can always put the money back and get new ones later. How did he take your leaving? She grinned, amused for the first time in a while. He threw a temper tantrum. Apparently, he made promises to Will and John. I told him that if it was that important to him, he could stay with them. That's not the picture I want. I pulled into her driveway while she worked on her phone. Asshole, the bastard. He's already closed the accounts. That was awfully fast. What am I going to do now? I don't have a dime, and I really don't want to be here when he comes back. Well, you can ask your Uncle Jimmy for help. I hear he's partial to pretty young girls. I can't ask you to do that. How would you explain that to Bonnie? I think the tone of my voice said it all. I'm afraid the days of me having to explain anything to Bonnie are over. We both have personal checking accounts in addition to our joint accounts, and we both have separate business accounts. Besides, the old Bonnie would have thought I was an asshole if I didn't help a friend in need. Gather what you need while I go get my truck. If anything, we can put it in storage. I returned home, grabbed fresh clothes and papers from our safe. All of our work lines were routed to the house in case we received an after-hours call that required immediate attention. We kept the sound on to screen the calls. All the message banks were full. The phone rang when I was in our home office gathering papers needed for existing projects. There was silence. Then there was a snicker, and then Jules' annoyed voice broke out. For God's sake, Bonnie, say something. Say something before it's too late. The line went dead. I didn't listen to the rest until much later. Jen packed up her things, and without further ado, I took her to one of our houses. The electricity was on for show, and I helped her set up the bed she had brought with her. That, a love seat, a TV, and some kitchen utensils were all she needed. She came to pick me up in her car. When everything was ready, I left. She asked me to stay, but I needed to be alone. I promised I would visit her soon, and she was to call if she needed anything. Jen hugged me gently and stroked my cheek before I left. I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'm sorry we got into this mess to begin with. Me too, Jen. From my last conversation with Bonnie, I realized that even if it wasn't this, it would be something. You don't need to feel guilty about me. Like Jenny, I wanted to get away from home and be away from everything. I called my foreman and told them I had an emergency and would be out of town for a couple weeks. But I would call every day or so, and they could call me if the situation called for it, or send me an email. I was taking my work laptop with me and almost nothing else. Last time I went to the beach, so I drove the other way, ending up in the mountains 2 states later. Stopping by the bank, I withdrew enough money to last me a long time and hit the road. I made sure to buy a cheap pay-as-you-go phone and left my top-of-the-line model lying broken to pieces in a desk drawer in my store. Then I thought about it, put it back together, and when I got 50 miles down the highway, I turned around, pulled into the first stop I could find, and stuck it under the bumper of a big car. I had no idea where it was going, but the girls could track it and wonder where the hell I was. On a whim, I stopped by a marina on a large lake that advertised houseboats for rent. It took a lot of talking and a little extra money, but I got them without a paper trail. True, they insisted I leave my credit card with them in case I damaged anything. The woman grinned sadly as she showed me how to operate the boat and everything on it. I don't know why you want to leave, but I'm assuming there's a woman involved. None of my business, but are you sure this is the right path to take? Sighing and wondering if it was so obvious, I told her that I was like an old wolf. When I get hurt, I go into seclusion to either recover or die. This will soon pass, and I will gather my wits to face my demons. In the meantime, the biggest task I want to accomplish is to try to find where the fish are biting. She gave me some tips and directed me up the road to a small independent grocery store for supplies. I drove past the farmer's market and stopped to buy some fresh vegetables before loading up on meat and sandwiches. I bought a 12-pack of my favorite beer, a couple of soft drinks, and was ready to go. The owners insisted I go through an hour-long briefing before setting off on my own. It's a big lake, but it's not that big. Be careful, you're not the only one who doesn't know what they're doing. For the best fishing, head north to the mouth of the lake. There are lots of big bass and crappies there. Satisfied, they left, and I was left alone. The boat had a small 19-inch TV and a small satellite dish. Keep an eye on the weather forecast. We often have thunderstorms this time of year. If you see one coming, run to the cove, anchor and wait it out. During a storm, stay out of the main channel. The water can get pretty rough. I've been fishing. I visited other marinas and ate at a wide variety of establishments. Most were good, a few were exceptional, and one probably served the worst food I had ever tasted. I anchored in the bay, went ashore, and wandered through the national park forest that made up most of the shoreline. When I turned in the boat and told them how I had spent a lot of time, they turned pale. That part is a bear sanctuary. No one is supposed to be there. The females are nursing cubs right now. You're lucky you didn't get mauled. I grinned. Ignorance really is bliss sometimes. Well, that information would have been nice to have, say, when I rented the boat. You haven't read any of the pamphlets we gave you, have you? I stopped being smug. Perhaps I should have read the literature instead of shoving it in a drawer. I called every day and listened to my foreman berate me for being absent from the workplace. Everyone had a common theme. Bonnie's driving us all crazy, boss. Maybe you should call her so she doesn't get in our way. I'm sure we'd be more productive. I set my phone to private number status, alerting them in advance. That way they couldn't give her the number, which I was already sure of. The time had come. I was ready to go home, whatever it was. I arrived home mid-morning, hoping to avoid the drama at least a little. Bonnie and Jules were sitting on the couch when I walked in the door. Bonnie jumped to her feet and would have rushed over to me, but Jules held her back. "Bonnie, remember what we talked about?" It must have been one hell of a conversation because she stopped instantly. I almost grinned. "Hi, Jules." Then I looked at my wife and simply said her name. "Bonnie." She sat back down and looked at me with hope in her voice. "Can we talk about this?" "Why? We discussed it to death before everything fell into place. At the end, you basically told me to stop whining because it's going to happen whether I like it or not. That sounds a lot like a unilateral decision to me. Why should you be upset if I made the decision to spend time as far away from you as possible? It's an open marriage now, isn't it?" I spoke again before she could begin. "Before we go any further, did you spend the evening with Will? I saw Grace at the airport when I left, and I find it hard to believe it's a coincidence. If she was there, that asshole must have been lurking nearby." Jules spoke for the first time. They were there. We didn't know they were coming. Well, except for Booger. Will got mugged at the airport and had his wallet stolen. You don't know anything about that, do you? So Will hadn't seen me. Of course, I came up behind him and caught him off guard, so he probably wasn't sure it was me. Probably when Grace told him she'd seen me, he figured it was probably me. I carefully kept a blank expression on my face. Was he mugged? I hope it hurt like hell. Broken bones, lacerations, bruises. Does his magic stick still work? Before you answered, did you spend the evening with him? No. Why not? Because I promised you. And then she grinned for the first time. Besides, even if I wanted to, which I didn't, the mugger kicked his balls off a couple times. He was sitting with an ice pack on his balls the whole time. My heart bleeds for him. Maybe we can replay this so I can get a better understanding of what happened to him. But it doesn't matter right now. I told you how I felt. You told me to clean up the sand, and you did what you wanted to do anyway. What kind of relationship can we have going forward? I don't see a happy ending here. She was clearly rehearsing her speech. I could see that Jules was behind it. I made a mistake, you know. I thought your love for me was so strong that you'd let me fantasize for a while, and then we'd go back to normal. Guess I missed, huh? Come back to me, sweetheart, and I'll spend the rest of my life showing you how much I love you. So it's no big deal? I don't think so. I can never look Booger and John in the eye knowing they spent the evening with my wife. Booger would be unbearable, and I don't give a shit about John. I bet he can't wait to eat a cream pie, can you? The truth is, I've lost not only my wife, but a whole bunch of people I thought were my friends. To hell with every one of them. I'll never speak to them again, and if I catch Booger, I intend to instill in him that he should stay as far away from me as possible, and never tell a soul what happened. I never thought I'd be starting over at 46, but what is, is. At least I can look at myself in the morning knowing that I never betrayed my wife. Bonnie was growing paler and paler. I never betrayed you. You agreed to it yourself. I sighed. She would never admit that what she did was hurtful and damaging to our marriage, and I would never forgive her disrespect. Maybe it was at first, but before anyone made love to a person other than their spouse, I told you I couldn't do it, and I really didn't want you to do it. Begged is the correct way to put it. Not only did you tell me you were going to go through with it anyway, but you stated that you were tired of living a life of quiet desperation, and compared our life together to a slow strangulation, and that you wanted to feel alive again, blah blah blah, and so on and so forth. I think you decided your marriage was worth your adventure and just unsubscribed. Forgive me if I got the wrong impression. No, it's not like that at all. That's right. I came here with the hope of trying to salvage some kind of relationship with you for the sake of our children. But you know what? They're grown women, and they know that life doesn't always work out the way they'd like it to. I'm going to take some of my clothes and some necessary tools and leave you. I would hate to drive you to despair or feel suffocated. You should be happy to be free, Bonnie. Think of how many unused husbands there are out there available right now. You're hot for your age, so it won't take you long to make an acquaintance. Or maybe you'll want to explore your liberated lifestyle a little more before you find Mr. Excitement. In the best of all worlds, he'll turn out to be a swinger, and you'll be able to lead a fulfilling life. I'm done talking. Finished means completely finished. Do not attempt to contact me unless it is business related. The emotions playing on her face were interesting to watch. Jules was looking at me with her mouth open, so I'm sure she wasn't expecting it either. Finally, Bonnie exploded. No, that's not what I want. It's not that at all. This was supposed to be an adventure, something we could share and look back on. This wasn't supposed to be our end. I'm sorry you took it so badly, and I want more than anything for things to be the way they were before, or even better. How can I do that? Well, you can find out if Mr. Peabody will let you borrow his car to go back. Go back about 6 months and never bring it up in any of our conversations. Either way, you can't cancel the call. The deed is done, and now you don't have to feel remorse. You wanted it. You got it. Even after I explained to you what could happen if you did. Now I'm done. Please let me pack my things in peace. Bonnie wanted to object, but Jules pulled her into the kitchen. It was all in a whisper, but I could tell that the exchange was pretty heated. 5 minutes later, Jules found me in the bedroom. She's not doing well in her head right now. I couldn't help but smirk. Tell you what, Jules, why don't you spend about an hour inside my head and see what kind of shit I'm in? A year ago, I had a happy marriage and a brilliant future. Now all I have is a woman who was married to me, wondering why I can't understand her need to be with other men, and a group of people who I thought were friends, but who actually turned out to be a bunch of traitorous assholes willing to lie and go to any means necessary to get their way. She asked in a very thin voice where she stood. The jury is still out, Jules. I have to believe that you were at least partially involved in the planning of this adventure and should have known how I would feel about it, but you pushed on anyway. Tell me, did you get what you wanted out of your adventure? Her shuddering sigh sounded as if it came from the depths of her soul. No, absolutely not. It didn't turn out the way I'd hoped. What exactly did you want, Jules? Does it make any difference? Let's get back to your wife. And she's your wife. Yes, she's brain dead. Yes, we could have pushed her. And yes, she should have stopped when you told her how you felt. She did it because she wanted to. But she did it with the expectation that when it was over, you would be fine. It's starting to dawn on her that she made a really bad decision, and she's desperate to find a way back. We can never go back. Suppose we stay together, put this behind us, and she gets the urge again? She'll be smart enough not to say anything, but if the desire gets too strong, what then? We're not watching each other 24/7. She has a job that requires her to get out of the office 3 or 4 times a week. I'm constantly on the move. You think I won't be interested in what she does at work? Or what really happens when she gets together with the same women for a bachelorette party? As far as I know, that means, let's get together and do each other's brains out. Poor old Grunt will never know. Now I'm wondering what she did in the months leading up to it. You can tell me the truth, Jules. Was she with someone before our vacation? Don't embellish anything, and if you lie and I find out, that will be the last time I talk to you. She never cheated on you, Jimmy. Not that I know of. I'll admit, there were times when you weren't around that the group would indulge in a little touching, a little kissing, but Jen and I usually put a stop to it. Bonnie didn't try to stop him? She blushed. No, but she didn't encourage it. Nothing serious happened, I promise you. Group groping? Extensive kissing? Does that sound like the actions of a happily married woman? Go away, Jules. I think you've enlightened me enough, and I thank you for your candor. She tried to speak a few more times, but then she gave up and left. They were sitting at the kitchen table with tear stains on them. They looked up, and I just nodded. I was about to head out the door when Bonnie started yelling about how she was sorry and it wouldn't happen again. The problem was that I didn't think she was sorry for doing it, but for making such a mess. I firmly believed she would do it again in the future. It would be her new buddy's problem, because I didn't care anymore. I moved into a house that we were almost finished remodeling. It was a cute 2-bedroom house, and I chose it because of the large outbuilding that came with it. I planned to move all my woodworking tools there so I could have a workshop again. Shaping objects of functional beauty out of wood, or sometimes just beauty for beauty's sake, helped me relax. I didn't file for divorce because I just didn't want to admit that my marriage had failed, because she no longer missed me. I knew that eventually she would give up, or I would get tired of it all and pull the trigger. We still communicated regularly. It was necessary for the survival of our business. It didn't take long for our employees to recognize that we weren't living together, and that Bonnie was a taboo subject for me. One woman refused to leave it alone, lecturing me that I should man up and decide what's between us every time I was near her. I politely asked her several times to leave it alone and get on with things, but she refused. I got tired of it and solved the problem. She was a subcontractor, a really great finisher. Her lover was her partner. When the job she was working on ended, I just didn't use her anymore. She called a few times until I blocked her number, and then her partner showed up. I always liked her, so I let her talk. Why don't you want to use us anymore? I grinned. I can't afford you. She was confused. What do you mean? We charge a little more than our competitors, but the quality of our work is better, and we're damn fast. Up until now, you've always liked us. What's changed? When I said I couldn't afford you, I didn't mean financially. You guys do a great job, Hester, but Charlotte doesn't know when to stay out of other people's business. I mean, every time I talk to her, she's like a broken record. She has no idea what's going on between me and my wife, but she's sure that everything that's happened is my fault and I need to get over it. The price I was talking about was my health. Every time I find myself around her, my blood pressure goes up. My doctor says I need to avoid stressful situations if possible, and she was stressing me out, so she had to leave. You are going to be fine. You are some of the best I have ever seen at what you do, and people will be lining up to hire you. Honestly, I'm going to miss you. She thought about my words for a moment, then suggested, what if we do it this way? You will deal with me. Hester will be ordered not to talk to you at all. I promise she will behave, and if she doesn't, you leave us right now. It won't work, and you know it. She'll simmer and sulk, and then it'll all come out. Let's just keep the drama going. Hester grinned back. I love the drama. Seriously, I'll put a muzzle on her if I have to. We've already had several discussions about how she should mind her own business and not other people's. I'm as tired of it as you are. Give us another chance. Their work was exceptional, and I really didn't like the crew I was using in their place, so I agreed. But on the condition that if Charlotte started working again, I would fire them on the spot. It was 2 weeks before I saw them again at one of my workplaces. It just so happened that Jen was with me. She liked the house I let her stay in, and Jules had signed a lease with her. I told her about Hester one afternoon while Jules and I were doing the paperwork on the house. This was to help her credit, so she could eventually buy it. Turns out, Booger wasn't exactly paying his bills. She saw my truck and stopped to say hello, hugging me tightly. I saw Charlotte's eyes widen, and I grinned. Jen noticed the look. Is that her? Yes, it is. Well then, let's give her something to think about. For the next 20 minutes, she hung on me like wallpaper, rubbing my arm and giggling stupidly at everything I said. When I walked her to her car, she surprised me by grabbing my head and kissing me hard. I turned bright red, and she giggled. The contract still stands, Jimmy. Once you and Bonnie resolve your issues, and if you become a free agent, I'll be first in line. Promise me. I shocked her with an answering kiss. I make a solemn vow to you. You've already interrupted enough today. Now get out. I slapped her ass lightly, making her jump up. Her grin was huge as she pulled away. I looked up and saw Charlotte watching me and smirked. She blushed about 8 shades of red and started toward me, but Hester grabbed her arm and held her back. Sure enough, she called Bonnie almost immediately. I looked into the office and she had a strange look in her eyes. "So, you and Jenny?" No, Jenny and I. She saw my truck and came by to say hello. Her antics were just to pull Hester's chain. But if there's me and Jenny, how can you object? How many lovers do you have now?" No man has touched me since that weekend." "Why? Now that you've tasted other people's men, I figured you'd be visiting the buffet every weekend. I hear the meat market is just crawling with people trying to get laid." The bar wasn't actually called the meat market, but that's what everyone called it. It was the place in town where people went if they wanted one without commitment. Needless to say, it was very popular with the young people. Tuesdays were cougar night, although they called it something else. Older women came to the bar looking for younger men to fulfill their needs. Young guys came here just for that, although some of them were always on the lookout for a sugar mama. I don't like that kind of thing. I just wanted to experience it. Just physical satisfaction without any emotional attachment. You don't understand, do you? There was an emotional attachment. You schemed and conspired with people who were supposed to be our friends, played behind my back, even though you weren't actually doing it with them. How many times, when we were lying in bed before that weekend, did you imagine one of the guys in the band lying on top of you instead of me?" Bonnie blushed, but didn't deny it. "It was supposed to be a grand adventure, you know? Each of us was supposed to experience something. Me for the first time, you to add to your memories. In retrospect, I should have left the sleeping dogs lying down, but I was overcome with excitement. If I had known how much this was hurting you, I probably would have stopped before things got out of hand. And I'm really sorry that I hurt you so much. It sounds like you want honesty, so I'm just going to say it. After much thought, I realized that I didn't regret going through with it. I needed it to boost my self-esteem, to feel desirable again. You have no idea how much I wanted you to make love to me, to reaffirm our love for each other. But you won't, and my bed is getting lonely. You have to step up, Jimmy." I took a deep breath. "Let's summarize, okay? You're sorry you hurt me. You're not sorry that you decided to pursue this outside of marriage with multiple partners. And you just told me that you can't wait to show me what you've learned, and if I don't agree, you'll show it to someone else. Did I get that right?" I finally pissed her off. "That's not what I said at all, just that I'm sorry I hurt you. I did it and I'll never do anything like that again. It's time for you to forget about your pity party and come back to me. And I swear, if you don't come to your senses soon, someone else will show up." There it was, the straw that broke the camel's back. I didn't say a word, not even when she followed me to my truck, screaming and cursing. I managed to get inside and lock the doors before she could get to me. That pissed her off, and she stood in front of the truck, blocking my parking space. Not for the first time, I appreciated the all-wheel drive option that allowed me to shift into it at the touch of a button. I started the engine while she stood there smirking. Her eyes widened as I stepped on the gas and she dived to the side. I moved through the landscaping and overtook her car and then disappeared. 3 hours later, the cops swooped in on me. It helped that I knew them both, and when they asked if I'd tried to run over my wife, I grinned. Only in my imagination. She was standing in the parking lot, and you can tell by the ripped-out bushes that I wasn't anywhere near her when I drove away. "Did you damage her car?" "Yes, it is. But I damaged it on private property, and I'm not going to turn it in on the insurance. And it's our car. Both our names are on the title. Is it against the law to damage something you own on property you own?" There was a lengthy phone conversation, but according to law enforcement, nothing illegal happened. I called the dealership, asked them to rent a car and take it to the body shop. The papers were handed in a week later. I made sure I wasn't anywhere in the neighborhood, so that when Bonnie arrived in full force, she had no one to refer to but herself and Jules. I knew I'd have to confront her, but I wanted it to be on my terms. But it was still an unpleasant experience. I made sure I had witnesses, thinking it would make the case more reasonable. As usual, I was wrong. First, she tried crying, and when that didn't work, she turned to fighting. There will be no divorce, never. It's not what I wanted when it started, and it's certainly not what I want now. Get your head out of your ass, Jimmy. Admit you love me, and we can get this over with. May I, Bonnie? You went behind my back for at least 6 months plotting and weaving plots to make this happen? Went along with it when I begged you not to, and for 4 months, You were a broken record. I did it. Get over it. Let's go back to what we had. For almost a year, all I've heard about is what Bonnie wants. When exactly did you stop thinking about what I might want? You've turned into an incredibly selfish person, Bonnie, who I don't want to live with. What if in 6 months you decide you need variety and want to live as a cuckold? We had a good time, Bonnie. Let's try to remember the good times and move on. Might as well have been talking to the carpet. After half an hour, I gave up and left. Jules was our witness and showed up about 2 hours later. Are you really going to divorce her? Jules, what would you do if you got married and he did what Bonnie did? That is, if you didn't approve? Her sigh said it all. I warned her that night on the beach. She wouldn't listen. Said I was only saying that because you were gone and I didn't have a chance at you. Is there any truth to that? Maybe a little bit. You were the best lover I ever had, Grunt. I've often thought I should have made a little effort to keep you. Instead, I gave you to my sister on a silver platter. Well, that was surprising. You didn't say anything, Jules. I'd settle in with you in a minute, and you knew it. You were the one who wanted to keep your freedom. Don't get me wrong, because I didn't just settle on Bonnie. I fell in love with her on the 5th date, but I wasn't really interested in her until you said you weren't even close to ready to settle down. She sighed. Don't you think I realized it too late? We can't rewrite the past, honey. If we could, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'm only here because I promised to talk to you. I can't pretend to know what's going on in her head. If I were to speculate, I'd say she's experiencing buyer's remorse, but what she bought doesn't involve returns. Besides, if she's honest, she knows she made a mistake. Her belief that you love her enough to tolerate anything has backfired on her, and now she doesn't know how to deal with it. Don't expect the divorce to go smoothly. She will fight you every step of the way. I wish she wouldn't do that, Jules. Put it this way. All it's going to lead to is more lawyer bills. And eventually she'll run out of options, and it's going to happen anyway. Ask her to be polite and short. She stood up and kissed my cheek. I will, but it won't change anything. I'm sorry, honey, for ruining your marriage. Not as sorry as I am. Thanks for the apology, though. She walked away, tears streaming down her cheek. A love triangle. Chapter 4. I thought I was pretty thorough. I worked with Jerry, our accountant, even the guy I went to for counseling to make the split as close to 50-50 as possible. We were hopelessly intertwined in many areas, and I intended to keep the joint ownership until we had to interact so often. My son-in-law worked for us as a foreman, and my son worked for another construction company in a neighboring state to get an idea of how the business worked. Julie was in her 2nd year of law school and was going to specialize in real estate law. The plan when we retired was for them to take joint ownership and continue the family business. I was afraid that if she resisted and we were forced to sell out to settle, that plan would go down the drain. Of course, that was another weapon in her arsenal. She fought every measure like a rabid dog, threatening to shut everything down until we got a resolution. She knew it would put us out of business. Mediation was flatly rejected, and we were forced to go to court. Both of our attorneys were good, and when the main reason for my seeking a divorce was about to come to light, they convinced the judge to let them explain themselves in private. Bonnie looked well, though tired. I later learned that she had deliberately stayed awake for almost 48 hours to accomplish this. The judge's eyes grew wider and wider as we explained what had happened. Bonnie wanted me to back out of the divorce. I told her I would drag the names of everyone involved through the mud and make sure it became public. In the end, the judge wasn't too pleased. Well, it's certainly a mess, don't you agree? Honestly, I'm inclined to grant the divorce, but it seems there's more to come here. Sir, your wife made a mistake. A huge mistake. But I've seen couples overcome worse things. I think I should demand counseling. If nothing else, it might make the divorce go more smoothly. On the other hand, if you absolutely cannot forgive or come to terms with what she did and the counselor agrees, I would give the divorce as soon as the sessions are over. I think 8 would be an acceptable number. Now, the order. Choose any counselor. The court can give you the list we use regularly or any other. Start in 2 weeks at the latest. Do not miss a single session unless it's an emergency. Do you understand? Well, Your Honor, I have no choice now, do I? I'll go, but I need your firm promise in front of all these witnesses that when this is over, you'll keep your word. I've had enough surprises in my life over the last year. It pissed her off, but I didn't care. She agreed, and it made the album. I rejected the first 2 counselors after reading reviews of their work. Her lawyer suggested the next one, a team of a man and a woman with a very good reputation. I think Bonnie was surprised when I agreed. The first session was scheduled for Thursday at 6 o'clock. I arrived 15 minutes early and was surprised to see Bonnie already in the waiting room. She smiled at me, but didn't approach me. I immediately liked this couple. Josh and Jane Hart, they've been doing this kind of work for 6 years. I bet they had stories that would make your hair stand on end. Jane got right to the point. We are not here to save your marriage, but we are not here to destroy it either. We are a neutral party, and it is not for us to judge, but to find a solution to your situation. If this is not what you expected, we are sorry to disappoint you. Here are the ground rules. You take turns speaking, and at this point you are talking to us, not your spouse. You may not interrupt. You will be polite. You will listen when it is time for your spouse to speak, just as he or she will listen to you. Do you understand? Don't nod off. We record these sessions, and you can get copies for your personal use if you want. We believe this protects all of us. If any allegation comes into question, it can be easily verified. We read your file and will first ask some questions to try to determine what you were thinking at the time in question. Who wants to tell their story first? Bonnie went first. She told the story like it was some kind of fairy tale, talking about how much I loved the idea, but at the last minute, I chickened out and ran home in annoyance before she could follow through. It took her 45 minutes to tell me about my adventurous youth and how she always wished she had sown wild oats herself. Josh stopped her by telling her that time was up and we would continue the conversation at the next session. I thanked the counselors and left. Bonnie stayed behind, clearly trying to be alone with the counselors. She partly succeeded because they had a solo session scheduled. She was surprised when the counselors told me what she had done and offered me a chance to do the same. I said I would like to do it, but only after they heard my side of the story. They both agreed that it would be a great idea. It was getting close to time for the next session, and Bonnie was surprised when she was told to make time for me. I started talking about our early years and dating. You know, this was all before AIDS, or some of the more dangerous STDs prevalent today, were a reality, and we were just kids experimenting. My company was a little wiser and more relaxed about sex. You could sleep with a girl one night and the next night she could be with another guy and nobody got mad. Why? Because there were no expectations. No one made promises, so no one broke them, and if any of us got serious, the fooling around stopped immediately. Bonnie was a couple years younger and didn't start dating us until the summer after graduation. Yes, I was her first and only lover until recently. We were exclusive from the first time we ended up together. I never missed the old lifestyle. It was fun at the time, but after a year of being in a relationship with Bonnie, I had matured a bit and was quite happy being exclusive. We got married, had 3 kids, worked hard, built a successful business, and became financially secure. I thought I had the American dream. I stopped to gather my thoughts. Bonnie tried to speak, but Jane signaled for her to be quiet. The rules, Bonnie. Soon it will be your turn again. Then 2 things happened. A friend passed away and left me a property that included the building where most of our adventures took place. One of our old company, a man I never particularly liked, moved back to town. He and his wife were swingers, and they soon began to promote their lifestyle. Almost every couple we socialized with fell for their bait, including my wife. From talking to flirting to light fooling around, it got to the point where everyone wanted to try to relive the past, or, in the case of Bonnie and a few others, try it for the first time. We fought about it for months. The first few times I kept my mouth shut, but then the hot tub incident happened. It upset me so much that I just left for a few days. I told them about it in detail, while Bonnie blushed furiously and kept her head down. After that, things went quiet for a while, and I thought it was over between us. Then she practically gave me an ultimatum: agree to the program, or she would do it without me. I was caught between a hammer and anvil. If I didn't agree and she did it anyway, it would definitely ruin our marriage. If I agreed, I might be able to salvage something, although it would never be the same again. In the end, I just couldn't do it. I begged her to stop and leave with me, but she said she was going along with it, and I would just have to accept it. That may not be the exact wording, but that was the gist of it. She made her decision, and I left. Now she expects me to, as she put it, just get over it and continue our relationship like nothing happened. She has told me that she is sorry she hurt my feelings, but not sorry that she did. Recently, she bluntly told me that if I don't return to my manhood and get back in her bed, she will invite someone else there. This was the deciding factor for me. It all comes down to trust. And how do I do that? Every time she's gone, I'll think she's slipped away on a date with one of her friends. How do I know that when we make love, she's not replaying in her head that it's someone else instead of being in that moment with me? And that, counselors, is why I want a divorce. I just don't have enough love in me to pretend it never happened. They nodded, realizing what I was getting at. I talked some more about how my life was shaping up. There were always things I wanted to try, things I wanted to do but ignored because I was a married man with responsibilities. Now, for the first time in my life, I can put myself first, at least for a little while. I stopped and laughed as they all looked at me. I'm sorry. It just occurred to me that I'm doing now what Bonnie was doing all along. They announced the time, and I stood up, grinning. They did their best to hide their smirks, and Bonnie had steam coming out of her ears as I left. The next few sessions were predictable to the point of boredom. This will never happen again. In time we would get over it, and our marriage would be better than ever. I thought about it a lot, and talked to some experts, including the attorney I hired to handle my divorce case. At the next hearing, I showed up with a briefcase. I thought a lot about it. Bonnie, I think I've found a way to work this out and be together again. However, you're going to have to follow certain rules. Things you may not like. Bonnie looked happy for the first time, and the counselors looked at me warily. She wanted to say yes right away, but I asked her to wait until we'd talked it over. Point number 1. You will never socialize with Will, Grace, or Booger again in your life. You can have limited contact with the rest of the group because they were just having fun and being open about everything. Never means never, Bonnie. If you are in a cafe, restaurant, or any other public place, and one of them shows up there, you leave immediately unless I am with you. No phone calls, emails, texts, or Facebook. Not even smoke signals. Understood? She agreed too quickly for my taste, so I stepped it up. I'm serious, Bonnie. If you ever say hello to any of them again, the divorce will start all over again. I understand, Jimmy. I promise. Okay, next item. I need a note from our doctor. I know you've had different men, even if it was just once. I need to know you're clean before I touch you again. She was a little angry, but agreed. They were clean, honey. We all had to show medical clearance before we hit the road. How far in advance did you share your results? 2 or 3 weeks? I'm not sure, but it seems about right. And during those 2 or 3 weeks, did everyone stay celibate or stick to just one partner? Will and Grace belong to a club a few towns over from here and go there on average twice a month. And please don't ask me how I know. I think by now he was already trying to recruit you. Bonnie moved awkwardly. Well, he suggested we visit the club he belongs to right after we got home. No one supported him. What's next on your list? How noble of you. Really, Jimmy? You can stop being sarcastic. I screwed up. I'll admit it. Can we move on? I didn't write it down, but if you bring up topics like that again in our marriage, it will be over in an instant. It was evident that Bonnie was losing patience. I think I've learned my lesson on that score. Next. I pulled out the papers I was holding. Have your lawyer look them over. It's a postnuptial agreement. Basically, it states that if either of us have sexual intercourse with anyone outside of the marriage one more time and are discovered, they forfeit everything they accumulated during the marriage and leave without protest. No lapses, no exceptions. We just pack up and leave. I grinned. I took that from a story I read on one of the free sites. I guess it wasn't as grand a waste of time as you thought, huh? Bonnie didn't like it. Bonnie fussed and argued. Bonnie, surprised the hell out of me by agreeing to sign on the dotted line. She wanted me to come back to our house right after the last counseling session, 5 weeks from now. Then she'd sign the papers. I was shocked to the core. Never in a million years did I think she would sign such a draconian agreement. The counselor suggested that we go on a few dates and generally spend time together during the workday. It was weird dating Bonnie. The first meeting was incredibly awkward, but by the 3rd week we were together. By common consent, we still weren't having sex, but the petting had gotten pretty intense. One night she pulled away, giggling and pulling up her shirt. 2 more weeks, honey. I want you to rest, Take your vitamins, maybe buy some blue pills. We've got a lot to catch up on. I drove off, grinning. Maybe this would work out. Bonnie eventually apologized, saying she was wrong and shouldn't have gone through with it, and I kind of believed her. But I knew that on some level, she was going to savor her memories for a long time to come. Modern technology is a wonderful thing. Personally, I find security cameras on every corner invasive, but that's the world we live in now. Every commercial property we owned had security cameras installed, all of which fed into our office or home computer. We also had a security company that checked the signal hourly. It was expensive, but it prevented several break-ins, and once stopped an arsonist who was about to set fire to part of the warehouse as revenge for a divorce. I got a call the day after my last date. It was our security manager. We exchanged pleasantries, after which he proceeded to ask the reason for the call. It's probably nothing, but there are a few gaps in the security footage in your event room. They only last for about an hour or so, going off and on again. There's no definite schedule. One time it was from 9 to 10 in the morning, another early in the morning, and a few at night, all before 10. We're sure someone is turning them off and then back on. It has to be someone with access to the codes. What do you want us to do? You can override the control, can't you? Turn it back on from the command center? Yes. Then the next time it happens, do it and call me. Make sure you take notes. I may need a recording. This disturbed me enough that I decided to check the hall. I walked around the grounds and through the building, smiling as always at the memories, and didn't find a single thing missing or misplaced. I was going to tell Bonnie about it during our date. Maybe she'd figure out why the cameras were going off at random times. The security company sent a technician over, and he inspected the entire system, finding nothing wrong. I went to lunch and forgot about it. 10 minutes after lunch, I received a message from the security company. Urgent situation. Respond immediately. I didn't write, but called. The captain on duty looked worried. Sir, at 12:55 the cameras went offline. We have resumed operations as per your instructions, and we have a delicate situation. What's the situation? If you have a laptop with you, log in and we'll send you a recording. After you see what's going on, we'll need to give you instructions on how to proceed. It was clear as mud. I walked back to the truck, pulled out my laptop and logged in. I was glad I was sitting in the truck. What I saw was not good for mixed viewing. There were 6 people in the building. Bonnie, Will, Grace, Booger, and 2 guys I didn't recognize. They were mostly unclothed. Bonnie was in an unusual pose. Grace was being double-teamed by Booger and another stranger. I stopped watching after 10 minutes. I ordered the security guys to keep recording and be sure to turn it off after 30 minutes, or even sooner if they acted like they were going to leave. So much for promises, I thought, almost logging out. Then I decided to listen to the audio recording and started it up again. Bonnie spoke as the sound became active. I'm telling you guys, this is the last time. Grunt and I are almost back together, and I don't want to jeopardize my progress by continuing. If we do, we'll get caught sooner or later. Will smirked. Since we got back, you've ridden as many men as I could get my hands on. Hell, the entire male section of our club has spent an evening with you at least once, not to mention 3 women. You're hooked, Bonnie. Now get in here and we'll continue this. If this is going to be the last time, which I don't believe for a minute, let's make it special. Bonnie walked over to him, smirking, and began. I'm serious, Will. This will be the last time. For a long time, maybe forever. I love it, but I want my husband back more. Don't even think about trying to blackmail me. If word of this gets out, I'll make sure Jimmy goes after you and the whole club. We have money, Will, and he can make your life hell. Plus, at the very least, he'll beat the crap out of you. Remember how long it took for the swelling to go down from your balls? Imagine it 10 times worse, because he won't just kick you and walk away. Next time, he'll stomp those balls to mush. Will hesitated for a moment. He attacked me from behind. Things would have been very different if we'd been face to face. Bonnie grinned. Really? You're a good-looking man, Will, but you're soft. Jimmy still works with his crews and is very hard. He's learned a lot from working construction. He's not a black belt, but I'd always bet on him. Forget about that for now. Let's get down to business. You know the rule. 1 hour and the security system is back online. I'm surprised the security company didn't ask us a question about the gaps. With those words, she leaned in and continued. Will smirked as he continued to speak. How about this? Have the club rent this place for a party. You'll have to be here, and Grunt probably isn't really interested in the business. We can decorate the place so that there are gaps in the coverage. We can even make a hole in the back. Remember how much you liked that when I took you to the bookstore? She pulled away and looked up. It was exciting, but it was a one-time thing, and I told you I'd never do it again. It was a bunch of strangers. This is going to be a club. We're all clean. Bonnie grinned. I'll think about it. For now, time is ticking. In 50 minutes, she'd had fun with 3 of the 4 of them, and ended the festivities by lowering herself onto Grace. They cleaned up a bit, and Bonnie sprayed almost an entire can of air freshener. I'm going to miss it. Maybe not. Remember, the band wants to book a party here. You're already hooked, girl. A plain vanilla evening with your husband won't bring you satisfaction. Yes, it will be. I'll take care of it. Let me think about the party, okay? If we do have one, it won't be until a few months from now. Until then, I'll have other priorities. She kissed everyone as they left, a simple gesture of friendship. When they were gone, she looked around. A sad expression appeared on her face. Then she pulled out her cell phone and called me. I heard the phone ring but put it to voicemail. Sighing, she closed the door of the building and our life together. I begged to cancel our date for that night, saying I was working on something and had a deadline. She asked if we could have dinner after the counseling session. I told her yes, if she still wanted it after the session. I didn't elaborate even when she asked. I showed up for counseling with a manila envelope. I'm sure Bonnie thought it was a prenup, so she didn't seem concerned. I started talking as soon as we were seated. Bonnie, you've always been lucky. If it was noticed a few weeks later, you'd be in trouble, legally speaking. Instead, I found out about it now, and since you didn't sign the contract, it's going to be 50-50. I realized I could live with that. You've played as big a part in our success as I have, so it's only right that you get half. Honey, I have no idea what you're talking about. I stared into her eyes for a moment before she shifted her gaze to me. I think at that moment, she realized what I knew. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so instead of talking, I'm going to let you look at this. I handed her the envelope, and she took it with shaking hands. She pulled out the first picture, looked at it, and fainted. The pictures scattered across the floor, some falling face up. Jane knelt to check on Bonnie's condition, and Josh picked up the photo and studied it for a minute. I know it's frustrating, Jimmy. We have no idea when they were taken or where. It was probably right after the incident at the resort. There are timestamps on them, Josh. 3 days ago, in the event room we own. I'd say we're officially done with the sessions, wouldn't you? Even if you don't think so, I'm never going back. Tell her when she comes to her senses not to fight the divorce, or things will get ugly real quick, and I'll drag all her cronies down with me. I was almost to the truck when I heard a scream. Apparently she'd come back to life. Of course she resisted, putting up one roadblock after another. Only after I made my lawyer serve all her buddies with subpoenas to appear in court did she stop. 4 months later, I was divorced. Things didn't work out so well for Will. Grace wanted to know why he was called in, and when she found out, she was furious. Rumors started flying, not from me. I got what I wanted and got on with it, and Will was fired for doing a bad job. No one wanted to touch him, and he had to leave town. Everyone was surprised when Grace stayed. She found a really good job, and liked it so much that she went to the CEO, told him the whole story, and offered incentives to let her stay. The man was single, and he decided that a gift at lunch would level the rumors. He was single, and 2 months later she moved in with him. Part of her new job required traveling with him, and there was gossip that she was adding extra incentives for clients to sign contracts. They seemed happy together. It took another 6 months to divide the money and business responsibilities. Bonnie still ran the office, I handled the cruise, Jules handled the real estate, and the profits after expenses were split in half. This required very little communication from us. Surprising her, I insisted that since the shack was assigned to me, I would remain the sole owner, forgoing the equivalent value of the other assets. When her lease came to an end, I refused to renew the agreement, effectively shutting down the business. Her tirade was grandiose, and I recorded everything I could on my phone. She tried to take me back to court. When that didn't work, she wanted to buy me out. I sent her a voicemail. I'll burn it to the ground first. That was the end of it. I woke up when she slid into bed and lay on top of me. When I reached up and wrapped my arms around her, my eyes flew open. "Good morning, Vicky. How long have you been here?" She pressed herself against me, and I loved the sensation. Then she giggled. "We just got here. So, you and Jen? This is the 5th time we've been here since she's been around us. Are you two living together again, or what?" I thought of slim, trim Jen, 12 years younger and many years nicer. After the divorce, I took an extended vacation, went back to the lake I loved so much, looked around, and bought a boat. It wasn't one of those little 40-foot one-bedroom boats, but a 72-foot houseboat. I had been on my own for a week when she showed up. "How did you find me?" She grinned. "I won't tell. I might need to if you run away again. Now invite me aboard." I did so, turned around, went into a secluded cove, and dropped anchor. It was the middle of the week, so hardly anyone was out. I bought her a soft drink and lemonade for myself, and we sat and watched the lake. "I wasn't running," I said after about 30 minutes. "I just wanted to take my mind off all the drama for a while, to relax and not think about anything extra." "How do you do it?" "Look around, Jen. There are no people, lots of nature, the setting is relaxing. Why are you here?" Her smirk was kind of evil. "Would you believe I was worried about you?" "Yes, worried, but you seem to be fine. In fact, I came all the way here because of a promise." "What promise?" "We promised each other that if you divorced, I would be your first lover after marriage. I think we've set all the prerequisites." I stared at her as she giggled. "How warm is this water?" "It's the middle of August. The temperature of the lake is about 80. "Why?" She stood up, undid the straps of her short sundress, and let it out onto the deck. She was wearing a pair of panties, which she quickly popped out of. Her wicked grin returned as she smoothly parted the water and surfaced 20 feet away from him, floating on her back. "Coming in?" It took about 15 seconds to remember that I was single and hadn't promised anything to anyone. 15 seconds after that, I threw off my shorts and tank top and dove into the water. The water was gorgeous. I surfaced, spitting up, and she swam up to me, wrapped her arms around my neck, and lowered herself until she was at my back, pressing herself against my back. I could feel her hard nipples as she rubbed against me. "That was a pretty good package, darling. What I had time to see. When we get back to your yacht, I'll need to examine it more closely. Maybe do a stress test to see if we're a good fit for each other. What do you think?" "I think we need to swim back to the boat right now." She reached for me. "Oh, that feels so good." She squeezed me and pushed off. We spent another 30 minutes swimming and exploring each other in the process. Finally, "It's time, sweetie." We swam back, and I let her climb the ladder first, biting her firm cheek when she was at face level. She gave a little shriek, and for a moment playfully wrinkled her nose. "I have a better use for that mouth. Come on." We barely had time to swing over the railing before we were on top of each other. She squeaked. Soon, her legs were locked behind me. It had been a long time coming for me, so in less than 5 minutes I felt the eruption coming. "Honey, I'm about to finalize this scenario." "All ready," she said, wrapping her legs tighter around me. "Leave it alone, sweetheart." The weather was dry for a long time. It was dripping like a bucket, and it was pretty muddy. We both lay panting like we'd run a marathon, and then she giggled. "How long has it been?" I felt like years had passed. "I think I've caught up, though." "Oh, no, it isn't. We won't move until it happens again, and you'd better take your time, baby." I was just as aroused as you were, but now that the tension has been released, I expect to fully enjoy myself. We got up, cleaned up a little, and walked to the living room, settling on the couch. 20 minutes later, she was in my lap. We managed to last a decent 20 minutes that time. After finishing all those sessions, I rolled off her, panting. "Honey, you need to go easy on the old man. When I find it, by all means. But right now I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat in this tub?" She walked through the galley and bedrooms, making approving noises as I made sandwiches. She frowned in the bathroom. "The shower isn't big enough for the two of us." "The boat, remember? Limited space. If you want to take a shower, we'll have to go home." "Oh no, you're stuck with me for the next 2 weeks. We'll find a way to improvise." We made a small meal and ate it aft, watching the light fade and the moon rise. Beautiful view. Yes, it is. She looked back to see me looking at her and smirked. Was I worth the wait? You're worth the wait, and you're worth your weight in gold to me this very second. That's a good answer, sweetheart. You love me, you fed me, and now I'm ready to clean myself up and head to the bedroom. Better not have a small bed in there. At that point, I was very glad I had chosen the model with the double bed. She took a shower and then handed it to me. I got out and realized I needed to buy more towels when we got back to the marina. We pressed against each other, and she was just telling me about the wonderful things she was going to do to me when she stopped talking and let out a light snore. I grinned into the darkness and pulled her against me. I woke up to a very pleasant sensation, watching the sheet move up and down. I threw it back and she giggled. I'm glad that part of you is waking up pretty quickly. Good morning, sweetie. We'll make breakfast later. I'm a little busy right now. She shrieked in surprise. Jen quickly forgot what she was doing, as those sessions were also over very quickly. That's enough. Now keep your hands and that wonderful mouth to yourself while I finish what I was trying to do before you interrupted me. 10 minutes later, I exploded. Jen choked up a little and giggled as she came to her senses. I see you're still working backwards. We'll get you back up to normal in no time. She jumped up and ran to the bathroom. Soon I heard the shower running, so I got up and made coffee. She came in. I tried to kiss her, but she pushed me away. The shower, and your breath smells, so brush those gums. I showered, shaved, and brushed my teeth. I stepped outside. We need to go back to the marina to get my suitcase. Then we need to go grocery shopping. We drove back, and I took her suitcase. I took her to a small restaurant, and she liked the food. Then we went to the grocery store. I pushed the stroller, watching her inspect each grocery before putting it in the basket. And I remembered doing the same thing with Bonnie when July was about 9 years old. I remembered my child's happy chatter as Bonnie bestowed a small smile on me, remembering the glorious morning we had spent. For a moment, I felt incredibly sad. Earth to Jimmy, where did you disappear to? I smiled at her concerned face and thought how lucky the other visitors must have been to have such a young woman as my companion. A little trip down memory lanes, dear. It's a good trip. Let's check out the steak selection. The first week we did it like monkeys, catching up. By the second week we slowed down and started talking more. Booger was still swinging, but he was having trouble. He has to have a partner or he can't participate. He approached me twice wanting to rekindle our relationship. Both times I asked him if he was still doing the same thing, and he admitted that he was. Do you expect me to participate? If so, you can leave. With the right circumstances, a trip to the island could have been amazing, but you and Will have turned it into something mediocre. She paused for a moment, deep in thought, before continuing. Do you know he resisted divorce until I took your book and threatened to publicize his habits? He backed down quickly. Now I look at him and feel sad. He's gained about 30 pounds and has started combing his hair to hide his baldness. If we were still together and swinging, he'd be a consolation prize. I shudder to think what his band looks like judging him. You know, I try very hard not to judge people who choose this lifestyle. If it works for them, and if both partners agree unconditionally, I see the appeal. I've read the data. Such people make up a very small number of married couples, and they are 90% more likely to divorce than normal couples. All in all, a pretty dangerous lifestyle if you want to maintain a committed relationship. However, some people are not made for fidelity to one person, and this is a perfectly acceptable alternative. I sighed. I didn't divorce Bonnie because she wanted to experiment. I thought we had it backwards until I saw those tapes. I divorced her because she chose that path and lied about it constantly, knowing how I felt. It was very obvious that she preferred that lifestyle over her old one, and I couldn't live with that. Jen hesitated for a moment. I could have told you. You're going to find out sooner or later anyway. Bonnie is really into this lifestyle right now. She's partnering with Booger to attend events, and she's not particularly secretive about it. She says that now that she's single, it doesn't matter who thinks what. Your children are not particularly happy with her right now. I tried to shield the children from the consequences of our divorce, but they were old enough and pretty savvy, so it didn't take long for them to learn the truth. They still had a relationship with their mother, but it was strained now. Our child, Julie, took it the hardest and hasn't spoken to her in months. Bonnie blames me for everything, even though I refused to discuss our breakup with them. We spent the last few days together, mostly talking and cuddling. I was leaving with her, interrupting my self-exile. Time to get back to life. Before we left, we had a rather frank conversation. I don't know about you, but I'd like to keep seeing you when we get home. Maybe we're just rebuff lovers, but I'd like to see if there's something more behind it. I kissed her. I'm going to date you until you find someone else or tell me to stop. I touched her lightly to prove my point. She jumped and grinned. I'm not looking for anyone else. So if I was in a serious relationship, why was I in bed with Vicky? After a few months, Jen and I were quite an established couple. She wanted to move in with us, and I seriously considered it. We both agreed that we didn't want to get married now, but we needed a partner. Jen and I were in the restaurant when Vicky and Rhonda walked in. They saw us and looked unsure until I waved at them. By this time, it had been over a year since that infamous trip to the island. We stood hugging each other and insisted they join us. We chatted for a bit, and then Vicky grinned. So you and Jen? I thought it might happen. Jen's had a crush on you for a long time. Jen blushed and the smirk grew even wider. I knew if you got to him first, we'd be out of luck. I should be mad, but I'm happy for both of you. But that doesn't mean we regret not sleeping with both of you. Curiosity took over. Did you have more little vacations after the islands? Rhonda cut in. You mean, have we tried doing it again? No, the last time wasn't very memorable, except for Jason and Annette. Before she could finish, a happy couple entered the room. They looked around for a table, saw us, had a quick conversation, and went out the door. Jason, wait, I'd like to talk to you for a minute if you don't mind, and so would Annette. Would you mind coming back and joining us? I promise there won't be any fireworks. He looked at her, and she nodded slightly. Annette had dyed her hair and let it grow out. The almost platinum curls contrasted nicely with the creamy tone of her skin. That's fine, girl. If you're not careful, you'll show yourself to Beyoncé. Do the carpets match the drapes now? She tensed, then giggled. I thought you'd remember, Grunt. The carpet's gone. How could I have forgotten? But that was a year ago, and things might have changed now. By this time, we were back in the house, and the three anxious women were watching our approach. Annette pulled Jen to her and hugged her, then looked at Vicky. Damn, girl, help me. I don't think I have the strength. Give me a hug. Vicky jumped up, Rhonda following. Annette hugged both of them, and all the girls hugged Jason. We pushed the two tables together, and it was just like old times, as long as no one brought up the recent past. Jason was uncomfortable, so I brought it up to lighten the mood. Jason, I just want you and Annette to know that I don't hold a grudge against you. I don't think either of you fooled around with Bonnie, and if you did, well, that's what we were there for. Everyone who stayed after Jen and I left had to follow their conscience. Jason said he'd be more comfortable talking privately, and we didn't talk about it again. We'd been there for an hour when I realized how much I'd missed it. Finally, the waiters escorted us out with looks, and we paid the bill and left a big tip. We all stood outside, not wanting to lose the feeling of renewed friendship. I was inspired. I grabbed Jen's hand and called over my shoulder, Guys, follow us! I doubted they would do it, but all the cars got in line. I'm sure they were shocked when I pulled into the parking lot of our old shack. Although I didn't renew the lease, I let Bonnie and Jules use it until their last customer left. That was 2 weeks ago. I changed the locks and video surveillance, and now no one could get in without keys. I called security on the way in, telling them that I was the one who was going in and was going to disable the cameras from inside for a while, and when I turned them back on, I would let them know. I had my own selection of spirits in a lockbox, so I pulled it out and set the bottles on the bar. Jen would want a Cosmo, so I made her a cocktail, and then mine. 3 fingers of bourbon and 2 ice cubes with water on the side. I proposed a toast as they each took a drink in their hands. To 2 people who didn't do anything in this room, here's to you, Jason and Jen. Everyone was laughing. We relaxed and chatted for 2 hours before we headed out for the night, just enjoying the company. I only had 1 drink, and Annette had 2, so she drove Jason home, and I loaded Vicky and Rhonda into our car and drove them around. Vicky could barely walk, but I had to carry Rhonda in my arms. I took off their shoes, Jen unbuttoned their clothes, and we left them. We had just sat down when we heard giggling, which quickly turned to grunts and squeals. Jen thought it was a great idea to make our own noise, so we did. 30 years of construction work makes you get up early whether you want to or not, so I got up, making breakfast for everyone at 8. 30 minutes later, Vicky came out completely topless. I grinned. "Vic, don't go anywhere near the stove. I don't want bacon grease splattered on you." She looked down and saw that she was without everything. Blushing a little, she started to walk back to the bedroom, then turned around. "Nothing you haven't seen before, and I'm dying for a cup of coffee." She set the cup down and sat at the table while I finished my breakfast, as if sitting naked at the kitchen table was the most normal thing in the world. Rhonda walked in 20 minutes later, glanced at Vicky and smirked, taking off the t-shirt she'd borrowed from Jen. She then grabbed a cup of coffee, motioned to Vicky, and asked if she had a headache. They were both a little tipsy, but not as much as they thought. Jen came out last, wearing a robe. She stopped and stared at me for a moment, then took it off, and I had the pleasure of serving breakfast to the 3 women. They stayed most of the morning and then left, hugging and kissing. I smirked at Jen as she loaded the dishwasher. "I guess we're friends again." She laughed softly. "They wish they were even friendlier. They told me the worst part about going to the island was missing their chance at you. And me." I was a little surprised. Jen had never shown any interest in women. "Would you?" She paused, pondering. "I think I would, if there was a time and place. I've always been curious, and this would be a safe place to explore. I can still picture us all rolling around on the bed together and smashing it. Something to think about." Jason called me the next day and asked me to come to the studio. "I may have to expand. I've gotten more staff, some really good producers and engineers. Jerry is trying to talk me into starting my own label to maximize profits. I'm thinking about it. I'd love to get your opinion on the redesign." His business must be booming. The building wasn't even 2 years old. I know he used Jules to house recording artists there. They usually stayed for 2 to 4 weeks, and she set aside a couple houses specifically for Jason. If anything was damaged beyond normal wear and tear, it was spelled out in the contract that they were responsible for repairs. One rock band went on a rampage and trashed the house, but the management paid for the repairs without complaint. We didn't put them up again. I agreed to come late in the evening the next day. I was surprised to see that there were a lot of people in the audience. Jason grinned. "Musicians don't get up very early. Some, if they have the energy, record before dawn. We make adjustments, and if the producer and engineer agree, they stay. These midnight sessions have made a pretty good product." He pointed to a gold record on the wall. It belonged to the first country singer he'd ever worked with and was titled Midnight Sessions. He led me into his office, and I paused for a second in front of Earl's bass voice. "I just left it there. I figured you'd want it back sooner or later. All you have to do is say the word." "I think she's happier here among the music." Jason nodded, realizing how one musician understood the other. "Still playing?" "I used to play. My equipment was now stored at the shack, but I had my old Martin with me, and sometimes, especially right after the island, I would play, trying to fill the hole in my heart. It didn't happen, of course, but it still made me feel better." Jason picked up a couple guitars. "Let me play you something. Tell me what you think." He played in a light jazz style, going up and down. I thought it was one of the most impressive things I'd ever heard, and told him so when he finished. He laughed. "She's pretty good, even though I wrote her. Now I have to find the words for it. Earl was the lyrics writer in our partnership, and I'm having a hard time with that. It took me 4 months to finish Daughter. Earl always told me you were the best lyric writer he'd ever seen." That surprised me to no end. Earl and I had tried writing a few times when no one else came to practice. Even then, I thought that shit was pretty juvenile and told Jason so. He just laughed and handed me a second guitar. "Think about it. Then we played for almost an hour, old Out Cold songs, a couple Tom Petty songs including Wildflowers, and a Bob Seger song I'd always liked. Jason had a good, if not strong voice, and I thought it all sounded great. We put the guitars away and talked about expanding it. "You're going to have to go vertical, Jason. You don't have enough property to go outside." You could see it hadn't occurred to him. Second floor? You have a tiered area. I would choose 3 to leave room for expansion if you need it in the future. If you don't need it, you can always rent it out and generate a little income to help cover the cost of the expansion. Jason was thrilled with the idea. Are you going to do it? I was going to ask you a couple months ago, but we haven't talked since the trip, and I figured it was best to leave the sleeping dogs lying around. You were my best friend even before Earl died. It's been painful not talking to you for so long. I was surprised, but then I thought about it. He was right. Maybe the connection through Earl was why I'd grown attached to Jason, even more than I had with my old friends. I missed his wit and Annette's sarcastic sarcasm, which I didn't want to admit. Do you want to talk about it now? I knew you were against it at first. I told Netta that I didn't think you could do it. Bonnie kept insisting that you were okay with it, and when you agreed, I assumed you were. I have to admit, Nett and I laughed our asses off when you included the stipulation about Will's absence in the plans. We watched you on the airplane, and we both agreed that you didn't look happy. She told me that when it came down to it, she didn't think you could handle it, and she was right. So, what happened after Jen and I left? Jason grinned. Well, Will and Grace showed up. Coupled with you leaving, it gave me some bad thoughts. But he was knocked out. His balls swelled to the size of baseballs, and he sat with an ice pack for 2 days. Booger and Bonnie kept insisting that everything was fine, but we didn't buy it. Vicky and Rhonda decided they weren't going to spend time with Booger. He got very angry when they told him that, insisted they were breaking the rules. Vic laughed. What the fuck are the rules? We agreed to do this with anyone you're comfortable with, and Rhonda and I decided you were scaring us a little, so no pleasures for you. He paused, remembering, and a small smile appeared on his face. They locked the doors after Annette and I got there. We had our own little party. It was a good thing all the girls were bi, or they would have been disappointed. But still, we had a good time, and I managed to have at least one time with all of them. It wore me out. Then he frowned. Before we go any further, I have to tell you this. The girls left me to sleep and went off to breakfast. I woke up to someone riding me. By the time I realized it was Bonnie, I was halfway through, so I let it happen. When we finished, I got out of bed and grumbled a little, but she just smirked and suggested we do it again. About that time, the girls came back and chased her away. That's the hardest part. Later, we decided to go to the beach one last time before we left. We walked around the cove and found Bonnie and Booger and 2 strangers. They were very engrossed and didn't even notice us. We came back, packed up, and left. I think it was 2 days before Bonnie came back. Curiosity took over. I wonder what made her do that. To go from faithful, loving wife to rocket in less than a year. She never explained it in our sessions, other than to say she felt old and unattractive and wanted to try other men before she got too old. As superficial as it sounds, Jim, it's probably true. She must have been thinking about it before Will came back into your life. He found the spark and gassed her until she stopped thinking with her logical brain and started using her lizard brain. On some level, she must have known it could cost her you, but whether it was a conscious decision or not, she made it. I think everything that happened afterward happened because she knew she never had a realistic chance of getting you back. The love the one you're with mentality. You should talk to Annette. She probably understands more about this than I do. Most of what I'm telling you is derived from her. Perhaps he was right. Annette was a school psychologist with a relevant degree. I made a note to invite her to lunch. Jason changed the subject. So, you and Jen? Cradle robber. He grinned when he said that, and I grinned back. Yeah, me and Jen. I don't know for how long. The age difference is pretty big, but right now I think we both need it. We make each other happy, and more importantly, we trust each other. We made plans to bring in the architect we used for the original building for a consultation to see if the upper floors were viable, and I left feeling much better. I took Annette out to lunch to talk about what had happened. Believe it or not, she did what many women do when they start to feel old and unwanted. It doesn't matter if their spouses love them or find them attractive, they feel they need validation from the outside. Most don't take it to the extreme like Bonnie, but it happens. Plus, there is a lot of talk about female empowerment in the atmosphere of this time. Read any major women's magazine, and there is bound to be at least one article on the subject. Many, without justifying it, hint that affairs can be good and enrich relationships. Look at Ashley Madison and dozens of other sites promoting this sort of thing. It's big business right now. Shouldn't they have realized how dangerous it was? Most do, but they minimize it. Most situations are not like ours. Usually one spouse goes behind the other's back and tries to keep things private. A lot of people get caught, of course, but many more don't. Recent data shows that women who cheat, even if they've been doing it for years, rarely get caught. More than 3/4 get away with it and take their secrets to the grave. The same is true for men. The figures are a little lower, but not by much. It is estimated that in 70% of all marriages, at least one partner cheats. Those are pretty depressing numbers, Net. She sighed. Depressing, but true. Let's say your child starts kindergarten today. By the time they graduate, 54% of their classmates will be the children of divorcees. I can't tell you how many times I've had a crying teenager sitting in my office trying to figure that out. I won't be able to do your job. That's because you more or less have a black and white worldview. My job makes me act like I'm colorblind. It's all shades of gray, but every once in a while I help a kid, and that keeps me going. We finished lunch with a sincere promise to meet again, and we did. I started playing golf with Jason and Rhonda again, even though she kicked our asses regularly. Jen and Vicky would relax by the pool and then meet us at the 19th hole for drinks and snacks. Jason brought one of his new engineers into our group so we could have a foursome, and we immediately disliked him because he beat us all without even trying. Other than golf, he was a hell of a nice guy, and his wife was a cutie. I'd been puzzling over what to do with the shack for a long time. I didn't want it so much as I didn't want Bonnie to have it, especially when I saw what she was using it for. The alarm went off one Saturday, just after we'd played a round, so we jumped in the cars and went to look. No big deal. A dead branch from one of the oak trees surrounding the house flew off, fell onto the deck, and hit the glass, triggering the alarm. The cops came, made sure we had to be there, said I needed tree service to check those old oak trees, and left. Ed and Sandy had never been inside, didn't know it existed. They were fascinated by the place, and Sandy demanded to know why it was no longer in use. Jason quickly interrupted her, saying that the place had a lot of history, and he would tell her about it later. 3 days later, she caught up with me at the construction site where I was working. I was surprised to see her, and she said it wasn't small talk. She insisted on taking me out to lunch while she made her proposal. She had a degree in hospitality management, but after they moved, she never found anything she liked. I'd like you to reopen the hall and let me run it. We'll split expenses and profits 50-50. Let's sign a contract for 6 months to see if we can manage. I liked the idea. I wasn't losing anything on the building, but I wasn't making any money either. It would be a good way to keep the building from falling into disrepair or becoming a magnet for vandals. I immediately agreed, telling her I would have Jerry prepare the paperwork. Sandy expressed concern that since she wasn't local, she would have a harder time attracting customers. I laughed and said that until we closed, we had a monopoly on the market. Apparently, fate had a sense of humor, because it was at that moment that Jules walked into the diner. She saw me and started to turn around. We hadn't talked much since the breakup. I guess she felt she had to stay loyal to her sister, and honestly, I was a little hurt. I felt like she should have known me well enough to discourage Bonnie from starting a conversation about the very thing. Now that's water under the bridge. Jules, where were you going? Please come back to the house. There's someone I want you to meet, and I think it's time we had a talk after this, don't you? I won't rant, I promise, and if I get loud, turn me off. I've loved you as a friend for too long not to try to bury the hatchet. Again, I'm asking nicely. She argued for a bit before smiling. A little unsure, but she agreed, both to going back to the house and to talking later. I led her back inside, and after she gave her order to the waitress, introduced her to Sandy. Jules, this is Sandy Reynolds. She's a friend of Jason's. Her husband is one of his engineers. She's also one of my friends, and she has certain ideas about the shack. It's time to open it up again. A strange expression appeared on Jules' face. Before we discuss this, I should tell you that Bonnie and I are building a similar establishment on part of the old Johnson farm. I got the contract to subdivide the property, and it's zoned mixed use, so we bought 3 lots, brought in an architect to draw up plans, got permits, and have already laid the foundation. We plan to open in 6 to 8 months. I was a little surprised, and Jules sighed. Bonnie loved this place, Grunt. It was something she made her own, and she was very proud of the way she and I built the business. We were very hurt when you took it away from us. Bonnie will be furious when I tell her. When you tell her that if she hadn't resurrected him in her little shack, we could have continued on. I wasn't going to let her use it as a place for the very thing, and I've heard enough of the security footage to know that's what would have happened. Think of how much business would have been lost if this had gotten out. This is a pretty conservative town, Jules. The place would go out of business in 6 months. Maybe you should put it in the operating agreement that it doesn't happen here. Sandy listened without taking his eyes off me. Jules put her hand on mine. Please, Jimmy, this is not the place to hang dirty laundry. We'll deal with it later, I promise. Right now, with the situation we're in, I can't help you. Bonnie will see it as a betrayal, and our relationship is a little strained right now. While we ate, she had time to tell Sandy a few things. Then she got up and, surprising me, kissed me on the cheek. I've missed you, Jimmy. Call me at the office when you want to talk. Sandy watched her walk away. Wow, what a worm opened up, huh? I don't know, and it's none of my business. I'll have to do without her advice. Next time you're at Jason's, tell him I said it's okay if he wants to tell the story. He might not want to, and if he doesn't, that's the end of the conversation. A love triangle. Chapter 5. Getting a permit was ridiculously easy, and we were lucky enough to get most of the old staff back. We were busy practically from day one. Sandy knew it would get us started before Bonnie and Jules opened, so she worked tirelessly to get customers. She worked 2 weeks of 65 hours until I stopped her. No more than 50 hours, and I mean it. You have a husband and a little daughter at home, remember? Besides, I don't want you to burn out, so delegate some chores. Take a day off every now and then. You'll be more like yourself, your husband, me, and your co-workers. Do you know what I'm talking about? I could see that she understood, but I knew I had to watch her. I was well aware of how much a person could be consumed with trying to force themselves to do something. Bonnie had to talk to me about the same thing when we were in our 30s. Jules must have told Bonnie about the reopening. I hadn't spoken to her in almost 4 months, and here she was calling me, unleashing a scream that lasted maybe 5 minutes. When she finally stopped to catch her breath, you could hear the defeat in her voice. You hate me that much? The one thing I achieved mostly on my own, the one thing I could point to as an indicator of my worth, and you took that away from me. Now you're giving it to a complete stranger. I took it from you because I was furious. All those platitudes you said about us getting back together, all that time you spent with strangers like rabid monkeys and using the shack to do it. I really hated you at the time. Everything you said to me after the island was total crap. You'll pardon me if I don't get too heated, but you brought this on yourself. Why, Bonnie? You still haven't told me why you decided to ruin everything. Either way, it doesn't make sense. You've got a chance now, girl. Speak up. There were about 8 sobs, and the line cut off. Jen was working at a job she didn't like, and one day, her company was bought out, and everyone was laid off. For a few days, she was dejected, wondering what she should do. Go to work for Sandy. She needs an assistant, and you have all the skills she needs. You'll make more money than your old job, and maybe you'll like it better. Even if you don't, it will look good on your resume. It would be kind of embarrassing for me to work for the person I live with. You won't be working for me, you'll be working for Sandy. I have very little to do with the business, especially the day-to-day work. If you don't want it, take a vacation and look for something you'd really like to do. I'm sure your boyfriend will keep you on for a month or 2. She grinned and started on the next week. Jason and Annette told Ed and Sandy about the swing fiasco. They weren't as shocked as we thought they would be. Ed laughed. I came all the way from California for this job, remember? One of the main reasons was to get away from that kind of lifestyle. I have nothing against it, but it's almost always out of control, and it's hard to work with an artist when that kind of shit is going on while he or she is trying to write or record. We know 1 or 2 couples who live like that and have for years, so some people can make it work. Most don't. It was the middle of summer, and Jason invited us over for a barbecue. And by barbecue, I mean the real thing. After Earl introduced him to the dish, he became a fanatic. He had 3 big grills and 1 small one, and his favorite, despite the ones he gave thousands for, was an old converted 250-gallon oil drum. The guy who built it for him was a craftsman. It was mounted on an axle and had a hitch so it could be hauled anywhere. A couple times we borrowed it for family gatherings that were held at the shack, and Jason would cook. It gave him a boost, and he was pretty good at it. That's what the customers thought anyway. We were lying in the loungers, happily full, when Annette announced that it was bath time. Jason asked me if I minded, knowing I had bad memories. As long as everyone keeps their suits on and no one is groping strangers, I don't have a problem. The women had taken off their shirts and tops, their bathing suits already on. Jason, Ed, and I had already put on our shorts, so we were shirtless. I ended up between Jen and Rhonda, then Jason and Annette, then Vicky, then Sandy, and finally Ed. We relaxed and joked around for about an hour, and I found it a very pleasant experience. I had always wanted to have a hot tub in the house, but Bonnie had always dismissed the idea. I never knew why. The girls went into the house to change and dry their hair. We watched them, admiring their bikini bottoms as they ran into the house. Jen was the youngest and prettiest, but Annette was still a hottie. Vicky and Rhonda were still good-looking, and Sandy was petite and cute, looking like the ultimate soccer mom. Jason grinned as they disappeared into the house. Good life. Ed and I agreed. I couldn't get the melody Jason had played for me out of my head, and I thought about it often. The words started to come out. I didn't pay attention to them for a while, but they kept coming back, and I started writing them down. It took a month before I gave them to Jason. I emailed them, and he called me 2 hours later. Get your ass over here. We sat down at the guitars, and he played it for me. It sounded much better with him. I was thinking about the piano part, so we got out the keyboards and I played it. Annette and Jen showed up 5 hours later to pick us up. It was past midnight. They wanted to know what was so important, and Jason played our tracks. My piano was a muted understatement to his guitar. They surprised us to tears. Jason invited one of his country artists to record. His gravelly baritone was perfect for this song. The song, Old Friends and New Lovers, was a bittersweet journey through divorce to a new relationship. Yes, it was a song about Bonnie and I, Jen and I, and everyone else who has had their heart broken and then put it back together to find love again. When the book came out, it went to #1 in 4 weeks. One reviewer called it the country equivalent of Adele's Somebody Like You. I didn't want anyone to know I'd helped write it. For some reason, I couldn't pinpoint. In the back of my mind, I thought that if Bonnie found out, she'd use it against me somehow. So I used the pseudonym Jason suggested. L. Shack. I thought it was funny as hell. It was my first attempt at writing a song. Jason begged me to keep going, but my heart wasn't in it. Jen and I had been living together for over 6 months. It's been fun, and we both needed it. I don't think either of us expected it to last, but it did. Her youth helped me feel young again, and my maturity grounded her, so we were perfect for each other. We still saw Booger from time to time, and I always enjoyed his stares. If Jen saw him first, she would shower me with little PDAs just to get him started. One night we were at a nightclub, which was rare for us. We were mostly homebodies, but it was Will and Annette's wedding anniversary, and the whole company was there to celebrate. It must have killed him to see us together. The ladies were dressed to perfection, and we all danced with each other during the evening. Rhonda and Vicky slow danced with all the girls as well as Ed, Jason, and me. Vicky was a terrible tease and slid into me, making sure I could feel her. I responded like any man would, and she giggled, dancing into a dark corner and grabbing me. I'm still mad I missed my chance. Now I have you all ready to go, and I'm taking you back to Jen. Jen thought it was funny, and then I saw them dancing together, and Vic was doing to her what she was doing to me, to the point of dragging her into a dark corner. Jen came back with a glazed expression on her face, and it was my turn to smirk. All the guys gave up on the fast tunes after a couple, but the girls stayed on the floor, dancing away to the fullest. There was no twerk or grind. The place was for more mature couples and high class, but they still quickly gathered an audience. We were having fun until Booger came up to us. You bastard, you ruined everything. It could have been good. He was drunk off his ass, and the woman he was with was trying to drag him back to the table. I noticed a ring on her finger, so I guessed she was one of his partners. Before I could react, he turned to Jen. You little bitch, You think I miss you? I get all the women I can, and they're all better than you. He grabbed onto Jen, and I instinctively reacted by punching him in the ass. I was sitting up, so I didn't think the blow was hard, but Booger always had a glass jaw. He was out of it. The manager and one of the bartenders had already walked over when I threw the punch. I got up, apologized, and said we were leaving. Why? You were protecting your lady. We are the ones who should apologize for allowing such an embarrassing scene. Alcohol does strange things sometimes, and I assume you have a history. Jen smiled at him. He's my ex, and he didn't take the breakup very well. Then I found Jimmy, and I definitely switched. The bartender was hoisting him to his feet, and Booger was still belligerent. I don't know what he whispered in his ear, but he immediately shut up. In classic Booger behavior, he left his companion standing. I have no way home, she said wistfully. We sat her down at a table, and the ladies consoled her while I hailed a cab. I thought he was a nice guy. I'm only here because my husband had a crush on his partner. It was a sympathy date, pure and simple. This is not the first time this has happened. I have a feeling he's going to be expelled from the club. I got the feeling she was beginning to regret her lifestyle. What kind of man would give his wife to a man like Booger? When the cab arrived, she thanked us for our help, and I walked her outside. She kissed me on the cheek before getting into the car. He hates you, you know. I've heard him talk about you before. He has a name for you, the man who ruined everything. I put her in the cab and paid the driver, then went back inside. Before closing the door, I leaned slightly toward her. None of my business, but you might want to reconsider your lifestyle. You don't seem particularly happy, and this is only going to make things worse. She sent me an email on my work account, letting me know that she took my advice to heart and left the group with her husband. She said that Booger lost his temper when they told the group and accused me of once again ruining his life. Booger sent me his letter, a picture of Bonnie with him. As soon as I saw it, I immediately started deleting it. Instead, I forwarded it to Bonnie, asking her if she thought it was a good idea to let her lovers take pictures of her and send the pictures around the internet. Jules later told me that she had come across it, told the group, and they banned it. For such a group, confidentiality was of the utmost importance. Booger started to slap Bonnie, but she beat him to it, literally. Chilled him out. He needed to stop acting with that glass jaw. It was the 4th of July, and I was on my way to my old house. All my kids were there and were practically begging me to come over and be together again. I texted Bonnie and asked if we could spend a few hours together. I didn't want to be ambushed. She answered me almost instantly. We've gotten along for 25 years. I'm sure if we both make an effort, we can be civil for a few hours. Are you asking me out on a date? It was a jab at Jen. She deeply resented us living together. We got to talking one day when I was in the office getting check stubs for the crew. In those days, everything was transferred to direct deposit, but they still got weekly receipts for accountability. Normally, I would have assigned this to someone else, but we were incredibly busy, and I didn't want to put anyone out of work. Bonnie was surprised to see me, and even pleased. Then she made a snide remark to Jen. Bonnie, what's your problem? We didn't talk to each other until after the divorce. You've probably dated 10 or 12 guys and probably slept with twice that many through your club, and you're mad because I'm dating one woman? She's too young. Be frank. In your adventures, do you spend time with younger men? She didn't answer, and that was enough. That's enough. I didn't come here so we could pour shit on each other. I'll see you at the picnic. We were friendly at first, but Bonnie drank a few beers and started being rude. I pulled her away from the kids and lashed out at her. You need to cut that shit out before I get mad enough to leave. I'm not jacking you up for being a fool looking for a man, so stop talking about my only woman. I don't think she said more than 4 words to me for the rest of the day. I looked at her closely when she was elsewhere and wondered if her lifestyle was tiring. I was surprised to note that she looked at least 15 pounds slimmer. Her hair had been lightened, and she had let it grow out, and the sundress she wore was quite flat. The only difference was her eyes. They had become harder, and there was much less humor in them. I wondered if her new lifestyle was bringing her the joy we once shared. She caught my gaze and smirked, swaying her hips a little more than usual. But it didn't make me want to pounce on her. All I could see as she moved her ass was Booger burrowing into her, The kids were happy, but cautious. I waited a little while before telling them that if they were going to continue, I was leaving. After that, they were almost back to normal. The grandchildren were all around us. The littlest one had just learned to walk and was struggling to keep up with her cousins. She got tired quickly and crawled into my lap and dozed off. Bonnie quietly walked over and sat on the swing planner, trying to keep as much distance between us as possible. She looked at the baby, smiled, but remained silent. Soon the next baby ran up to us, and Bonnie took him in her arms, cradling him against her. He fell asleep in a matter of seconds. I heard a click and looked up to see July clicking like crazy. She leaned over and kissed my cheek, whispering in my ear, "I wish it was real." Then she kissed her mom, but I don't know if she said anything. She needed a parting shot. "Tell your little tramp hello." I'd rather give her what I can. You know, making love to Jen reminds me of when we were together, 15 years ago. She wanted to explode so badly she almost exploded. I grinned all the way home. On the drive home, I thought a lot about Jen. I had gotten quite comfortable with her, comfortable enough to start thinking about the long term. I was still in good health. My gym buddy had run some tests and stated that I had the same physiology as someone in their 30s. I probably still had enough good years left to have a good long-term relationship. Jen had gone to a party with Sandy and a few of her friends from the record company and the Shack staff, mostly people her age or younger. When I got home, she looked flushed and tense, barely kissing me and distancing herself from me. I waited a bit before asking her what was wrong. "Okay, something is obviously bothering you. You've never had a problem talking to me before, so spit it out." I think I should move out." It was the last thing I expected. I remained calm. "It's your choice. I don't own you. We haven't made any long-term plans, so if you feel you need to leave, then by all means, leave." She went from almost passive to shocked. "That's it? Let's move on. Have a safe trip, and don't let the door hit me in the ass." "Did you expect me to beg you to stay? I think you've already made your decision. I'd like to thank you for telling me to my face. Will you be able to leave by the weekend? You won't even ask me why, or try to fight for me?" "You're giving mixed signals, Jen. I don't need to know why. If we were strong enough, I wouldn't have to fight. Especially since I don't know who I'm fighting or why. I'd like to thank you for the time we've spent together. I consider you the only reason I didn't go insane right off the island. That being said, my head is much smoother now, so I won't get depressed. But that doesn't mean I won't miss you or what we had. It's just that I'll be able to handle the disappointment a lot better now." She wanted to talk about it. I didn't. I left her crying on the couch. I wondered why as I drove away. And despite what I said, it really hurt me. Deeply and truly. My second chance faded right before my eyes. I've decided to refrain from any future commitment. Perhaps I would be ready for that in about 10 years when I was in my 60s. In the meantime, I was still in good shape. I still had my hair, and financially, I was quite secure. I would be a magnet for women my age and younger. The thing is, once word got out about it, I could do it every day if I wanted to. I went to the lake, launched my boat, made sure I stocked up for a few days, and disappeared into the coves and fog. If someone wanted to look for me, this is where they would probably come. But the lake was very big, and I stayed away from my favorite spots. I wasn't surprised to find Vicky and Rhonda parked next to my truck when I returned to the harbor for a beer. They had seen me go into the little store and were waiting for me to come out with a case of beer in hand. They started talking, and I walked past them. "We need to talk to you, Grunt." I looked at Vicky. "Part of the appeal of coming here is to be alone. Is that hard to understand? Why are you even here? You don't have a dog in this fight." "Yes, you are. You. Don't you even want to know why Jen was talking about moving?" "Probably, yeah. I thought we had a pretty good relationship, and I don't blame her. We both agreed that if anything changed, we'd tell each other ahead of time. It just caught me off guard at a bad time, and I had some things to think about. I'll be back soon. I still have a life to live, and I've spent some time thinking about what direction I should take. Now I'm leaving. Do you want a ride?" There was no hesitation at all. We sailed for a while and then stopped at a small cove that I really liked. I was pouring drinks when I heard a splash. As I went out on deck, I saw Rhonda's ass going over the side. I picked up their clothes and put them on the chaise lounge and looked over the railing. They were happily splashing around, enjoying the warm water. Vicky looked up and saw me. We haven't bathed since a while. I feel like I'm 18 again. Come in and play with us, Jimmy. Please. Rhonda came up behind her and hugged her. I really admired their love for each other. I threw the ladder over the side so we could get back on the boat, stripped off my clothes, and dove in. They screamed with laughter as I dove into the water. We spent a good hour just relaxing, although during that time, each of us didn't mind having our asses held up. They both didn't fail to give me a couple hard kisses. They groped me a couple times while we were in the water. At one point, I was hugging them both. Finally, we got out of the water and back into our clothes. Well, mostly. Both girls took off their tops and asked me to rub suntan lotion on them. I declined. They pouted a little and started to slather each other. Finally, when they were done, they laid down on their loungers, taking their drinks with them. Can we talk about it? Can I stop you? No, but it would be a lot of fun to watch you try. Rhonda grinned. Vicky took over the conversation. You know Jen was a little upset that you spent the day with your old family. For the first time in a year, I was with all my kids at the same time. If the price for that was putting up with Bonnie for a few hours, I was willing to pay it. I didn't ask her to go because it wouldn't have been nice. Bonnie hates Jen because she's with me now, and the first word Bonnie would say to her would make me leave. I intended to make up when I got home. She didn't give me a chance, bombarding me with a speech about leaving almost as soon as I walked in. Honestly, I didn't expect it to last. The age difference. I'm too far away, darling. Will you slap him for me? Vicky grinned and did just that. She pulled herself up and gave it a good kick. Then she stood up from the chaise lounge. Stand between us, Grunt. That way we can both reach you when you say something stupid. Or I could just throw your asses over the railing. It's only about 4 miles to the marina. I hope you're a good swimmer, because we're right in the middle of a bear sanctuary, and you shouldn't be walking along the shore here. They both looked stunned. Jesus, Grunt. Ever since the catastrophe happened, we call it that because that's what it was. You've been acting like an asshole. Okay, Bonnie shit on you and your friends, including us, and ambushed you. We thought you'd like it because of your past. Another example of how badly you can miscalculate and misjudge your friends. Do you think we don't live with regret for what we did? It ruined a group that had been together for decades. One stupid mistake and you and Bonnie got divorced. Jen and Booger got divorced. Jules lost her boyfriend. And Jason and Nett spent a month stalking the aftermath. Even Rhonda and I had a busy few weeks. This was supposed to be fun, damn it. She sighed. I'm sorry. Had to put it out there. We came to tell you that Jen was practically destroyed. She went to the party, pissed off because you were with your old family. She was trying to have a good time. She danced, flirted, got pretty drunk, and almost spent time with no guy. Sandy lured her to his place, and when she sobered up, she felt awful, physically and emotionally. Then she remembered the kisses and the touching, and decided that maybe it was time to make her intentions known. Obviously, she was still a little high, and had started the conversation the wrong way. You lost your temper and dumped her, just like that. I think in her drugged state, she thought she would shock you first, and then discuss your future together. Shock and awe, but it was her who was shocked. Why are you telling me this? So you can go home and make things right. I wasn't wrong. It was all Jen's doing. Truth be told, I came home with the intention of making our situation more permanent. But she smashed that to smithereens, didn't she? Stop talking about me and Jen, or you and Rhonda, or anyone and everyone. I think I'm going to give up square dancing for a while, because I'm sick of changing partners. The announcement was made. The bells rang, the lights came on, the choir sang, you know. I had an epiphany. I missed my old life so much that I didn't try to start a new one. I just drifted along, wallowing in misery and self-doubt. To hell with it. It was high time I started living again, on the terms I dictated to myself. Strangely, it occurred to me that I actually loved Jen. She was sweet and cheerful, despite putting up with an old grouch who could never shake off the past. It also occurred to me that she deserved better, and even though I cared about her, I'd probably never be her life partner. And that suited me just fine. I stood up, bursting into laughter, and dove into the water. Both women were stunned and panicked. They had no idea how to steer the boat. I managed to grab the ladder as it floated past me and climbed back aboard. They were about to be outraged at my behavior when I grabbed Vicky and kissed her. Letting her go, I grabbed Rhonda and repeated the process. What the hell, Grunt? Exactly, what the hell? They didn't understand. I grinned and kissed them again. I've had a change of heart. I am hastily returning to dancing. In honor of that, I intend to perform a horizontal mambo with 2 lovely ladies, if I can find them. Eh? I sighed. If I had crayons, I'd draw you a picture. Oh, we understand the physical part. What we don't understand is the change in attitude. Why now? Why not now? I'm not married, and my relationship with Jen is probably over. I don't owe anyone anything. We're adults. What we do is nobody's business but our own. If I decide I want to show physical affection to 2 people I've known and loved all my life, and they agree, I don't see anything wrong with that. They stared at me for a few moments, and then both smirked. You're back. Welcome to the land of the living. That being said, there will be no games today. Not until you talk to Jen. If you decide to go your separate ways, we'll go. If you decide to stay together and want to play, even better. We've both had a crush on Jen for a long time. So have Annette and Jason. Annette opened up to us one night over a few bottles of wine, telling us about how she's always had a crush on you. Nothing would give her more pleasure than meeting you. They both kissed me, and then told me to take them back to the marina and secure my boat. I followed them home, and Jen's car was parked in the garage when I pulled up in front of it. She was sitting on the couch, lights off, no TV, no music, just sitting in the semi-darkness. Jen turned and saw me, then turned away. I just sat down next to her and waited. You did the right thing to leave. Why don't you explain? I have nothing to lose, Jim. Nothing more. I was beginning to think we were going to be together for a long time. I know I love you. But if I loved you so much, how could I take something I knew meant a lot to you and use it as an excuse to do what I did? I was never going to do that with him, but the kisses felt good, and it just made it more intense. I guess I'm glad I had the good sense to stop it. It was wrong. Even though we hadn't announced our intentions, it would have been cheating. This is hard for me, Jen. You love me, but you were willing to love someone else? I understand that you were angry and broken, but I've been angry with you a few times, and it never once occurred to me to love someone else because of it. My ex and our children will be a part of my life for as long as I live. I can live without ever seeing Bonnie again, but not my children or grandchildren. They are an integral part of me. She turned to me, looking horrified. I would never come between you and your family. I know how much you were looking forward to seeing them. I was just hurt that you couldn't spend time with them. A little information for you, dear. My children like you. They know you've done nothing to destroy my marriage and hold no grudge against you. Bonnie, on the other hand, hates you to the core. She's got it in her head that you orchestrated this whole switch fiasco to get to me. She thinks our divorce is your fault. That's just nonsense. This mess was her fault from the beginning. When you objected the first time, she should have forgotten about it and never brought it up again. I feel like I got the best of her, but it's not my fault. I know it, you know it, and deep down she knows it. However, Bonnie has never liked to take responsibility when things go wrong. She's always looking for someone or something to blame to lessen her guilt. I'm sure that if she knew what was going to happen, if she knew what this weekend cost her, she would have reconsidered her decision. Hindsight is 20/20. Jen looked at me, determination written all over her face. I'm not her. If I screw up, I'll always tell you, no matter what it costs me. And believe me, I know I screwed up, very badly. So based on that, do we still have any relationship left? I like to think it does. But getting smashed and almost doing it with someone else doesn't really cement our relationship, does it? What happens next if I piss you off somehow? I'm old and male. I'm inherently prone to making mistakes. You're not old. At least part of you is, she said with a giggle. And contrary to what you think, I'm not that young. So cut the old shit, okay? Besides, you're not the only one who makes mistakes. I think last week proves that. Just so you know, if I had sex with him, I'd leave because I could never look you in the eye again. You deserve better, especially after Bonnie. So let's summarize. I screwed up, you reacted badly, and I deserved it. I really, really want you back with me, Jim. I like having you around. I knew what she was going to say. She knew what she was going to say, and it hung in the air. Then she started to cry. I pulled her to me. Shit, are you going to use the crying card? You know I'm falling for that? I really, really want to be with you, and I like having you around. She knew what I was saying. The crying intensified for another minute before she jumped up and started throwing off her clothes. If you like having me around, show me that. Take me to bed. Take me here, just take me. I'm yours forever, Jimmy. Forever. That was a pretty loud statement, but I was a little distracted by the sight of her body, even though I had seen it hundreds of times before. She was 34 years old, at the peak of her age, and just seemed to glow. The next morning, I really did feel like an old man. Jen has gone into full-on nesting mode. She used to be hesitant to suggest changes to our little house, but now she was coming up with all sorts of ideas. She wanted to redo the backyard and insisted on helping. It took 3 months before she claimed it was done. There was no pool, but there was a top-of-the-line hot tub that could seat 10 people, standing on the edge of the brick patio across from the outdoor kitchen. We removed 2 old and diseased trees and planted some new ones. I grinned, telling Jen that the true definition of an optimist is someone who plants trees in whose shade they will never sit. She hit me pretty hard. You have many more years, old man. We'll make a swing out of this swing, and you can ride your great-grandchildren on it when they come to visit. Sure, you'll be decrepit, but I'll still be hot. Everyone in the universe will wonder how you got so lucky. Old man, that's what she called me now. I took her in my arms and twirled her around, kissing her soundly. As our relationship mended, I wasn't surprised when I came home to find Julie sitting on the patio, talking to Jen, and Jen holding the baby. Well, she wasn't really a baby anymore. She was almost 2 years old. Jen and Julie had somehow bonded over a chance meeting and having lunch together. Julie later admitted to me that she liked Jen, and she realized that she had nothing to do with our breakup. Bonnie still hated her, but now it seemed like she hated almost everything. If she had known what was in store for her, she would have been really pissed off. When we finished remodeling the backyard, we had friends over for the evening. Jason and Annette, Sandy and Ed, Vicky and Rhonda and us. We let Jason try out the new grill, and were soon sitting at the table with bones cooked to perfection. He roasted corn on the cob, and Jen made potato salad and coleslaw. It was one of the best dinners of our lives. Alcohol flowed as the night went on. Jen and Vicky drank wine, Annette and Rhonda each had a pitcher of Long Island iced tea, and Jason and I sipped our favorite craft beer. Ed and Sandy were hooked on hard cider and had brought 12 packs. Finally, they noticed our huge hot tub and came over to look at it. I pulled back the tarp and turned it on, marveling at the size and bubbles. Why didn't you tell us? We would have brought our suits with us. I looked at Rhonda and grinned. When did not having a costume stop you girls? If you want to come in, come in. One thing about these girls, they weren't shy. Vicky was out of everything almost instantly. Rhonda grinned and lowered her skirt, pulling her tank top over her head as she went. She wasn't wearing a bra. Vicky screamed, ripping off her bra and throwing it away. Unfortunately for me, it landed on me, one of the huge cups sitting on my head like a beanie. We were all at a loss for words, squealing with laughter, and cell phones went off to capture the event for history. Annette grinned, casting a leering glance at Jason. He nodded, and soon her clothes were lying on the patio table. Every male eye in the place followed her until she was hidden beneath the bubbles. Sandy and Jen looked at each other, having an unspoken conversation. Apparently, they had come to some sort of agreement, because soon their own clothes were piled on the chairs, and they were running, giggling, toward the bathtub. 5 completely different and attractive sets were on display. They looked at us. Are you guys coming or not? We headed toward the bathtub, but we were stopped. This tub is for underwear only. If you want to go in, take them off. Jason only grinned, throwing off his shorts. We all laughed at his pink boxers with red hearts. Hey, Ned bought those for me. How was I supposed to know I'd show them off tonight? Ed grinned and lowered himself into his BVDs. They all looked at me, and I laughed, throwing off my shorts, showing the world that I was wearing a commando suit tonight. The guys laughed, and the girls squealed. Soon we were all seated, and as the evening progressed, the girls decided that if anyone needed to go out for anything, it was me. They were constantly oohing and eyeing and laughing at the whole thing. Did it turn into unbridled fun? No, it was just a group of slightly tipsy friends having a good time. There was flirting, banter, lewd suggestions, but it didn't get to that. After an hour or so, we went out to simulate a plum. Rhonda grinned, dropping the last of it. "I don't wear clothes over wet panties," she giggled. Sandy was confused. "Did you really say drawers?" she asked, catching her breath. "Yes, the crates. What do you call them, California girl?" "Well, I never called them crates, but you're right." She turned so that she was facing Ed. That opened the gate. The next morning, as I walked out of the house, I saw 5 pairs spread out on the table. Jen came up behind me, smirking. "We need to return them to their owners." She picked up the pink thong Annette was wearing. "She's very pretty, isn't she? And she has a great ass." I felt a slight insecurity, so I hugged her. "She loves it, but if you're interested, so are you. It's just the right shape, round, firm, and very nice." To get the message across, I grabbed her and kissed her. She giggled and squeaked before kissing me back. We discussed the evening over breakfast. "Are you okay with what we did? I don't want it to bring back certain memories." "Honey, we were just goofing around with friends. We didn't plan it, there was no secret plan, it was just fun. It wasn't out of sight." She grinned again. "I've noticed. You guys are a lot alike." "What can I say? We're the guys. We're going to look for it. It's built into us from birth. 5 couples on 5 attractive women almost caused us sensory overload." That would make a good title for a movie. 10 Girls in a Hot Tub, coming soon. I think I blew half an egg out of my nose. I was laughing so hard. I sat back and smirked. Life was good. My 5-year-old twins squealed with laughter as they drove off the side of the boat onto the slide I had ordered and installed. It could be rocked, and when you hit the bottom, you were carried pretty fast. It would curve outward a bit, tossing you above the water. If you picked up enough speed, you could skip across the water once or twice. Of course, they were wearing life jackets and were supervised by their mother, sister, and 2 nieces. Julie and her 2 daughters were with us. It was funny that 2 5-year-olds have nieces 10 and 7 years old, but that's the way it is. Jason and Annette were beside me, watching their granddaughter rumble down the slide. Ed and Sandy had 2 children of their own, and they were almost frothing at the mouth to go down the slide. Vicky and Rhonda were close by, and their favorite honorary nieces were too attractive to pass up. As I watched them, the sparkle of their matching diamonds made me smile. After a 25-year relationship, they decided to get married. My Jen was sitting on the jet ski in case the kids had to be rescued. She noticed my gaze and smiled. At 41, she could still wear a swimsuit. The kids played until they were exhausted. We then headed back to the marina and set up in the park playground, where Jason and I grilled and the ladies relaxed, keeping a close eye on the kids, who seemed to be renewed at the sight of the swings and slides. After eating, Julie packed all the kids into her minivan and drove off. They had a sleepover. They left before she pulled out of the parking lot. I hoped they had just dozed off, because if they slept too long, she was in for a long night. The old guys got back in the boat and we cast off, heading for our favorite cove. There was good fishing there, and we intended to wet some hooks, drink a few beers, mostly wine for the ladies, and just relax. We needed it. Jason was gaining momentum. National artists were lining up and begging to book studio time. Ed had several tempting offers and was already thinking about going solo when Jason offered to sell him 25% of his studio. They came to an agreement and hired some really talented people, so they decided to take a few days off. Annette had enough time in the school system to retire, which she did, moving to work for Jason. Her education as a parenting consultant came in handy when she helped several artists cope. Sandy was still running the shop and doing very well. We'd been around so long that we were getting second-generation visitors, children, and younger relatives of those who'd used our services before. We even talked about opening a second location for Jen to run. But then the kids came along, quite by accident, she said, trying to keep a straight face. And she didn't want to be away from her babies for that long. In fact, she gave up her job altogether to become a full-time mom. We could afford it. My business was still going strong, although I retired at 50 and passed it on to my children. They paid me 20% of everything the company produced, so I was doing okay. I bought a house on the lake we loved so much and built a workshop in the backyard. To keep from turning into a fat slob, I made outdoor furniture and sold it at the local farmer's market, wondering what I was allowed. The coordinator explained that they allow all kinds of artisans, and I fell into that category. I worked there every other Saturday, and most of my business came from word-of-mouth advertising. It allowed me to take it easy, and we were all happy. Oddly enough, it was quite lucrative. My first group of children had fun at my expense when they found out Jen was pregnant and joked that my grandchildren would be older than their new brother and sister. They liked Jen and the kids and visited us often, especially during the summer months. We fished for an hour before we gave up. Sometimes they just don't bite. We cleaned up, grabbed a fresh beer, and joined the girls. They whispered amongst themselves and quickly dispersed. "What kind of mayhem are you girls up to?" Vicky grinned, holding out the bottle of vegetable oil. Not plotting, but remembering. Just about that time, they were all topless. Age had hamstrung some of us, but they wore their flabbiness and wrinkles with pride and style. I grinned and the guys laughed. To this day, I can't say what made us decide to do it. It all started with a joke. Vicky, Rhonda, and Annette were telling stories about our unspent youth to Jen and Sandy one evening, when they were at Vicky and Rhonda's house drinking wine, girls' night out. They had gone to see a male review, and were more than a little drunk and tipsy, as Vicky liked to say. Sandy was the one who sprang into action. "You know, when we lived in California and Ed worked with all these artists, not one of them had a relaxed lifestyle. One of them only worked with Ed, saying he was the only one who understood her. Ed said it was because she was right in the middle of the drama queen when he was snapping. 'All right,' he said. 'Screw the session. You're going to pay for it anyway. You sing beautifully, darling. But at the end of the day, it's just a job. Like a butcher or a tax collector. If you make a mistake on their taxes or give them a ribeye instead of a T-bone, how likely do you think it is that they'll use you again? If you keep trying to rub me the crap you're giving me now, you'll soon see your CDs in the $5 garbage can at Walmart. Take your pick.' She calmed down immediately, and while he was working with her, she was the ultimate professional. She had a reputation for being difficult to work with because she demanded the best from the musicians, singers, and technical staff. Anyway, she became friends with us, and one evening after a few cups of Long Island iced teas, she confessed that she and her husband sometimes dabble outside of marriage. Always together, under very tightly controlled circumstances. She then invited us to spend the evening with them. We seriously considered it, but before it could happen, her husband left her for a man, and it left a sour taste in our mouths. I still think about it from time to time and wonder if I missed something." Vicky, Rhonda, and Annette grinned. "It was," Annette said. "Of course, we were nothing more than teenagers at the time and had no commitment to the relationship, but that's what made it fun. Most of us already loved each other, so trust was at an all-time high. I can still remember us sliding from body to body, being pulled at random, and having fun for a few minutes before someone else would enter us, and we would connect with someone else." Jen sat in silence for a while. "You know what I hated most about that trip to the island? I never got to experience anything like it. Sure, my then husband was a jerk, and the thought of letting any of his friends touch me made my stomach churn. Jimmy was the only reason I'd gone. I was already regretting it when everything blew up and we flew home. It wasn't that good, honey. Booger freaked me out a little, and Jules's boyfriend was downright nasty. There's a difference between who you love and who you trust." They switched to other topics, but the conversation stayed with everyone. 4 weeks later, we were all in my hot tub. The rule now was to go completely without everything. The flirting and touching was becoming more frequent, and Annette apparently decided the time was right. She had already discussed it with Jason, and Sandy had brought Ed up to speed. They danced on eggshells around me and Jen, but Netta had just enough alcohol to bring it up. "We've given it a lot of thought. All of us except you have agreed to have an old-fashioned Mazzola party. It's up to you, but we'd like you to join us. It could be a one-time event or a tradition. We'll see how it goes." Grunt. "I know Jen is wondering what would have happened if you had stayed on the island, and admit you have good memories of us, except for Sandy. Unlike other times, we can be trusted. No one will leave anyone because of this. No one will love anyone less. It'll just be fun. You guys think about it. They then changed the subject to the antics of one of the artists they produced. I pondered this for a few days before I sat Jen down in her seat. Do you really want to do this? She stuttered for a minute before I stopped her. Jen, stop trying to fit yourself to what you think I want to hear. I'm going to ask again, and if I don't get an honest answer, this will be the last time we discuss this. Ever. Understood? She nodded her head. Yes, I'd like to try, just once. You all have shared memories that I have no part in, and I want to have my own. But if you have the slightest objection, this is all off the table and will never be discussed again. I thanked her for her candor. I spent the rest of that day and part of the next talking to each one individually to gauge their desire. All wanted to, but were hesitant, remembering how unsuccessful their last attempt had been. The next evening, I invited them all over to my house, ordering pizza so we could focus. The tension was almost stabbing as I sat down on the couch next to Jen and took her hand. I'm in favor under certain conditions. 1. No matter how much fun we have, this will be the one event that will never be repeated. I want to leave good memories of myself, so everyone has to agree to keep it in the group. The last thing I need is for Bonnie and Jules to find out about this. Not because I care about their feelings, although I do, but because I don't want to hear any nasty things from them, especially Bonnie. And finally, I'm all set. Want to take a trip down memory lane? The Mazzola party. We'll have it at the shack on the day they're closed. Questions or comments? They all looked at each other, then smirked, and tried to speak at the same time. Eventually, after coordinating schedules, it became clear that it would be in 2 weeks. Jason and Ed helped me build the frame. 24 feet long, 10 feet wide, 2 feet deep. Triple lined with durable waterproof plastic. Padded sides all around to avoid bruising. Filled with foam rubber to a height of 18 inches to avoid spills. On top was a double layer of shrink wrap that held the mold intact when heated, ensuring there were no lumps or depressions. Our very own adult version of slip and slide. Instead of vegetable oil, I went online and bought 8 gallons of massage oil. I didn't think I would need that much, but better to overdo it than underdo it. Ed and I assembled it the night before the event, making sure everything was securely fastened. When everything was assembled, we sat at the bar and had a couple beers each. Are you sure about that? Ed grinned. Yeah, how about you? Yes, I feel like Jen needs this. Oddly enough, I think she's doing it to prove she loves me. I don't understand the reasons why, but I understand the importance. I just hope I can hold it together. I'm far from being a teenager. 5 women is a lot to handle. Ed blushed and looked a little guilty. Jason and I were worried about the same thing. We both went to our doctors and lied a little about our ability to perform. We both got samples of the little blue pill. We each have 2 if we need them. Well, it looks like all options have been considered. Suddenly, it was time. They all stood and watched as Jason and I emptied 5-gallon containers of massage oil onto the mat. The tension was obvious, each of them hesitant. I solved that problem by undressing and then helping Jen. The others quickly followed my example. While they were undressing, I grabbed Jen and threw her on the pillow, and her scream followed her to the other end. Then I dove in and joined her. Her scream turned to laughter as she pushed off the bumper and flew to the other side. I was just turning around when a body slammed into me, and I found myself face to face with a rather impressive ass. It was Sandy, and she let out a scream when I did what seemed natural to me. I bit her. I was about to get busy on her when someone else slammed into me. I turned around, and there was Annette. I snuggled up to her as she cradled my head. Feeling something warm and wet, I looked down and saw Vicky. She was almost biting me. I looked over and was surprised to see Jen with her hands tangled in Rhonda's hair. I enjoyed it with her for about 5 minutes and was very close when someone's body pushed me away and I turned around. Annette was grinning. Hey, holding onto the rail wasn't a bad idea. I managed to finish the job before I was knocked down again. Ed immediately took my place. Next, I moved on to Jen. She looked around, grinned, and went back to work. I was suddenly very glad I had agreed to take the blue pill. Sandy had always wanted to be in an environment like this. We stayed like this for 2 hours, before finally saying enough was enough. Eventually, we ended up just a mass in the middle of our playground. Everyone laughed at my attempts to get out. Eventually, I just slid to the bumper and rolled onto the towels we had spread around. I think the ladies had brought all the towels they had, and we could all use them. Jason and Ed followed suit, and soon we were helping the girls. There was a lot of rubbing to do, and we did the best we could, but we knew we'd all go straight to the showers when we got home. We spread fresh towels on the bar stools, and I acted as bartender, pouring drinks for everyone. We were quiet for a moment, digesting what we'd done, when I raised my glass. To memories. Everyone raised their glasses and smiled for the first time. To memories. Afterward, we laughed and chatted as befits close company. I can't believe you bit my ass. I grinned at Sandy. I've always wanted to do that. She blushed slightly and whimpered, as Ed slid off the stool and picked her up, biting her cheek. Ow. Ed pulled himself up and kissed her. You looked unbalanced. Now you've got the right kit. We dressed slowly, savoring the unforgettable experience. Then we drifted off to sleep, each promising to return the next day to clean up. Jen and I showered together when we got home, slowly, gently. I noticed she was a little tense. Finally, she babbled. Do you still love me? I was still under the influence of the pills. More than ever. It must have been the right decision, because she turned and jumped into my arms, wriggling until she was down. I think she wanted it to be entertainment in the form of confirmation that we would still be together. After our scene, we cleaned up and laid back down. I think we both fell asleep before our heads even touched the pillows. I woke up with the morning wood. She wriggled and whimpered. Not today, honey. I'm in a lot of pain. Me too. I feel like the first layer of skin was peeled off me last night. No more blue pills for me. She giggled and fell silent. Then she said in a voice so quiet I almost couldn't hear her. Are we okay? I kissed her neck. We're good, sweetheart, unless you want to do it again. Not in this life. Once was enough. How about you? I like what I have, so the answer is no, never again. We paddled around for a bit before someone knocked on the door. I glanced at the security monitor and saw the whole group on our doorstep. I kissed Jen's neck and opened the door, forgetting that I had just gotten out of bed. Vicky looked up. Casual Tuesday? I looked down and grinned. More like Forgetful Tuesday. Why are you here? We brought you breakfast. When you eat, we'll help you clean up. Sandy has an event planned for Thursday and everything has to be spotless. I smiled. You know, neither of us can go back there anymore without looking at the floor and smirking. Jason smiled back. Good memories always bring a grin. It set the tone for the whole day. We joked around while we cleaned up. It took 6 hours to clean and disassemble our playground. In the end, it looked just like it did before. Ed and Sandy went home to their kids, and the rest of us went back to our house. We cooked a late lunch, and Vicky watched the hot tub the whole time. Finally, she stood up and took off her clothes. I need to soak. Does anyone else have pain? Soon we were all lying in the tub getting high as the jets soothed us. An hour later, we were dressed and out. With kisses and hugs they left. At first, I thought it would be awkward, but we all went back to our business. Oh, we looked at each other and laughed every now and then, but that was it. 4 months later, I found Jen on the couch, crying, and all the women in our circle around her. I thought maybe someone had died. What's going on? They all went out on deck, leaving us alone. I sat up and put my arms around her, pulling her tight against me. Are you okay? No, yes, maybe. I have to tell you something you might not like. Thoughts of her leaving me flashed through my head. I was starting to get tense when she blurted out, I'm pregnant. What? I said I'm pregnant. I'm having a baby. Your baby. What do you want me to do? Never in 100 years did I suspect that I would become a new parent so late in life. I thought about it for about 3 seconds. I saw Jen looking longingly at Sandy and Julie's children, and the thought made me chuckle. First we have to get married, then we need to find you a good doctor. I want the best for our baby. Oh, and we'll probably have to move. This little love nest is fine for 2, but I want a bigger house, with a bigger yard, with swings and a pool. Is that okay with you? I don't mean to sound unromantic. You know I love you and would do it as soon as possible. I'm just being practical. Are you with me? She started to cry even harder, but I knew from the way she clung to me that they weren't tears of sadness. The others peered through the patio door, and seeing her actions, piled back in, smiling and crying. "You're leaving everything to us. You're getting married at the shack. It will be the best wedding of our lives." Sandy grinned like a madwoman. "We bought flowers and napkins and everything," Rhonda piped up. I was glad that she and Vicky owned a flower store and did the event planning. Sandy used their services exclusively for any wedding at the shack. I leaned back in my chair and watched their chatter, enjoying the look of happiness on Jen's face. I stood up and they all looked at me. "Excuse me, girls, but I need to find the ring. And then I'll need to corner Jason and Ed to make sure we have matching tuxedos." I left having been admonished not to be a cheapskate. When everything was ready, Jason was the best man, and Ed and Vicky were the groomsmen. He and Rhonda had a lot of fun, and Rhonda was the maid of honor. Vicky wore a slightly feminine version of our tuxedos, and she and Rhonda looked great in the pictures. I think it was that night that Vicky finally asked Rhonda to be her wife. I didn't try to keep the wedding a secret, but I didn't advertise it either. All my children came. My daughter July was the flower girl, and my youngest grandson was the ring bearer. I didn't invite Bonnie because, frankly, I didn't want her to attend. It was Jen's day, and she didn't need the ghosts of the past hovering around her. July told me that she didn't take the news well, disappeared for 3 days, and when she came back, she looked like a warmed-up turd. She also told me that she went into a screaming fit at the announcement of the twins' birth. I didn't understand why, for it had been many years, and I had long since made my peace with it. About a year later, she remarried to a small, meek man who she ruled with an iron fist. July said they still went to parties, but there was one more thing added to it. Every time they came back from a party, they both wore bruises. She was clearly upset. I made up my mind and called her. Bonnie was surprised to hear my voice. I hadn't spoken to her in almost a year and a half. There was no need to. After the greeting, she quickly went into bitch mode. "Are you sure you have time to talk to me? Don't you have twins? Is she cheating on you already, you jaded old asshole?" "Not that I know of," I said, smirking. "You'll warn me if she shows up at any of your parties, right? How are they going? You seem to have been out of the loop for a while now, don't you?" I heard a sharp intake of breath and jumped up before she could start. "I called because Julie says you've been doing some kinky stuff. She says you come back all bruised and sore, and you have streaks all over your body. It's none of my business, but you need to rethink what you're doing. Our children are afraid of having grandchildren around you. Susie asked July if you were misbehaving because you looked like you'd been spanked. That's all I wanted to say. Well, there's more. Despite what happened between us, you deserve to be happy, and I don't think you are. Get rid of your demons, Bonnie, before you lose everyone you care about." I think she was crying when I hung up the phone. A couple months later, Bonnie and her new husband separated, and another 6 months later she was divorced. Since we were still technically in business together, I made Jen sign a prenup and insisted that her new husband do the same. I heard there was a serious fight about it, but he eventually signed. When the divorce started, he tried to dissolve the prenup, but thanks to her lawyer, that quickly came to naught. When the twins were 6 years old, she got married for the last time. He was a couple years older and was a big, no-nonsense guy. I liked him right away. He tracked me down, wanting to know our story. I told him that we'd been married for over 20 mostly happy years, but then our priorities had changed, and we'd gone our separate ways. He only hummed. "She said you were too nice to tell the truth. She told me everything. Why you two broke up, what kind of lifestyle she led after that. She said she hasn't had that lifestyle in 3 years, and she's willing to sign a prenup that would put her in a very awkward position if she cheated. I think I'm willing to take that risk for her. Sounds like you're on the up and up." We were sitting at my kitchen table, and he was looking out the patio door at Jen and the kids. I grinned. I've been lucky. At least that's what she tells me every day. I'm starting to think there's something to it. If you love her, marry her. Just keep your eyes open. She was a very good wife before this happened. I wish you all the best. 6 months later, Jules told us about the wedding. Thankfully, her youngest girl was ready to be a flower girl, and one of her grandchildren was ready to be a ring bearer. She said it was a simple, beautiful service, and they both emphasized the words, "Dedicate yourselves only to each other." Jen smiled and said she was genuinely happy that her mom was happy, and then went back to Vicky and Rhonda's wedding plans. I was the best man, and Jen was the matron of honor. Vic wore a beautiful tuxedo, and Rhonda wore a very nice dress. It was a beautiful service. I don't think there was a dry eye in the house after they exchanged vows. Later, at the reception, I danced with Vicky on the very spot where our adventure took place. I leaned over and whispered in her ear, "I can still smell the body lotion." She burst out laughing and clung to me even tighter. A few months later, Annette asked me why I had agreed to the Mazzola party. I did it for Jen. She was always the one who stayed back when we went down memory lane. I think she wanted it so she could be on equal footing with me and the others. Shared memories tend to bring people closer together. I sighed. I also did it because of Bonnie. She was in the same situation as Jen, only handled it very poorly. If it had just been you, I would have gotten over it and probably had a good time like we did with Jen. Instead, she conspired and connived behind my back, essentially making an evening of it with complete strangers. There was no respect or mutual decision. She just decided and went all the way, dragging me along with her. Have you ever thought about doing that again? With you? No. Ed and Sandy spent a weekend with us here and there. Nothing pre-planned, nothing all-consuming, just friends sharing a more intimate relationship. Once at a bachelorette party, I asked Jen if she wanted to do it again, but she quickly turned me down. I can hear her now. I got a good man and beautiful children. It was fun, but it will never happen again. Honestly, just the thought of having that kind of fun with someone else makes me a little nauseous now. It was fun and satisfied my desires, but it's not something I want to repeat. Then she smirked. Sometimes we tease each other on our night out, dancing and tormenting each other. I bet there have been a few times when she's come home after something like that. I leaned over and kissed her. For some reason, she burst into red flames, and then she thanked me and promised to keep it up. We still spend evenings in the hot tub, but not as often anymore. We live far away now, and everyone else has careers and responsibilities, so we don't see them as often as we'd like. Once in a while, we have a private evening in the hot tub and make out like teenagers, and then move to the bedroom. Life is good. In the last chapter of our story, something strange happened. What began as a nostalgic trip down memory lane turned into an unexpected evening of adventure, a Mazzola party. The characters embarked on a journey of shared intimacy with friends, exploring the boundaries of their relationships. The story masterfully intertwined elements of humor, surprise, and a hint of vulnerability. It showed the characters' openness to new experiences, emphasizing the importance of communication and trust in relationships. The hot tub scene, filled with laughter, teasing, and an overall sense of adventure, captured the essence of the Mazzola party. As the plot unfolded, we witnessed the aftermath of this unconventional evening. Characters confronted the complexities of their emotions and relationships, dealing with insecurities and anxieties. Reflections on past experiences, especially with a former partner named Bonnie, gave depth to the narrative, showing personal growth and the pursuit of happiness. Closer to the present day, a new dimension is introduced into the narrative, Jen's pregnancy, which adds a new focus and joy of anticipation. The characters deal with the challenges of impending parenthood with a mixture of humor and practicality, reinforcing the theme of adapting to life's changes. The narrative gracefully winds down in the final pages, depicting weddings, family bonds, and the characters' endless happiness. An unexpected reveal about Jen's pregnancy brings a new twist to the story, bringing joy and anticipation. The characters overcome the challenges of impending parenthood with a mixture of humor and practicality, affirming the theme of adapting to life's changes. The conclusion of the narrative reflects the joy of life and love, celebrating the journey through life and relationships. Thank you all for being with me.